Good morning. How's everyone doing? Last day of testing. No. I want more. I want more F1. I want more. Morning, everyone. Good to see you, Rod. Good to see you, Alan. Welcome, welcome. Sunny Thailand. All right. Stop rubbing it in. It's dark and miserable here in the UK. All right. Evening, Alan. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, everyone. Oh, Netherlands just as bad. Yeah. To be fair, you're not that far away, are you? The Netherlands. To be fair, you're only like half an hour train journey. Not train journey. Plane ride. Plane flight. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're well. If even. But I mean, yeah, we've not seen a lot of sun at all here in the UK. It's been absolutely miserable, and I imagine it's probably the same in the Netherlands as well. I don't know why chat isn't showing up in the screen. It should do. Give it a minute. Normally it takes a couple of minutes to kick in. It's a fair point. It'll be there, don't worry. But last day of testing. There we go. Chat's on the screen. Last day of testing. 8 hours ahead of us. Right, have Ferrari got the new funky rear wing on the car? No. Okay. So, I wanted to start today's stream with a fault. I was chatting. I was hosting the Missed Apex podcast last night. If you didn't catch it, go check it out. Highly recommend it. And we had a discussion around Ferrari's rear wing. And there's two theories. One is that we only saw it for 5 laps because it was really bad, and that's why they removed it off the car. 2, which is the more likely, is that it was so effective and so good that Ferrari went, we need to get this thing off our car ASAP. We need to hide this and not bring it back out until Melbourne so that people can't copy it, and that, yeah, people don't look too much into this. And considering the vibe and how everyone was really happy in the paddock and they shut up shop for that morning session, I think I'm going for the latter. Yeah, I think Ferrari have their double diffuser. I think they do. I think Ferrari have been innovative. They're clearly innovative, and they have found an absolute gem of a bit of technical masterpiece there, including the race starts. This year's the year, Tifosi. This year's the year. What are my predictions for this season, Chameleon? I'm going to hold on to my predictions overall until tomorrow. I'm going to put a video together over the weekend. But I've said, and I don't know whether to change it or not, but I have said, I've been erring more so on Max now, but I have said Lando will win the championship again this year. But I'm not sure about Mercedes and this. Like, I just feel like it's still tricky to tell. It's tricky to predict. With the Mercedes engine, with the new test that's going to come in the middle of the year, but they're going to have 13 races to use this current engine. I don't know. Hey, Sebby. How's the day been? My day's only just started. I kid you not. I got out of bed 10 minutes ago. I haven't even made my morning coffee yet, guys. That's how quick I started up the stream. Record time, I think. It's just gone 7 a.m. here in the UK, so. But I'm looking forward to a day ahead. Go get my coffee. I'll get my coffee in a second. I'll get it in a second. Everyone's in the pits because session's just started. So Alpine are out there. They've got the aero rakes on the car. A team to be careful of this year as well. I think Alpine are worth a cheeky little flutter. Like a couple of racetracks, you know, for like a podium here or there. I think Alpine, with that Mercedes engine in the back, I think Pierre Gasly is going to have some decent performances this year. So this morning, Oscar Piastri is in the car. Lando will be in the car in the afternoon. If you're a Lewis Hamilton fan, he's no longer at testing. He completed his testing yesterday. He was in the car all day. I say in the car all day. He did 5 laps in the morning and then missed the remainder of the morning session and then was out all afternoon. So Charles Leclerc will be in the car all day today. Isaac Hadjar, I think, is splitting his time in the car with Verstappen today. I think Verstappen is out in the afternoon. Of the other big boys, I think Antonelli and Russell are splitting their time again, as they have done all week, morning and afternoon sessions, and that'll be the case for most of them. I guess also a real intrigue today is how is Aston Martin going to get on. It's been a very poor testing week for them. Lots of gremlins, lots of head shaking from the team, hands in heads. I mean, those images of that team meeting in public, pretty much. Where all the cameras could see them was very bizarre. Nui looked distraught almost when Lance Stroll was telling him something about the team. So, yeah, Aston Martin, can they have a final good day here? But it seems to be that definitely something not right with that Aston Martin engine or gearbox, one of the two. And then further down, we've got, who else? See if Cadillac can get a decent time in this week. They haven't really had a decent time. Had a lot of running yesterday. Wednesday wasn't particularly great for them. Considering Audi, who probably they look at this as their competitors for this season, to set some decent times yesterday. So, yeah. And overall, will we see a... What did we get yesterday? A low 30? Did we get a high 32 yesterday? Was the fastest time? Was that the my memory's already gone. Is it a 32.8 we saw yesterday? I think was the fastest time from Kimi Antonelli. I don't think it was a low 32. I don't think it was a low 32 that we saw yesterday. So will we see that time beaten again as times have got quicker and quicker as the week has gone on? And that'll be interesting to see. And of course, will Ferrari be able to nail those practice starts that we saw yesterday from Lewis Hamilton that's been a buzz over social media? Rightfully so. Did I see Lewis Hamilton's start? I did. I put up a TikTok and a short that's got a lot of people buzzing for it. Oh, thanks, Sam. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Right, guys, I know the stream's just started. I need my coffee. I'm going to be just a couple of minutes just while I go make my coffee. I need that caffeine hit because, as I said, I've been awake 15 minutes now. That's all. 2 secs. Oh. Oh, look at that. Oh. A first sip of coffee in the morning. Hits the spot. Hits the spot, guys. Beautiful. So needed. Right. So, what do we have in store for us today, eh? Will we see any innovations? No, Rosemont, good to see you, mate. As always, you can always have us in the background, you know. Have us in your ear. So, what will occur today? Now, something that was interesting that I learnt yesterday is that after we ended the stream was that Red Bull had quite a different aerodynamic package on yesterday. Most likely the aerodynamic package they're going to be taking to Melbourne. And I think yesterday Max and that Red Bull were the most impressive for me. Yes, Hamilton and Ferrari, they definitely looked impressive as well. With the old rear wing, a little bit tail happy. We obviously don't have enough information with the new flip flap rear wing in the morning. But the race starts, of course, were impressive for them. But overall, the amount of laps they did, that Red Bull powertrain is just continuing to impress with how reliable it is. Yes, it's had a couple of moments, but for the most part, nothing too severe. And that car looks so balanced. Yesterday, I still have yet to see Max Verstappen have a lockup. I saw a couple of little moments of where the rear stepped out as he was getting on throttle at a turn 14, as is the nature of the corner, because you're trying to apply the power to maximise your acceleration out of that corner for obviously the start-finish straight. So super impressive, Max Verstappen and Red Bull yesterday, and I'd be very positive if I was a Red Bull fan heading into the start of this season. Which tyre is Piastri on? I will get confirmation for you. I have yet to see what he's on. He's on the meat. Yeah, sorry, I'm yet to see what he's on. They're on his onboard at the moment, so I don't know if it's the hard or medium. 137.7. I'm going to presume the hard, but the longest onboard run I've seen of the TV coverage for quite some time. Come on, go to an outboard shot, please. That McLaren looks a bit twitchy, you know, on the onboard. He's probably got quite a lot of fuel on board. But it looks a little bit twitchy. No lockups though, which is good. Oh, Leclerc's gone fastest in the first sector. 29.5, that's good. 29.5's good. Leclerc's on a push lap. Leclerc is on a proper push lap here, guys. We saw a 29.2, 29.3, the quickest yesterday. 29.3, I think it was the quickest in Sector 1. So Charles is on a push lap here. Don't know if he's got enough in the middle sector, though. This is where we've seen people use the middle sector for harvesting. And he's done a 40.7. That's good. 40.7. Yep. Sub 41. This is probably going to be around a 33. If my calculations are correct, depending on his last sector. Anything sub 23 in the last sector is really good. Here he comes across the line, and it's a 33. There you go. Said it's a 33. Didn't get sub 23 in the last sector. Probably run out of battery. It's tricky. It's tricky to try and, from what we've seen, the battery management and the deployment mode, it's tricky to have enough in the coming into the last sector if you use more, obviously if you use some in the middle sector. So Ferrari yesterday was struggling to try and get sub 41 in the middle sector and then also do a sub 23 in the last sector. So they lose that deployment. So been a bit of a balancing act for them. But the other teams have definitely been able to get more on top of. But that's not to say that their super duper flip-flat Macarena wing that Fred Vasseur called it as won't solve some problems for them. Oh my God, Charles. Oh my goodness. The guy just nearly lost it. He's coming out of the exit of turn 11 and the rear catches the curb, or it loses itself as he comes off of the curb of turn 11, the exit of turn 11. And my goodness, the face on camera angle. When talk about giving me a fright first thing in the morning. Jeez, that could have been a big one. That could have been Charles Leclerc's day done and over with already. Big moment. And he still did a 40.7. He still did sub 41 in the middle sector. Fair play. Ooh, I know a few drivers have run the prototype tyre, so it's anyone's guess. No, that's true. He is... Yeah, it does look like he's actually on a prototype tyre because there isn't any... The tyre wall isn't white, yellow or anything. So yeah, he is on a prototype tyre at the moment. That's what Piastri's on. Shouldn't Aston Martin utilise every second of this last day? Still not out. You would presume so, Sid. Yes, you would presume so. I would suspect it's not a good start that they're not out there first thing in the morning. Let's be real. Every team now has at least got out there and done a single lap. Sergio Perez has gone out, at least Cadillac, Sergio Perez has gone out there and done an out lap. Or an installation lap, you know. They're the only team yet to come out of the garage. So, oh, that was an interesting bit of footage there. Jonathan Wheatley, team principal of Audi, was in deep conversation with Flavio Briatore. Well done, TV camera crew. You picked that one up. They were having a bit of a private conversation there. Flavio Briatore, of course, running pretty much de facto team principal, running Alpine at the moment. Today will be the most representative of the testing, right? With quali sims. I don't know, VJ. I'm not sure we're going to see any quali sims at all. People, they just want to hold on to... The teams want to hold on to any bit of information they have. What I will say is that I think we'll see, as we have done this week, times get quicker and quicker, and I think we'll see the quickest time we've seen all testing later on today, probably in the evening session when the track is a lot cooler and a better track state. Mercedes have been kind of giving us a little bit more each day, I feel like. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see any quali sims, and I think these cars have the potential to go at least another 2 seconds quicker. I think, or at least another second. I think they can definitely get into the 31s. So we saw 32s yesterday. I reckon we can see 31s. So they're not that much slower than last year. So definitely some sandbagging going on. Engine modes turned down. But yeah, fuel loads as well. Has anyone truly, and this is the thing, has anyone truly taken out like all of the fuel? Has anyone put quali fuel in? No, probably not. Has anyone turned their engine up to max for quali? No, probably not. So, love to see it. I'd love to see it, but no. Your stupid brain's still searching for DRS like it still exists. Well, to an extent, it kind of does exist because active aero, but yeah. Do I think Aston Martin will be top 5 in constructors? Unless they have an unbelievable turnaround after the first half of the year. No. It's going to be a tricky season for them. So. Do I have any views on how overtaking will happen this year? Yeah, I don't know. I still think we're going to see quite a few overtakes. My worry is more so if the overtake's going to kind of be arbitrary and because of the battery depleting and so forth, and people deciding to use their battery in different sectors than others. But I don't know. Supposedly the drivers are being told to keep it quite quiet. That they think they've found overtaking struggling here in the times that they've tried to overtake another car at Bahrain. We've seen a couple of instances of it. But I don't know. I think when it comes to an actual race itself and there's more cars around you, I think we should. I'm still staying positive. I'm trying not to be too negative. So, hey, Karim, good to see you, mate. Anthony Davison talk through the different deployments across the LAC. It's so complex and already boring. Will we ever just have an era of flat-out racing, pedal to the floor? I mean, there's always going to be management, isn't there? There's always going to be management, but I think they have gone too far with these regulations. We've spoken about it a few times this week. They've definitely gone too far with the 50-50. I think the battery should still only be a supporting mechanism, not something that you have to fully rely on and is fundamental to how you drive. Like, you look at the previous season, like the hybrid era, right? Okay, while it had its faults, like the battery deployment could already be predetermined. It could be like they could basically have 9 different strategy modes where this is where the battery is going to deploy, this is where it's going to recover. And there was no issue with the MGU-H as well. There was no issue with having to get that battery restored, because the MGU-H, if my memory serves me correctly, I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, it was gathering the wasted energy. So I think every time you braked, it would restore the battery. So you didn't put it this way, with the MGU-H, you didn't, which has now been removed, you didn't consciously have to think about, 1, spooling up the turbo, which is why they have the issue with the race starts now, and 2, you didn't have to worry about the recharging of the battery unless you were like really deploying it, and you emptied it. But then all you do is put it in recovery mode. You wouldn't specifically have to drive in a different way to recover that battery. You could still go full out. So, yeah, really, these regulations should have stuck with the engines that we had last year, because with the aero regs that they are now, the drivers most definitely like driving them. They have less downforce. They think there's more driver ability required. They're not on rails, but they can make the difference when it comes to driving, and they still are going to make the difference, because you still have to drive this car in a certain way so that you're not sliding the tyres and you're not going to degrade them despite those temps, and that's going to be interesting to see as well. But of course, there's still there's going to be a massive emphasis on the battery management, because that's so important to the amount of power output that you have. As Charles this time around goes 23, does a purple last sector at 23.689. So yeah, a few big battery fires could look good. Hopefully not, because they're dangerous. Who do I think will be the top 3 after quali in Melbourne? Oh, that's a good question. I think Max will be up there. I do. I think George, Max, Piastri. While I think Lando's going to beat Piastri over the duration of the year, I think Piastri's going to have the grip between his teeth, or the bit between his teeth, for Australia. It's his home race, and I think he's going to want to make amends for last year. Morning, Josh. Exactly 2 weeks to go, Alan. You are right. 2 weeks to go until we have the first official practice session of the year. FP1 and FP2. Oh, yeah. Hey, love. Good to see you, mates. Up at 7 for this. Can't wait for Australia. No Rebel Match Day. I've worn it 2 days in a row. I might leave it off today. Or I might put it on later on. But yeah, no Rebel merch in the morning. I haven't worn any merch in the morning. Just checked Antonelli's results. Antonelli got Piastri with a 32.8. Yeah, he beat him by like what? Was it like half a tenth or something? So, if this if this engine regulation fails this year, do you think FIA will switch to last year regulations? they won't go to last year's. It will be a development of what we currently have. I reckon truly what they'll do is that they will go to, what was it that was introduced? The front axle regeneration. Is that right? The front, the thing that got vetoed by Mercedes, I think it was, or what? I think it was Mercedes vetoed it. So basically, there was already fears about what we're seeing in relation to the amount of recovery that they're having to do, or regeneration throughout the lap, and the way that the drivers have to drive. And the kind of easiest way to solve that would be front axle regeneration. So basically, every time they brake, the battery would be rechargeable. So they wouldn't have to constantly think about going slower in the corners. It would just be under normal braking conditions that the battery would recharge like dramatically. I think. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a technician. I will Google it for you guys. But it got vetoed. And the reason why it got vetoed is because one team in particular thought that Audi would have an advantage. This is the rumour that I heard, that Audi would have an advantage because this is the sort of this was the type of regeneration that they were so successful at with their time in the LMP1 series in the World Endurance Championship. So, but that pretty much would have solved this driving slower in the corners and so forth. So I think we could see that be introduced in the future, not this year, but next year, and incorporated into how the recovery works, and then we still have this 50-50. That's anything I can think of immediately off the top of my head, but I'm not an engineer. I don't know what other solutions there are, but yeah. They are talking about potentially, at the moment, I think they have been trying to test out whether or not reducing the battery capacity, so its effectiveness. So at the moment it's 50-50, and reducing the battery capacity down to like 30%, so that basically there's less requirement of recharge. So they won't have to recharge as much because there's less megajoules basically that they have to recover. I think that is like an immediate solution, and that's something that they're trying right now. Nothing's going to change from the F1 Commission. They've confirmed that nothing's going to change right now until after they've got more data at the start of the season. So, VJ, your delusional but expected Williams to give signs of brawn GPS season like Button 2009 after all the optimistic yap by James Vowles last year. Your boy's wasting his prime years stuck at the midfield. It's a shame for Sainz. Yeah, I mean, of course, he's ended up where he has. Kind of no fault to himself, of course. Ferrari wanted to get rid of him for Lewis Hamilton. But I don't know. I mean, it's still a tall order for anyone to break into that top four just purely because of the resources that they have. I think Williams can get there. I mean, you look at it. You look at the amount of sponsors and the resource they've got now. It's definitely getting up to the levels of the top four. And the facilities have taken a massive improvement and development over the years. So, James, it's definitely a plan. There's definitely something that they can do in the coming years, for sure. According to the drivers, can Ferrari finish in the top three of the driver standings? Oh, yes, I think so. Yeah. Finish out for the HP guys. Paid millions to get their name on the wing just to display it upside down. I'm sure they won't be too upset because they've got a big HP logo on the side of the car. I think you forgot about that one. Big HP logo on the side of the car, and they've got loads of little HP logos elsewhere. So I'm sure they'll be fine. Broke, and I fell from the second to the first floor and broke your leg. Oh dear. Hope you're well. Have I watched A Night of the Seven Kingdoms yet? No, I haven't. It's on my to-do list. You know what? I love Game of Thrones. I loved it. I've read all the books. I was massively into the whole theories and what could be possibly going on and stuff. I loved it. I love going and trawling through Reddit and the forums and just seeing what people were theorizing. And for it to end the way that it did, it really left a sour taste in my mouth. I don't even want to touch Game of Thrones again. Like I would watch that. before each season came out, I would watch, because I had them all on DVD, and I would replay them and watch them all in the lead up to the new season coming out. And I loved it. And they ended it in such a pitiful way that I can't. When House of Dragons came out, I know that's massively dropped off as well, but when House of Dragons came out, I was a bit like, eh. And then when it came to Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I was also like, eh. I'm not too fussed. Not too fussed. No, I won't give spoilers. But yeah, just say I was disappointed. And anyone who's watched anyone who's watched it and followed it will understand. So it's the biggest fumble. It's the biggest fumble in television history. Because it could have been the best TV show in history, and it now is remembered for because it had such good acting, such good storyline. But really, once they got beyond the book material and there was no more book material available, it just showed that the drop-off started to occur, didn't it, in the quality. So, only just now. I'll go get her. They haven't used 8th gear yet. They have been. Max has been using 8th gear. Some of them haven't been using 8th gear. Some of them have been. So, biggest fumble. Biggest TV fumble. Not as bad as Aston this year. Well, who knows? Aston Martin may sort out all their gremlins in 2 weeks' time and end up being super quick in Melbourne. Where's Ocon's icon? Good question. Ocon's not showing. I don't know. There have been some transponder issues here at Bahrain. So, but anyway, I just gotta get a little one out of bed. everyone. Yeah. Oh. Is Isaac doing all day in the Red Bull? No, I don't think so. I think Verstappen will be back in there in a bit. I saw the Max overtake on Bottas, better overtaken, they said, but the cars ran out of battery before Verstappen goes for the move. Yeah, we're going to see some good overtakes and we're going to see some not good overtakes. It depends. Yeah, it all depends. A lot of it is dependent on the battery, unfortunately, isn't it? So if a slower team, we saw it with Isaac Hadjar yesterday, or the day before, where he tried to overtake Perez, or was it? No, sorry, maybe you are thinking of the Max overtake on Bottas. I think it was actually Hadjar, where yes, if you're in a technically faster car, even if you run out of battery and you have the slower car, dramatically a slower car has more battery available, then you will end up like slowing down until that car losing traction on that car. That car with the more battery will pull away. So it is all about the battery because it's 50% of the power input. So if you run out of battery, you're losing 50% of your power, and that's why obviously slower cars will be able to pull away. So we'll see. Yet to see how it's going to play out in a race. So Ocon sneaked a fast lap while I was away. He's on a testing tyre, a 134.4. So that rocket launcher in red looks quick. Honestly, Charles had such a big moment earlier through turn 11. He caught it very, very well. What are my thoughts on the performance of the teams? It's difficult to say still. I mean, many have put Mercedes still at the top. I think they're definitely... I can understand why they are the favourites. But I think... I don't know. I feel like something sneaky is going on with Ferrari. This rear wing that we only saw for 5 laps yesterday. The powertrain has been very, very reliable. The start procedures... I mean, yeah. Going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Will Hamilton be out today? No, he did all day yesterday, so it's Charles Leclerc all day today. Lewis's testing has come to an end. Everyone had a moment except Max. Yes, everyone has had a moment except Max, and that's why I think Max is in a very good position, and Red Bull heading into this current season, because that Red Bull powertrain has exceeded expectations, I think, from everyone. With Ford, of course, because the rumours that I heard leading up into this season were that things were not going too well behind the scenes with Ford, and that was partly one of the reasons. There's many reasons, of course, with Max having discussions with Mercedes, but that was one of the reasons, is that there wasn't a lot of faith and hope in the partnership between Ford and Red Bull powertrains heading into this season. And of course, all the talk was about Mercedes and them being the strongest to start this season, and that their engine was going to be brilliant. And of course, it's still supposedly is. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's still the issue with, and everyone's glossing over this, and Toto Wolff got a bit touchy, didn't he, in interviews yesterday. They still haven't had their fuel approved. They still haven't had their fuel homologated, which means like gone through obviously the process of approval and tested. So, I mean, at the moment they're not running. I'm not sure if they're running on that same fuel. I don't know if you can do that in testing or if they're using a different fuel at the moment. But if they don't get that approved, then that's massively going to affect the way that the engine performs, and that's going to affect 4 different teams' engine performances. So, yeah, and he got very much got his back up there with the comments, of course, around the engines and the fuel. So, yeah, something to keep an eye out on. Like, there's lots happening off track at the moment, lots happening that will obviously affect the performance out on track. Still new and only a part-time washer. Teams do their own fuels. They do indeed. Yeah, they have their own fuel supplier. So with Mercedes engines, it's Petronas. With Ferrari, it's Shell. For Aston Martin, it's Aramco. For Audi, I'm not so sure what fuel they're using, who their fuel supplier is, and for Red Bull powertrains, I also don't know. Let's have a check, shall we? Audi F1. Audi F1 fuel. So, oh, sorry, they have Castrol. Castrol is teaming up with Audi. So Shell is with Ferrari. Castrol is with Audi. Aramco is with Aston Martin, and ExxonMobil or Mobil is the Red Bull and Racing Bull supplier of fuel. So yeah, Esso is under the ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil is, or the Mobil company has all, like, they're the parent company. They have so many subsidiaries. Multi-billion-dollar company, that is. Put something on TV for you. Put a bit of Dougie on for you. There you go. Just sorting out little one. She's at home today. So yeah, the fuel is going to be an interesting one. It's still unclear whether the teams will have fuel in time for the final pre-season tests. That was what this is what this article was saying prior to the pre-season tests getting underway. And everything has to go through checks. Mercedes in race to get their fuel approved. So it is rumoured that Petronas, whose sustainable fuel is used for Mercedes teams, are in a race against time to obtain certification and homologation. If Petronas does not obtain approval in time for the Australian Grand Prix, the teams may have to use a temporary fuel for the first race, which has not been developed in harmony with their engine production. This means it will affect the performance of their car. Interesting. And Mattia Bonotto said that the fuel, getting the right fuel, because it's sustainable fuels this year, will have a significant impact on performance this season and could be worth nearly up to half a second per lap if you don't get it done correctly. Like that's wild, isn't it? That's how important the fuel is. I mean, it's the same if you put it's the same as if you need to put the right fuel in your car. If you put diesel fuel in, the engine's not going to work properly, is it? So, yeah, like if you put diesel in a petrol, why is the Aston Martin in the garage? That is the question at the moment. That is a question that we're all still trying to figure out, and we don't know why yet. I'll see if I can find some information out. Twitter is a beautiful place to find that out. Let's see if we can see anything on Twitter. X, for you youngsters, because that's all you've ever known it as. Right. What? No way. Gosh. Sorry, this is a bit off topic here, guys, but this is a way to misdirect. I hope this is actually true, though. Based on the tremendous interest, this has come out of the White House. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant departments and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and unidentified flying objects. It's real! 2026 is the year of disclosure. We're not alone, guys. We're not alone. The question is, are there any aliens on the F1 grid? That is the question. Is Max Verstappen an alien? Is Lewis Hamilton an alien? Is or a non-human intelligence? Non-human intelligence. The thing is, that only says alien and extraterrestrial life. Surely he needs to say non-human intelligence. Distraction, probably. Maybe it was the plan all along. Get release those files so that disclosure could happen. They knew it was the only way to back him into a corner. But we'll see. We'll see. With how they've handled, to be fair, with how they have handled that current situation, I don't like to talk about real world stuff too much outside of F1, but with how they've handled that situation, yeah, I am very doubtful. I am very doubtful of any of that coming out. But yeah, sorry, just something that popped up on my feed, and I am interested in the whole sidebar. I am interested in the whole like extraterrestrial alien space stuff. Always been fascinated about that stuff since I was a kid. So, right, back to Aston Martin. Shall we see what has happened with Aston Martin? I can't see anything. There is no information at the moment. There's been no information yet on Aston Martin. Is interesting. I mean, are we surprised? Are we surprised they're not out on the grid at the moment? That's the question, isn't it? Let's see. I mean, surely there's something from surely there is something from a... Oh, here we go. Adam Cooper. Adam Cooper has said, so Honda, this is 2 minutes ago, Honda said about yesterday with Fernando Alonso that their last run showed a battery-related issue that impacted their test plan. Since then, we've been carrying out simulations on the test bench in the HRC at Sakura. Due to this and a shortage of power unit parts, we have adapted today's run plan to be very limited and consist of only short stints. There you go. Confirmation that there are only going to be short stints. Maybe I'm an alien. Maybe. I mean, I do have blue blood. I'm joking. I don't. The Ferrari engine is something else. It's doing very well. It is doing very well. I mean, there's been very little gremlins, isn't there? Really. So. But Aston, there you go. Aston having confirmation there. Let me just bring the tweet down for you. This is from Adam Cooper. He's a very reliable source of information. He's been on the F1 grid reporting things since nearly before many of you were born. Let's put it that way. He hasn't missed a Grand Prix since 1994. He's attended over 600 Grand Prix. So here, confirmation that due to yesterday's impact, we have adapted today's run plan to be very limited and consist of only short stints. That is basically the news today from Aston Martin. So that's why they're not out there at the moment. They'll only be doing short stints. Not good. Not good. What do I think about the Mercedes controversy? I think personally, if they've got something that operates at 18 to 1, we were chatting about this on the Missed Apex podcast last night. But if they have got an 18 to 1 ratio and they've been able to create one, but everyone's pinning their hat on the back that the testing in the regulations was defined, but it wasn't. When in a previous version of the regulations, they didn't specify the testing. The ambient temperature testing was only specified at a later date. So some believe it was off the back of Mercedes seeking clarification, because that's all we have at the moment is Mercedes saying that they seek clarification with FIA. But where is that clarification? Where is the proof of that clarification? We don't know. No one's seen evidence of it at the moment. It's just hearsay. And they've been able to create an engine that really bypasses the regulations, and I don't think it's in a grey area. I think if something specifically states it's not supposed to exceed 16 exceed a measurement, and it doesn't specify at what temperature, like if as an example it said initially, and what people are pinning their hat on is that Mercedes said it doesn't, we seek clarification, but the testing would be done at this, and basically that means that, we can, because it's not tested at above ambient temperature, we can have an engine that exceeds 16 to 1, even though the regulations state that the engines are not to exceed 16 to 1. And this is what it kind of comes back to, is that has never changed. The regulation has never once said that they're allowed to exceed 16 to 1. It has always said it cannot. So that means that really they have, so in essence, I think they're kind of cheating if that is the case. You can see it as a grey area, but I don't know, I feel like you're intentionally bypassing the rules there because because you're able to get away with it. It's the same. It is on the similar wavelength of what Ferrari did by bypassing the sensor, because they stored the fuel beyond this. The fuel would run the fuel flow would run past the sensor, and then they found out, well, actually we can just store the fuel later on past the sensor, so that then the amount of fuel actually chucked into the engine exceeds what is allowed in the regulations. It gives us extra horsepower, and that's a similar intent here, really. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, supposedly the power unit manufacturers have come together and they've agreed that there's going to be a hot test carried out now at 130 degrees Celsius, but that's not going to be implemented until August. So they're going to be able to get 13 races with this current engine. But at the moment, it may not even be benefiting them, because if they can't get a fuel sorted and they're going to run with a subpar fuel, then that compression ratio means absolutely diddly squat, really. They're going to be down on performance anyway because of the fuel. Is Red Bull having problems? Don't think so. No. I mean, Hadjar's been out there and done 13 laps. I mean, that seems reasonable. Yeah. I don't think there's problems. The team that kind of does have, it seems, problems at the moment is Perez. He's out there. He hasn't been out there only for one lap. And then, of course, we've just confirmed Aston Martin are doing very limited running today. How is it fair? How is it fair to the other four engine manufacturers after 5 years and $600 million of R&D that the FIA make an amendment to the rules in October 2025? Well, they haven't made an amendment to it. They've just they've added a clarification on how it will be tested, which is supposedly off of the back of Mercedes or some talk somewhere on it all. And apparently the ambient testing has always been done, always been undertaken. That's how they've always managed tested power units for those specific requirements. So I don't think that's fair, adding a further clarification, because that's not necessarily altering the still regulation, which is do not exceed 16:1. But yeah, I don't think you can pin your hat on that. And that's what people are saying, but that people don't realise that was added in October when, yes, when they started to build these regulations. So when these regulations were released and they started to build these engines, the initial clause said, and rule said, do not exceed 16:1. So Mercedes drive this change, which is unfair. Otherwise, they wouldn't have complied, as the ratio was categorically set to 16:1 with no caveats. And that's my point, Sherwin, as well, is that, look, I have a bit of experience with this to an extent in interpreting like regulations or interpreting contracts and stuff, because like scope of works and things, because I always have these sort of disputes of interpretations and writing like scope of works. And you try obviously not to be ambiguous. You try and cover every angle that you possibly can to ensure that if some things that you've had issues with in the past, there's no room for dispute and argument. And I think this is one of those, is that I don't feel the FIA had to be specific in adding this needs to be 16:1 at all temperatures. They could have done in hindsight, but I don't think it was necessary, because the 16:1, if you say it is not, the engine is not supposed to exceed a compression ratio of 16:1, that is all encompassing. Because they haven't specified a particular temperature or a particular environment, that just means the engine flat out, all encompassing, like everything, 16:1 is not supposed to exceed. I mean, that's black and white. So like I don't think they'd have an argument there. And then this so-called clarification that they've sought from the FIA, well, where is that proof? Was it a chat over a cup of coffee? Was it via email? Is there a email chain? Is it in writing? Like, how was that communicated to them? But even then, even if they say, oh, well, the testing is conducted at 16 at ambient temperature, that's not a aha moment to go, oh, well, that means we can operate. But basically, they've gone, oh, well, that means that we can operate at 18:1 and we won't be caught. We know we're not supposed to exceed 16:1, but because they only do the testing at 16:1, like or ambient temperature, we're able to get higher than that, because we're able to bypass it. Effectively cheats. So it's the same as writing the answers down. Let's say you knew the answers of the exam before you went in. It's the same as going into the toilet and having all the answers written down on your arm. answers written down on your arm. Because the teacher doesn't necessarily follow you into the cubicle, at least I hope they don't, follow you into the cubicle, you read the answers on your wrist. Like, you're bypassing the test, aren't you? That's still considered cheating. Should have been out a significant rule change. Well, it's not particularly a rule change. It's a clarification to the rule. So it's not a rule because the rule itself hasn't changed. And that is what the argument is of. That is the argument of, I think, the other power unit manufacturers as well. Is that you haven't changed the rule there, and plus your engine has always been developed. Your engine's been developed a lot prior to that. Like the compression ratio is built into that way prior to October 2025 when they supposedly added, well, not supposedly, but when they did add that clarification. So, do McLaren just buy a Mercedes engine for like 10 mil and call it a day? They do have Mercedes engines in the back of their cars. Yeah, they don't have to pay they're already paying that money or more. I don't know what they're paying to Mercedes actually, but pretty penny, of course. What's happened with Hadjar? Hadjar is okay, I think. I actually don't have the TV coverage up. My TV coverage, my live TV coverage has been overtaken by Dougie, which is a BBC Kids program. Not that she's paying too much attention to it. Let me just get up. He's standing. So grown up when she stands. Two sets, guys. Why is Ocon on the intermediate tyres? That's a very valid question. He has had issues with his transponder, so I'm not entirely convinced he is on intermediate tyres. To be honest with you. I'm literally watching him go through the screen right now. So is he on intermediate tyres? He is on intermediate tyres. I think he is. I swear I saw green on the side of his tyres. Maybe they've run out of tyres. Oh, Honda have actually issued a official statement, by the way. What we just read from Adam Cooper, that's their official statement. So, from Honda. Yeah, Ocon's on intermediate tyres. I don't know. I don't know why he's on it. I need to find my headphones. I don't know where I put my headphones. Crazy. Yeah, maybe they've just run out of tyres, or maybe I don't know, maybe they've been told to put them on or something. Oh my goodness. Okay, so talking about engines again, we'll get onto it in a minute with like the whole compression ratio stuff. I've just read something that's just, yeah, ridiculous. So this is just from the race. Just wanted to go away. I don't want to watch your podcast. Go away. So apparently the tests that they're proposing, the engine manufacturers, might now actually be voted down. So we just quickly read this. So obviously all the whole talk of the 16:1 ratio. So the reason some manufacturers were pushing for a hot-only test in order to configure their power units to exceed the 16:1 limit when cold and then have them drop down to the regulation limit when up to operating temperature. The cold and hot test would thwart that plan, essentially because the compliant at all times part of the regulations originally used against Mercedes would in this case be used against those complaining. So we now have a somewhat bizarre situation of rival manufacturers voting against their own initiative. Oh my goodness. So they may even... This thing's ongoing. It's an absolute joke. At least 4 of the 5 manufacturers, plus Formula 1 management and the FIA, need to vote in favour of the proposal. Otherwise, it will not progress and the regulation will remain exactly as it is. This is wild. It's just crazy. Ocon is out on the intermediates, by the way, guys. Hey, Bogani, good to see you. Do I think F1 will return to Kyalami in South Africa? I think they're pushing for it. I think there's a bit of a bidding struggle going on at the moment in South Africa. Not just South Africa, Africa in general. I think they do want to take a race to Africa because it's other than Antarctica or the Arctic. I think Antarctica's a continent, isn't it? Other than going to Antarctica, they want to have a race on every single continent in the world. It's the only one that we're going to, haven't gone to yet. Oh, stop spamming the chat. Stop it. Lewis is not in the car today, so stop it. He's done. Testing done. He was in the car all day yesterday. It's Charles all day today. Charles is on a brand new set of mediums, by the way, so we'll keep an eye out on that and just see if he's going to go for a push lap, because normally this is when they do. But going back to Kyalami in South Africa, so I know that they want to take a race to Africa. They want a race on every single continent in the world. It's the only continent that they're yet to have a race at. So the problem is that I've seen that Cape Town, is it Tilke Designs, who design the majority of the race circuits across the world, famous race circuit designer. They have put forward a proposal for a Cape Town circuit, another street circuit, bearing in mind. So like part street circuit, part normal circuit, purpose built. I really hope that's not the case, because I would much prefer Kyalami as well. Kyalami has also been long-term bidding for the service, bringing F1 back. I think the reason it fell through last time is that the promoters couldn't secure the funding to bring it to F1, because obviously the FIA want to pay for, they want, not FIA, F1 want to be paid for them coming to a circuit. And then I think Rwanda has even been spoken about as a racetrack, them building a racetrack as well. So there's a number of countries in Africa. Of course, it's a massive continent that have been spoken about. But I think, yeah, Kyalami, purpose-built racetrack, just go there. Have a race in Africa, take Monaco off the list. The Lewis agenda shall prevail. Hey, look, I'm a Lewis supporter here. I'm a Lewis supporter, but just don't spam the chat. Simple as. Hey, Eddie. Morning, mate. Good to see you. Ocon is channeling his inner Jensen Button. I don't think the round of the race will happen due to the Congo fiasco. I mean, I don't know. I mean, F1 likes to remove itself from politics, real world politics. Sometimes it's unavoidable to do that. An image of Esteban Ocon having a bit of fun in his arse in those intermediates, spinning them up. He setting down a number of 11s there. But yeah, look. Obviously, there's political instability, I guess, across a lot of countries in Africa. But I don't know. I think Kyalami is probably they've been there before they've been there before. It was going to be added back to the calendar, but as I said, the funding fell through. It gained the necessary status it required. Was it status A? I think it's just like status A, status B, or whatever. So they made the necessary changes to get up to the requirements needed for an F1 race. And yeah, don't know why. Well, I know why it fell through, but I don't know why it hasn't progressed any further since then. Maybe they're still having those discussions. Maybe they're still having discussions of securing the funding, or because there is a genuine bidding war going on, and it's, F1, they'll probably go to the highest bidder. Hey, Aaron. Good to see you, mate. You always pop up every now and then. I know you're always lurking. Good to see you, mate. They'll want Lewis around if Africa gets confirmed. Yeah, definitely. I think so. It'd be a misstep for them to add it in, wouldn't it? And then not have, of course, Lewis Hamilton not on the grid. You still want him on the grid, so. If everyone send bank details to if F1 send the bank details to a prince, they could have a race in Nigeria. I'm sure there's a particular email sitting in the in Formula One management's junk box. It's Ocon Demption, baby. Ocon Demption. No Hamilton today. No, he was in the car. So Ferrari was supposed to be splitting their sessions every day between Hamilton and Leclerc, but because he missed the morning session yesterday, Hamilton, they gave him the afternoon session. So Charles will be in the car all day today. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, Aston Martin have confirmed they're doing limited running today. Limited running due to a battery-related issue that impacted their test plan yesterday. I think that's the same potential issue that happened with Lance Stroll as well, which caused him to go into a spin. So limited running for today. You mean limited running for the last 2 weeks? 3 weeks, because they only got out. They only got out in the last day, really, didn't they? In Barcelona as well. Grade 1 upgrade. There we go. I quote from Google: as of early 2026, Kyalami has secured FIA Grade 1. That's what I meant, not status A. Grade 1 upgrade approval to host Formula 1, with upgrades currently underway. Nice. Yeah, but that's Grade 1 upgrade approval. I thought they'd already gained that, but fair enough if it's still ongoing. It hasn't been confirmed, is it yet, that it's even going to Kyalami? That's just for them to be able to be in, I guess, in the tender bid, basically. So, some poor Ferrari engineer seeing the botch job he did on the wing be praised as new innovation. I'm suspecting, after chatting to the lot on a missed Apex last night, I am more on the side of that Ferrari saw that what they did, saw the data on the rear wing. They saw what it was doing and they went, yep, that's enough of that. Let's get that off the car, and we're not bringing that back out until Melbourne. I think it's a double diffuser type innovation, something that they don't want other teams to copy. At the moment, other teams up and down the grid, supposedly the word is that they're not too keen on it, or they're not too fussed by it. But I think when they maybe realise the advantage that it gives Ferrari, they'll be thinking about it themselves and whether they want to implement it on their own car. But yeah, I think that's the reason why it was removed from the car yesterday. Charles has the normal rear wing on today as well, so it's not back out there. I don't think it's the last we're going to see of it, that's for sure. Think it will be at Monza, mate. Makes more sense to combat back trim. I don't think we'll see it before Monza. We'll see it at Melbourne. It's just a genuine overall performance that it provides. The car. Leo, why did Honda even return so early? Wouldn't it have been more logical for Aston Martin to keep Merc's PUs for a year? Why they properly prepare their power unit? So it's a fair question. Hindsight, of course, is a beautiful thing, but I think they signed up to Honda a couple of years ago. So this was known. It was in the works for quite some time, but they were going to be moving to Honda. But I think what has happened at Honda is that the personnel who were influential in creating the power units for Red Bull they've moved on. They've either gone to Red Bull and they're now in the Red Bull powertrain program, or they have just moved on from Honda, or they're in other areas of Honda. So it's not the same Honda that was successful with the Red Bull powertrain. So that's why they're kind of coming into these. That's one of the reasons. I think also maybe the requirements and requests of Adrian Newey as well, and what he wants that from that Honda engine, how it's to be packaged in the Aston Martin, and things around it have not helped it as well. So I think Newey is to blame as well for some of it. When will we know, Sherwin, when will we know who is Hamilton's new race engineer? As I believe that is a crucial piece of the puzzle. So there's no confirmation yet, but it is highly rumoured that it is an individual joining from McLaren. But he's on gardening leave and not joining until the middle of the year, I think July. So Lewis is going to be using, and I think it's been confirmed that he's going to be using a temporary race engineer. Bad decision, if you ask me. But supposedly that is what is going to happen. I love the fact more primary car teams are in F1 like now like Cadillac and Audi instead of Kick Sauber. Yeah, so less so customer teams, more so works teams. Yeah, and Cadillac will become a full works team. They will be providing their own engine in 2029. So they'll be using Ferrari just for the meantime, for the next couple of years, and then they'll be a fully works team. They should let Ferrari have this win, put Charles out of his suffering for once. Did Lawrence Stroll not have Ron Dennis's phone number? So yeah, I mean, look, Honda's going to take time to get up to speed. Oh, by the way, Antonelli's the fastest last sector. 22.957, that's the fastest sector with 2. Ooh. Buddy. Still waking up. But yeah, no Aston Martin. No more Sergio Perez either. Let's see if we can find something out about Sergio Perez. What's going on with Cadillac? If I can spell Cadillac correctly, that is, though. Oh, Cadillac is 1D. Okay, fair enough. Didn't realise. Anything else about Cadillac at the moment? Doesn't seem to be anything. Let's have a look. Reliability issues continue. Apparently, doesn't confirm what it is, but even after just one installation lap, there's yeah, that's the reason why, but no confirmation as to what is the issue at the moment. The car is currently on the jack, so yeah, don't know yet. Let me have a look. Adam Cooper. See if he's reporting anything. Yeah. Do I have another mouse somewhere? I do. Let me go check. In my work bag. I need to get my headphones and stuff anyway. So Yeah, Cadillac's got some reliability issues. Not entirely sure what it is. It's up on the jacks at the moment. But I'm just going to go grab my headphones, guys. Not these ones, my wireless headphones for my phone. And then going to make another hot drink as well. So back in a sec. Is Max having car trouble? No, he's not in the car today. He's not in the car this morning. In the car in the afternoon. Had Jar this morning. And then, yeah, him in the afternoon. Audi look off the pace. Yeah, Audi, they're just doing long runs. They haven't done any laps on the mediums yet, I don't think. No, only hards, so. What's happened to Caddy? They got mechanical issues. We don't know what, but they're in the garage and have been since this morning. They've been plagued by them for quite a bit, to be fair, this week. Caddy, it hasn't been the best test for them. But Arvid Lindblad, the only rookie on the grid this year. He's been getting a whole host of laps in. The I don't know who the team principal is at Racing Bulls now, but I do see him pop up every now and then, and he's waxing absolute lyrical about Arvid Lindblad and his feedback and how he's older than his years and so forth. So Arvid Lindblad is someone who's been very highly regarded by Red Bull for some time. Come up for the junior ranks. He's the youngest ever F3 race winner. He's the youngest ever F2 race winner, and he's now stepped up into the Racing Bulls. So he was spoken about a few years ago. I remember before he even got into F3. I remember hearing. I can't remember who I heard it from. And they said this guy is rated as highly as Max Verstappen was at his age. Ocon. I'm on the Inters, yeah. I don't know what that was for, to be honest with you. Maybe they were just trying to test something out and they didn't want to use a set of normal tyres. Opinions on Cadillac right now. Low. I said I have low expectations for them. I really do. I think anyone who is expecting them to just hit the ground running and be fighting in the middle of the midfield is not kidding themselves entirely, but I think wishful thinking, to say the least. It's a tall order for them to start from complete scratch. And look, they're gonna undoubtedly come across a lot of issues, and I just hope that they're not going to be so far off the pace. I hope that they'll be able to develop properly as the season progresses, and that they'll be able to have some meaningful fights this year. You want to see Perez and Bottas do that, and yeah, I mean, they're going to have a good power unit in their car, which is the Ferrari power unit, so that's a good step forward for them. It's just making sure, obviously, everything else on the car aligns now. So yeah, I'm not going to be critical on them this year. I'm rooting for them. I want them to do well. And I have low expectations. I think anything, if they don't finish bottom, then that's a good season for them. Because that means ultimately they're going to have to score points. So yeah, it's a long season. There'll be plenty of opportunities for them to do that. I don't think that Lindblad went F3 and F2, but I don't think that Lindblad won. Oh, do you mean won F3 and F2 back to back? Lando didn't win F3 or F2 back to back. Yeah, no, he didn't win F3 or F2, like as in the series. No, but he did win races. So, either are the Ferraris running their Richard Hammond rear wing today? Turns upside down. Just a side note here. I always remember the joke. That I think it was James May, or I think it was James May, or obviously Jeremy Clarkson, but on the Grand Tour where they went, yeah, we should give you a we should sponsor the underside of your car, like Pepsi or something should be the sponsor of the underside of your car. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, well, because every time you flip over, we'll be able to see the sponsor because it's a lot. I just remember cracking up at that, and he was like, oh, for God's sake, I walked into that one, didn't I? Love those guys, man. Love them. Love watching Top Gear on a Sunday. Great. But But going back to it, no, they aren't running the Richard Hammond wing today. No, we've spoken about it a couple of times this morning. I think that they have their double diffuser moment, the Brawn double diffuser, if you remember. I think it is an innovation. It's something that there's a reason why it was only on the car for 5 laps yesterday. It either worked tremendously well, and they're like, get this thing off our car. Let's not show it to anyone else. Or it did really poorly, and they went, let's just get this off our car. Like, it was a good idea, but it didn't work. Back to the drawing table. But I don't think that's the case. The Ferrari mechanics and everyone seem to be a bit too chippy and chirpy. So I think we'll see it back out in Melbourne. Fast. Leclerc handles FF26 really good. Biggest challenge is the rear, and Charles was always able to handle unstable cars, unstable rears. Other drivers need different setups, and that takes a lot of time. Yeah, no, I agree. I think from the footage that I have seen, the car does look, and this is no slight on Lewis Hamilton, but in the configurations that we've seen on the Ferrari, it does look a lot more balanced this week, for sure. But I do think that Charles is sliding less in the car than Lewis. He does seem to be a bit more in control of the Ferrari at the moment than Lewis. But there's not to say that won't change. But yeah, Charles has definitely got up to speed with this car very quickly. And if you, as I said, not only do the engineers seem very chirpy and very happy, but I think Pierre Gasly said he saw Charles in the gym yesterday, not yesterday, or like the other day, and he was really happy, really smiley. Like, people have said that they've seen Charles and he's struggling to keep the smile off of his face. So, yeah. I think Ferrari in a good place. And then you saw the starts yesterday as well. We know how important track position is, so yeah. Like, even if they start on like the second row or third row, like the launch that they had was mega, wasn't it? So still not used to seeing 22 cars agree. I know. I had to alter my, I mean, hopefully everything is still visible for you guys. I can't really zoom in much more than I currently am. But yeah, of course, with it being 22 extra slots on the grid, or spots on the grid, there is a zoom out somewhat to fit those cars on this screen. So, Lewis is not in the car today, Rish. He finished yesterday. He was supposed to do only half a session yesterday, but because he missed the morning session, they ended up doing all day. So, I am into football union. Yep. If so, Barca or Madrid. Ooh, neither. I'm a West Ham fan. I know, I've always been closer to Madrid growing. I don't have any really affiliation to both of the teams now. I barely know who's in each team at the moment. I know Bellingham's. Yes. I know Bellingham, of course, being British. I know that Bellingham's in the Madrid. I know you've got Vinicius Jr. and Mbappe. I know obviously Lamau is in, and Frankie de Jong are in Barcelona. I know Rashford actually is in Barcelona now, isn't he? But yeah, no, growing up, it was the Galacticos, Ronaldo, R9, Zidane, Roberto Carlos, Luis Figo, Beckham. Oh, what a team. What a team. Iker Casillas. That's the affiliation that I had if there was like a... Because I did have a Real Madrid top when I grew up. I was when I was like 10 years old. Because of the Galacticos. I think I had a Beckham top as well. But yeah, no, I'm a West Ham fan. Premier League. Not been a great season for us. We're currently in the drop zone, the relegation zone. But I'm hoping we can get ourselves out of it. Someone in the background has... Yeah. In before, it's Ferrari's ploy to return the life in Charles's eyes, only to crush it again during the season. That's the thing, isn't it? Strategy calls and so forth. Liverpool fan, Eddie. Hey. Prefer Barca over Madrid, though. Grew up loving Messi and Suarez as a toddler. My dad is goated. I watched football and F1 with him. Oh, wicked. You grew up loving Messi and Suarez, yeah, so... Yeah, definitely younger than me. Yeah, Suarez, Liverpool. Then he went over to Barcelona. Limbad is the great brown hope for you Indians. Yeah, I hope he does better than Karun and Narayan. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's actually he is British, but it's only because he was born in Britain, I think. His mum is, I forget. He's half Swedish and his parents, I forget which side it is, either his mum and dad, of course. Swedish and Indian. But he's like, because he was born in the UK, he's British as well. So he's British, Swedish, Indian. But I guess genetically, he's Swedish and Indian. But yeah, I think football. Sorry, we are talking about F1, of course, but bit of a hot topic here, maybe. I actually think football is now, for those of you that can remember, of course, we've got recency bias is a thing, but I think football is actually not that good right now. Like the quality of football. I don't know about you guys, but I think the quality of football now is not that good compared to what we had 10, 15 years ago. I think 2010s, like late 2000s to like mid 2015s or whatever, 2018s, or shall we say just before COVID? Maybe just before COVID. Like I feel like the last 5 years, football was really like the quality of it has really dipped off. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's too many stats involved. It's all about possession. No one wants to take a shot from 30 yards anymore, 20 yards. They're all scared about giving the ball away. It's just like, come on. Like, how often do we get a goal from outside the box? Sorry, the game, the style of football. Not footballers, not the person, not the people, just the style of football. I think there's definitely some very good footballers out there, of course. But I think the style of football is not as good as it was. And this isn't me having rose-tinted glasses on. I just think, as I've seen it, over the last like 10, 15 years, I think it's just, I don't know, not been that good. Who are my favourites for the 2026 World Championship? Favourites? It's so tricky to tell the performance. As I said, I have put my hat on Lando Norris to win the championship. However, I was thinking this last night. I don't know whether to change that to Max, because I was sitting there last night thinking, that Red Bull's really impressive. And Max has been really impressive in it as well. Like, he has not made like any mistakes this week. They seem to be going really well, and it would be typical. But the year he says, he doesn't enjoy driving these cars, but he wins a championship in itself. And the fact that they've made a good powertrain as well, Red Bull, which I think was basically everyone's concern. But then it makes me think that he is definitely going to be involved, I think he'll definitely be part of the championship battle. It's whether or not I think he's going to be the winner. I am toying at the moment. And then I'm also thinking, well, now I've seen those race starts. Now I think I know what I know about the rear wing of the car. The flip-flat rear wing. I think Ferrari I think I am on board the hype train, guys. I think I am on board the hype train, and I think the Ferrari boys in both Leclerc and Hamilton are gonna be up there. I don't think it's as simple as just going, yeah, George is gonna win. Like, I don't. Like, I think we'll be fighting for it, but I hope, so am hoping that, and it would be typical, wouldn't it, that even though they're all moaning about the regulations, they're all moaning about how they drive and what they have to do, I feel like it's shaping up for it to be like multiple drivers in shout for a championship this year. Do you not think? I feel like I'm getting that vibe. I'm getting that vibe that this year we're going to have like one of the tightest championship battles we've seen. We're going to see it chop and change. We're going to see multiple drivers win races this year, and the regs are going to maybe change and throughout this year as well. I just feel like I didn't expect. The reason why is that I didn't expect all top 4 teams to look as strong as they are. I thought, one of them's really going to be like stealing the way. I mean, maybe that still will be the case when we head to Melbourne or the first 5 races, and we're like, okay, what was we? It's not typical. Yeah, Mercedes are actually that quick or something. I really hope that's not the case, but I don't know. I am as well, Mike. I am as well. Different cars with different strengths and a level of difficulty to drive. Many mistakes will be made. 100%, yeah. So I just think there's lots of variables at the moment, and will continue to be variables throughout this year, and that's always good for F1. The more variables there are, generally, the more unpredictable it is, and the more race winners we get. So Hamilton finished yesterday, Minty. It's Leclerc in the car all day today. They changed their run plan because Lewis had an affected morning session yesterday, so he did the afternoon session yesterday. So Lewis is done for the week. Knowing the compression trick, Ferrari is going to use every card loophole on the aero part to count the engine. Exactly, and that's why that rear wing may be a golden goose. Max is like Tiger Woods when he was young. Win or not, he's always going to be in the mix. Yeah. You don't understand why Red Bull decided to choose Hadjar as Max's teammate? I do. Because he had a very good season last year. He looked very promising. They wanted to promote Arvid Lindblad. They also wanted to keep Liam Lawson because I think just of how they affected him last year, I think maybe a genuine duty of care. He did show improvement last year, Liam Lawson. And Yuki clearly didn't show. I mean, obviously, we know how poisoned that second car was last year and has been. But I think, obviously, the big sticking point for Yuki leaving was the fact, he's still there as a reserve driver, was the fact that the Honda money dried up. Honda no longer in partnership with Red Bull. They were chucking 10 million for him to be in the Racing Bulls, and then they gave an extra 10 million, so 20 million overall for him to be in the Red Bull. And that's why they moved him on. Or they've kept him in the background, and that's why they promoted Hadjar. And also, I've said before that this is the best time to be going into a Red Bull seat. I think it's the best. Hadjar could not have picked a better time to go into the Red Bull seat. Not only is it the start of a new regulation set, but it's also a brand new look Red Bull. No Christian Horner, no Helmut Marko. Like Laurent Mekies clearly has a difference in approach into how to run that team. Oliver Mintzlaff as well, who's at the head of Red Bull, working with the Mateschitz family. He clearly has a difference in approach as well. So, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better environment at Red Bull to head into right now. Why is no one talking about George Russell? Everyone's been talking because people have been talking about George Russell for too long. George is definitely a favourite. Of course he is. And I think that's pretty much a given. Definitely a driver that people should be keeping an eye on this year. And I think we said yesterday, George last year when the car was underneath him and was in a position to win races, he converted it. And he scored multiple podiums last year, and like he made a massive step up. And it was one of those that, like, if you give him the car, it was one of those seasons. We knew it anyway beforehand, but it was like that was a solidifying season last year. It was like if he has the car to win a championship, he'll definitely be like fighting for it. Sergio Perez is back out there. Good to see Cadillac. Hopefully. He's done more than one installation lap or one out lap, so hopefully he continues on. How many drivers will Lindblad take out this year? Oh, God, yeah. I mean, if he makes the mistakes that he did in F2, yeah. Did I see Honda confirm the battery issue? I do, yeah. Yeah, limiting. We saw that statement earlier. Showed it on screen. It's not going well, was it, for them? Hey, David, Ferrari's rear wing causes drag. Lewis is braking late again, and the wing might be causing a little too much drag out the corner with his style. We will see. It's There have been some breakdowns in it. Trumpets explained it to me yesterday on the Missed Apex podcast, but basically it's just... The slot gap is massive, by the way. It's so dramatically larger than what is on the current one. So they're going to be able to gain top speed. Supposedly, I think the crux of it is, what I understand is that it gives them more rear stability from the transition of active aero being switched off under braking. And then it also gives them more downforce, of course, because of the load on the rear wing when they're under acceleration. Then, secondly, it helps give them that extra top speed that they would otherwise be losing. So they're offsetting. Of course, there's been a lot of talk about the small turbo that they've got, which helps them with the race starts at the moment that Lewis absolutely nailed yesterday, and I'm intrigued to see how Charles does today as well. And the negative about having a smaller turbo is that, of course, you're not going to have as much top speed. You're going to be down and struggle potentially on those lower downforce, high top speed circuits or high speed circuits. And this rear wing with that increased slot gap, that undoubtedly has been approved by the FIA, because they wouldn't be able to put it on the car if it wasn't approved already and been seen by them, is going to help offset that somewhat. Now, it might not fully bring them up to the top speed that they would otherwise achieve with a larger turbo that the other teams are running, but that's also, like, if they can minimize that via that rear wing. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But if it gives the driver... Because I don't know if you've noticed as well. I definitely noticed. I don't know if any of you have seen any footage this week and clips, but the amount of like, rear instability I've seen in the braking into the low speed corners. So from high speed sections. So at turn 1, turn 4, it's quite severe. The rear really does that transition of the active aero closing when you're hitting the brakes. The rear really does squirrel about a bit, and then that's where we then see like lockups and so forth. If that negates that, if that gives them more rear stability from that transition, then yeah, like later braking, more confidence as well in the drivers. It's going to be interesting. I agree at the moment, Aral, from what we've seen in the current configuration of Ferrari. So just a note here. The slot. Let me see if I can find the compared image. But Charles has got the normal rear wing on today, and they're showing him on track at the moment, and the gap, the basic, let's say the rear wing gap, the DRS gap is so small. I'm like, no wonder they look to change something. Like, it's really small. Let's see if I can find it. Hang on. Where is it? It might have been on F1's Instagram. (2026). Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Oh, there you go. No, that's not it. I did find it somewhere. Did someone put it in the Discord? Maybe someone put it in the Discord. I really want to find it. I've got one of it. But I've got an image of it right now. But there was a comparison. Let me see if I can find it. Ah, yeah. There you go. So it was the footage. It was indeed the footage from F1. So I'm just going to take a snippet of this so that we can see it. So this is what that's yesterday. Look how large that is. And then this is the current one. Look how small it is. Look how small that slot gap is. Plus, you've got the actuator in the middle as well, so that also doesn't help aerodynamically. And then you've got this, look. Like, look how large that is. Look how large. And then the actuators are on the side. So there's nothing impeding the airflow through the middle of the rear wing. Like, that's what they're running at the moment. That's not going to help with top speed, is it? That definitely is. So, yeah. Really, really interesting. Like, I can't believe Ferrari have got a variety of the innovative ones. Great to see, though. Agreed, Aaron. Yeah, I mean, we were... Was you here yesterday at the end of the session when Lewis was doing the push laps? I was frustrated. I was frustrated. But technically not the spec. Technically, he hasn't got the super duper rear wing on, has he? So, hey, Delina, good to see you all the way from South Africa. Good to see you. How's it, bro? I work with a South African. He's always saying, how's it, bro? Hey, blue. I had no idea what blue mean beforehand. I was like, what are you going on about? Are you supposed to say bro? Oh, nice one, Eddie. Playing MC. What's MC? Minecraft. Lewis looked sorry, you mentioned about Lewis. Yeah, so. Ferrari's next move, tie a box kite to the back of the car. But even with their exhaust plate as well. I mean, I will say as well, Aaron, just touching on that, I think the car has definitely looked a lot more stable here this week. They brought a big aero package, didn't they, this week compared to last week. It definitely looked noticeable. There was less sliding, even in the long runs from Lewis, a lot more stable. Same with Charles. And it just came to, obviously, to those push laps at the end where, yeah, it did look a bit, just lost the grip, really. Just lost the grip where he needed it. And supposedly as well, I did see that Ferrari are potentially struggling somewhat to deploy, to keep their deployment going for as long as they'd like. But that's in the current spec. Maybe that rear wing's efficiently going to help with that, with the recovery. Brew is basically bro. Yeah, I know, yeah. It's a good sign that he is comfortable from get-go. Up to him now, really, as like he said, he is DNA in the car now, yeah. Starting to believe fans are jinxing Ferrari. No. Hype. Have I seen the overlay of Lewis's late braking? He is back. I have, yeah, he definitely likes it. And that's without the rear wing as well. Without that late rear wing. Sorry, the newish rear wing. Yeah, he's really enjoying driving these cars. I think, at least with how the cars are, how they handle anyway. I don't think anyone's truly enjoying the recovery side of it, and I wouldn't as well as a racing driver. I can only imagine what it would feel like in the sim. But yeah, I imagine to a certain extent as well. I mean, like what Lando said. Yeah, you may not enjoy it to start off with, but you may enjoy the challenge of having to try and overcome what they've got to deal with now and get the car like getting faster. Like that's kind of what I used to like doing on the sim as well. It's like, oh, you're driving a car now that I'm not particularly quick in, and I want to. There's a stubbornness in me to to learn how to drive this car and overcome the challenge of its difficulties and get quicker and quicker in it. And there's a big satisfaction in that. And of course, these guys are paid millions to do that. As Lando said, they're very well paid to do their job. Some are going to enjoy that more than others. Of course, the likes of Max and some of the elder statesmen and the more experienced guys. No, obviously they're not going to enjoy that as much, especially when time is much more limited for them. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I still think we are in for an interesting season. That's for sure. We are so back. Hopium overloaded. Woo! Oh, pardon me. Oh, that's a little bit interesting. Where's this come from? Ferrari, Mercedes rear wing. They've got a little like gurney flap here on the edges of the rear wing. That's interesting. There you go. See that? But the arrows are pointing to. That's interesting, isn't it? All these little designs gives them a little bit of more downforce, maybe. Directs the airflow where they want. Still no Aston Martin either. Are they only going to do running in the afternoon? Perez is coming back out after only doing 5 laps thus far. Is McLaren flying under the radar? I think so. Yeah. The thing is with McLaren, right, is that even if they say they're the 4th fastest team or 3rd fastest team and they're behind Mercedes or whoever it may be, I think McLaren have proven throughout the previous years that they know how to develop a car. And if they've got a good platform to build upon, they'll end the year strong. So that's why that's one of the reasons why I've picked Norris to win the Drivers' Championship this year. It's because I think people are underestimating them. They've got a Mercedes power unit in the back of their car, supposedly the strongest power unit on the grid, rumours to be believed. And Lando is obviously very high at the moment, like in confidence, after just winning his first world title. So, right, shall we watch? Let's keep an eye on the timing screen, shall we? Because Antonelli's just crossed the line and done a 1:34 flat. Are we going to see the fastest time here? Because Charles Leclerc is on a brand new set of mediums. Let's see how he fares in the first sector. The first sector line is just after turn 4 as he makes his way through that corner right now, trying to keep it within track limits. Need to be careful of washing out there on the understeer. No, a 31.1 for Charles. So I think, to be honest, unless he's going to dump the battery in Sector 2 and Sector 3, this isn't going to be a best time of the day. But we'll keep an eye on him anyway. That's a full second slower than what Antonelli did there. I'm not sure if he had a lock-up or anything, or if he just wasn't deploying. We'll see what his speed is at the end of up to turn 11. He should really be getting up to around 280, 290 kilometers an hour. And he's stopping 282. So yeah, there's definitely another 10 kilometers an hour in that Ferrari, as we saw from Lewis yesterday at the end of that straight. So definitely not pushing. Only 225 kilometers an hour, 230 around turn 12. Definitely not leaning on those tyres at the moment. So, but yeah, going back to McLaren, I think that they've just proven that they can develop a car and get quicker as the season goes on, and I think that's going to be obviously massively important this year. And I think with Norris and the way these cars require the driving, the way they are required to be driven, I think he's going to do well. What do I think of the front wing change time? Will it increase with active aero? So interestingly enough, there was a pit stop yesterday that I saw of Mercedes, Kimi Antonelli, and they changed the front wing. Now, it wasn't like a rushed pit stop. It wasn't like they were doing a practice race pit stop. But they did change out the front wing. And it was it wasn't as slow as I thought. It was quite quick. Not as quick as last year, but the process was quite simple. There wasn't any fiddling about with it. So, yeah, I don't think there's an issue. I think it's around the same time, maybe a couple of seconds longer than last year from what I saw yesterday in that pit stop. So, yeah, which was intriguing to see. That's not to say it won't be the case for everyone. I don't know how everyone's, but clearly the way that the actuators work and everything connects up in these front wings is, yeah, it's not going to be an issue. Why are the Ferrari power cars using the prototype tyre? Only Ocon's using the prototype tyre. They have to use them for a certain amount of time, I imagine. A certain period of time. Any news on the Mercedes fuel? Nothing yet. Just that they haven't got any just that there's no update on them, like getting certification yet. They're still waiting certification and approval of the fuel. So that's going to be big. Yeah, if they can't get that approved by Melbourne, there's going to be a temporary fuel that they'll have to use, one that is not specifically built for that engine, or one that the engine isn't specifically built for, and that will affect their performance for sure. Can teams develop their own fuel, or they have a set supplier by the FAA? No, they can develop their own fuel. Yeah, they have their own fuel suppliers. So we spoke about this earlier. Audi have Audi have Castrol. Ferrari have Shell. Mercedes have Petronas, however you'd like to pronounce it. Racing Bulls have ExxonMobil. And the last one is Honda, who I actually don't know who they use, Honda. Aramco. So, yeah, they all have their fuel suppliers, and they have to build a fuel to the regulations, and it has to be signed off by the FAA. Some of them have been signed off. Mercedes haven't had theirs signed off yet. I think Mercedes might be the only fuel that has yet to be signed off. So I think everyone has had theirs approved, I believe. Mercedes who hasn't signed off, or all 4 teams using the Mercedes engine not have. Yeah, so Mercedes are the ones that are suppliers. They supply the fuel as well. So if they don't get it signed off, then that affects 4 teams on the grid. Nose is dripping, Missy. It don't. Yes, fine. I'll go keep an eye on. Hang on. She needs her nose wiped. 2 secs, guys. Got to sort little one out. What'd I miss? Kimi Antonelli. What happened here? Just watching a replay. Watching the replay and... Oh, the engine just goes. That faultless Mercedes engine. What has gone on there? Got the wrong fuel in the car. So is Ferrari using the Macarena rear wing? No, not today. Hello. You want to come and say hello to everyone? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on then. Ooh. Go vroom vroom. Yeah, that's Daddy's mic. Go vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. Right, Kimi Antonelli has brought out a yellow flag, but has now just been removed. You alright? Am I alright? Okay. Oh, who are you on the call to? Oh, okay, cool. Tired, so I try to put it down for a nap. Been up since 6. That's what I mean, yeah. Do that or should I hang around? You're getting tired, aren't you? You want a little nap? Want to say goodbye to everyone? So we just the session will resume in just a couple of minutes, guys. By the looks of it, everyone will be back out on track. Kimi Antonelli had an engine failure. Mercedes. At last, someone talking sense on his channel. Oi! Shall we try that then? Come on, let's see. You've been up since an ungodly hour this morning. Keep Daddy's light. Right, back in a sec, guys. Come on. I'll see. Oh. She didn't want a nap. That went well. Didn't it? That went well. All right, everyone's back out there again now. Well, not everyone. Perez, good to see him back out there. So, thus far in this morning's testing, Charles Leclerc 50 laps, Kimi Antonelli 49 until his car broke down and brought out the yellow flag there. Oscar Piastri 36, Esteban Ocon 29, Hadjar 30, Lindblad 43, Sainz 33, Gasly 32, Hulkenberg 37. Good laps on the board for Hulkenberg and Audi. And then Perez 9 laps. Soon to be 10. And then, of course, Aston Martin. Yet to see them. Aston Martin, eh? Trying to see if there's anything. Ooh. So 1 hour 30 minutes left to go of this morning session. Gasly, fastest first sector for him. 30.087. Nico Hulkenberg on the medium. See if he gets a push lap in. Where's Charles? Charles isn't coming out yet. Sainz is coming out. Is he going to be on the same set of tyres or is he going to be on a new set? So trying to see if there's any information as to... Trying to see, basically, if there's any information on what happened with Kimi Antonelli there. Your mum told... my mum told me I never took a nap as a kid, but now I want to do after lunch is take a 1 hour afternoon nap. Yeah, afternoon naps are nice, but when you have kids, you can't... Trying to get a nap in is like impossible. Overtake has been enabled, supposedly. Ferrari got the car. Is it Lewis or Charles taking the World Drivers' Championship? Ooh, on the hype train. I don't know. That'd be an interesting battle, though, wouldn't it? It'd be a very, very interesting battle. So I'm still trying to find out if there's anything on Kimi's car. It looked like it just cut out. Kimi Antonelli, let's see. Nothing really. Nothing really to make note of. Bit of a boring morning session, to be honest with you guys. Not gonna lie. This hasn't been boring, FYI. Us chatting hasn't been boring at all. Just what's happening out there. I feel like the morning sessions always are a little bit, you know. I mean, track temperature's super hot at the moment. 43 degrees. There's no wind speed at all. It's flat. 0.0. Oh. Mila. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, come on. Let's go get you. Hang on. Come on. 2 seconds, guys. I've got 2 jobs today. you're back. Just while Mum's on a call, on a work call. You think no driver will use MOM because it takes too many laps to recharge the battery? Do you know what? That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Something I haven't thought about, to be honest with you. Because all the information we have at the moment is that the battery, well, from Overtake, is that Hadjar says it takes, what, 5 laps to recharge? We're still yet to have that confirmed. But yeah, it doesn't bode well. Oh, Hadjar's on a brand new set of tyres, by the way, out the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on his next lap, because he'll be on a push one, no doubt. But Ocon racking up laps again, 32 laps. For him, he's been on the intermediates. Yes, you heard that correctly. Intermediates, and also on... What else has he been on? The testing tyre. Let's keep an eye on Hadjar, see if he can set a decent time. Playing with the steering wheel. What noise does it make? No, that's me. A vroom vroom. Go vroom vroom. Start 'em young. You wanna go vroom vroom? No, that's my mic. Steering wheel. Steering wheel. Yeah, Stuart, the Missed Apex program starts young. It's crazy when you think about it. Debut in 19. So Lacey made his debut in 1964. I know. Yeah. Yes. Use your words. That's her words. Blah, 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 blah. That's your words at the moment. That's your language. Right, Hadjar. Is he on a push lap? 30.041 in the first sector. Yeah, kind of. I mean, actually, to be fair, that's probably a decent first sector. I'm probably doing Hadjar a disservice there because the track temperature is 45 degrees. So definitely hot right now. Let's see how he fares in the middle sector. Oh, yeah, he's definitely on a push lap. Wow. I think that's the first time I've seen a driver go 300 kilometers an hour in that middle straight. So Hadjar's definitely pushing, trying to at least. Deploying in a different area, though, than what we've seen other drivers do, I think. See how he fares here. What speed does he get up to as he heads down into... Oh, 300 kilometers an hour down into turn 14. He's pushing for sure. But the middle sector is a little bit slower than normal. But as I said, it's higher track temperature. More punishment on the tyres. And it's a 34.5. 34.552. I actually don't think that's too shabby of a lap time in these track temps. And we don't know fuel loads and so forth as well. So not too bad. The speeds he got up to, he was definitely deploying. Maybe he was using overtake mode as well. Remember that. And now he's going very slowly. So yeah, maybe that was him using overtake mode. Are all teams changing drivers in the next session? All except... yeah, all except Ferrari, I believe. Because Charles didn't do any running yesterday. Any news on Aston Martin? Other than what was initially announced by Aston Martin that they've had a battery issue that caused Alonso's stoppage yesterday and that he they will be doing limited running today because they don't have enough engines. So yeah, not going to be a lot of running from Aston Martin today, but we have yet to see them at all this morning. Is RB having a bad car this year? Then the drivers' market will be a carnage in the winter next year. Oh, sorry, you mean RB's in Red Bull? It depends. I think the drivers' market, a lot of it depends on what Max is going to do. Really does. But if we end up having, and this is the thing, let's say the top 4 teams come the end of the year, actually, let's say we have a really competitive year this year, and all top 4 teams are close. The drivers' market may not actually move at all. There are a lot of drivers out of contract at the end of this year, primarily because, yeah, they want to position themselves for this regulation set. But if the top 4 teams, if there's no dominant package in the top 4 teams, then Max will stay where he is. The Ferrari boys will stay where they are. Charles isn't going to look for a move elsewhere, because the only place people were maybe suspecting Charles may go to is Aston Martin. But look where Aston Martin are at the moment. You don't want to move there, do you? So you're going to stay. I think the top 4 teams, unless one of them massively drops off, and if one of them, and the one that drops off is Red Bull, I think Max will stay, Charles will stay, and Lewis isn't going to retire anytime soon. And the Piastri and Norris are going to stay in the McLaren, and Mercedes will be happy with their partnership of Antonelli and George Russell. It is solely reliant on Max, really, whether he wants to get out. So I think Max's contract ends next year. I think Max's contract is till 27. But yeah, even so, like, Mercedes are the only ones who would possibly buy him out of his contract, really. So manual overtake mode, I think, was what it was initially. I think that's what the acronym was for. But they didn't want people saying "Mom." They're in Mom mode. So that's why they just changed it to overtake mode, boost mode, all these straight line mode, etc. So, but yeah, the driver market could actually be pretty stagnant this year. Oh my goodness, Gasly just had a big moment off the curb of turn 3. Woo! Good car control, Gasly. Came off the exit curb of turn 3, and he ended up snapping the rear, and he caught it. Very expertly handled there. Ferrari only running with Leclerc today. Indeed he is, Peter. Yeah. Manual override mode. Manual override mode. I knew I was close. But yeah, because of Mom, they didn't want it to be used all the time. So. Aston Martin buying all the top players in F1, drivers, designers, top wind tunnel staff, but you can't buy heritage. Yeah. Well, it's not so much the heritage. You can build heritage, can't you? You build history. You create history, sorry. And the heritage comes with that. But it's the fact of that, yeah, the power unit. I mean, is the power unit the issue? Is it Adrian Newey's requirements causing the issue with the power unit? I don't know. Oh, is it yellow in the pit lane? Is that because Antonelli's car's being moved down the pit lane? That might be why. You're expecting a Hamilton versus Leclerc fight this season. I think that will get very spicy very quickly, because I think I've mentioned it before. If you saw Charles Leclerc, the way that he defended, if you saw the way that Charles defended from Lewis a couple of times last season, it was very, very aggressive, super aggressive. And I can, just like he did with Vettel, I can guarantee you that they'll collide. 100%. They will be colliding. Not from Lewis's side, but from Charles's side, because Charles is super aggressive in his defense. Is Hadjar up to pace yet, or is he still trying to recover the battery? So Hadjar just had a 3-minute lap to try and recover his battery, by the way. Be interested to see what this one is as well. It's just done a 38-second middle first sector. So in relation to draining the battery and using overtake mode, when we were talking about whether or not they were going to be able to, whether this kind of system works and the overtake mode works, yeah, maybe they don't even use overtake mode. That's a good spot. Let's pretend for a second that 2022 didn't exist. Ferrari car looks like having a solid rear first time since 2017. That's true. Morning, Carl. Good to see you, mates. Hope you're well. Last day of testing. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're good. If you are yet to hit that subscribe button, please do. Be much appreciated. More content coming your way. Predictions, a full breakdown predictions for this weekend will be... I'll be trying to drop that Sunday for you all. And then it's, before we know it, it's 2 weeks today, guys. It's 2 weeks today when we will be arriving in Melbourne, and we will have FP1 and FP2. Really looking forward to it. Of course, we'll be live for every single race this year, providing you watch-alongs and more content, preview and predictions, driver ratings, lots coming up, and of course, undoubtedly, more analysis breakdown videos. We're still yet to get of incidents and things that happen throughout the races. Lots to discuss, and I'm still yet to see sight of the racing guidelines, the driver racing guidelines, that hopefully we do get access to this year. They gave us access to it last year, and I really hope we get access to them again this year. I haven't seen them released yet. No doubt we will get them before the Melbourne Grand Prix. I really hope that we do, or the Australian Grand Prix at Melbourne. But when we do, I'll do a breakdown video of that as well. Just been looking at F1 Fantasy for the coming season. Do you know what? I always set up an F1 Fantasy and then I never end up I forget about it halfway through the season. So watching Isaac Hadjar here. Oh, Isaac Hadjar came back into the pits, but was this his replay of his push lap? Probably. Oh no, massive lock up for Isaac Hadjar down into the first corner. That's why his sector was slow last time. Back to me. Is it past the parcel at the moment, is it? Oh no, she wants mummy. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle. If I have the time, can I make an opinion on testing and different things we saw in Bahrain, Ferrari rear wing, bad start sequences, the goat spinning off, etc.? Maybe I'll try it, but I'm not sure if I will have the time, to be honest with you. I want to get the predictions video out this weekend, and I'm going to be limited, obviously, in the week with work and so forth, to probably get that out. Yeah, I mean, there'll be other channels who'll be able to obviously do more comprehensive breakdowns than I will, and I like to do quality more than quantity. So it's okay, Pro. Yeah, I've spent time with her this morning as well. Don't worry, it's all good. When did I start watching F1, Rab? Oh, I started watching it back in... I mean, my first memory of watching F1 or seeing F1, I think I was maybe like 5 at my grandparents'. My granddad had it on the TV. So I remember seeing... I do remember seeing Damon Hill on TV. So it might have been... I'm not sure it was the year he won. I think it was 95 or 96, I think. But then I would say I really kind of started watching it more in the late 90s. Obviously, it was around like, what, 8, 9, 10. Mika Häkkinen's like a driver that I absolutely loved growing up watching. And then I guess, I said this yesterday, that I kind of lost a bit of, not interest in it, but I didn't focus on it as much. I kind of watched it here or there if my granddad had it on TV. When I was like early teens, because I was like mainly into football and golf. That was my love. And then I guess I quit football and got back into watching the sport fully just before Lewis Hamilton joined the sport again. Sorry, came into the sport, which was 2007. So, and then I've been watching it like actively, keenly since then. You think Max is going to take the trophy this year? I think he's looking very good for this year. I think the Red Bull looks in a good place right now, especially for the start of this season. Murray, you just woke up from a terrible dream. It was 2015 and Alonso was sitting in the sun lounger again. How's the Aston going? Well, I think maybe minus the sun lounger. He is paired with a Honda engine, and it might as well be 2015 because he's not done any laps yet. No, really sorry, I'm good to see you. Is it right Aston Martin running short stints due to not many parts for the PU? That is correct. Yeah, they did confirm that. But they say short stints. We haven't even seen a stint yet. We haven't seen a single lap, not even an out lap from Aston Martin. So whether we see them at all today or not, I don't know. But boy, oh boy, it has not been a good testing for them, is it? Sorry, this is a bit. I just opened Twitter, right? And I've just come across this. And I don't really know what to make of it. This is the beauty of testing streams, by the way. Hobby motocrossing is gaining popularity in Hungary. There's an actual stadium of people, bearing in mind as well, for this sport. It's like motocross, except they hold onto handlebars, but there's no motorbikes. What? Isn't this just an obstacle course? Isn't this just like... What? The human race, eh? The human race. Oh dear. I can't believe it's not yeah, TBC. Definitely going to be sponsored by Red Bull, isn't it? They love that sort of stuff. But Red Bull will be like, no, the mounds aren't high enough. We need a mound that is steep as. But then it's just an obstacle course, isn't it? Like Tough Mudder and stuff. Anyway, that is goofy, I agree. What's the regional distribution here? More people from Asia or from Europe? Wide variety, to be honest with you. I don't know, obviously, where everyone is tuning in from, but we have viewers all the way from the States, the UK, Europe, Asia, South Africa, Africa in general, Australia, all over. And that's what's great about these streams, is when I look at the breakdown of where people are tuned in from, it is truly global. Where are they going to put a sponsor? It'll be on the shirts, won't it? It'll be on shirts. Come on, come on. 2 secs, guys. Oh, 2 secs. You got 2 unskippable ads in between a live stream. What, this one? Did you? What I noticed is that the difference between laps on a race simulator could be more than a second because of battery alone. Even if you have fresh tires, you'll be a second slower with low battery. Yeah, the battery is so influential at the moment, isn't it? In this regs. Whoever thought of that crazy human supercross race must be smart. Right, any more information coming out? Okay, I'm checking to see. Okay, you shouldn't get any more now. I thought I had it turned off. Seems like it wasn't turned off. Let's have a look. Anything else popping up at the moment? I said not really too much to discuss. Lewis is still at the track, by the way. He's been spotted filming from the pit lane. So, but I don't think he's in the car this afternoon. So he is still there. Hard's looking good this year. Yeah. Oh, Charles is out on a brand new set of hards. Will he go for a push lap? Don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. The hard will probably be a better tyre in these conditions as well. 45 degrees. Haas looking good this year. They can break into midfield from back markers, especially after the race start sequence we saw last night. I don't think they've been back markers, though, to be honest with you. I think that's underplaying their level last year. I mean, they had some good results last year. So I think they've always been in the midfield. Yes, they had a couple of years where they were at the back, where they decided not to develop and stuff, when they had Mazepin and Schumacher. But like, I think the last couple of years have been pretty good for them. The ground effect era hasn't been too bad overall for them. And yeah, I mean, with Toyota in their corner as well now, like more influential than they were previously. It's going to be interesting to see how they get on. Do I know if any other teams have found loopholes? Not at the moment. No, nothing has been discussed as of yet. What did Ferrari do with their rear wing yesterday? They've put it in some special protective packaging because it works so well. They went, we need to take that off the car. We can't let everyone copy it. We can't let everyone know how good this actually does. So that's what I think. I think they took it off the car. They saw 5 laps. They got 5 laps of data and went, yep. We need to keep this. We need to keep this wrapped up until we head to Melbourne. That's what I think will. I think that's what will happen. Do I still play golf? I do very, very rarely, though. Very rarely. I don't play as much as I'd like to anymore. Charles did a 30.8 in the first sector, by the way, on a set of hards there. I don't know if he just went deep into turn 10, though. Oh, the live data's partly crapped itself again. The live speedometer isn't working. Have you noticed that, guys? The live speed has stopped working. Let's see how it does. Oh, 42.7 in the middle sector. That's not good. The wing actually flipped upside down instead of just opening, so I was like, oh my god, did Ferrari finally cook? I think they have, yeah. I really do. It's got a larger slot gap. We compared the images earlier. I think I've still got the image here. Have I still got the image here? Yeah, I do. So you can see the comparison of the slot gap. So this is their normal rear wing, which is what they're running now, which Charles is running and Lewis in the afternoon. And you can see how small it is. And you can see, obviously, the actuator in the middle as well. With the new one, you can see that the slot gap is so much larger. So that's going to help increase your top speed. But then this, obviously, being upside down in the way that it is, the airflow that runs over it. And what happens is that they've clearly crunched the numbers and gone, this works. Like this provides us like more rear stability, especially under braking when it at the end of the straights, as we touched upon earlier as well. But when it comes to these new cars, there is a lot of rear instability from that transition from the active aero disengaging and them touching the brakes. And this supposedly will give them, if the theories are correct, more stability when under braking there. They can brake later, give the drivers more confidence, and also under throttle as well, out of the corners. Now, some have said that it will negatively impact the acceleration, but that may only be slight. In what they lose in the overall acceleration, they may gain in stability and confidence. And if you have two drivers who are confident in their car, that can make up so many tenths of a second per lap. So when it getting more lift because of the extra surface area, that's something that hasn't been confirmed yet, but that is a theory. Does it take a little bit more time to rotate? It's slightly longer, yes. You're talking fractions of a second longer than when it is to just drop down and close like the previous one. Any news on Lewis's engineer will be yet? The rumours are that it's a McLaren engineer who is obviously coming over from McLaren, but he is on gardening leave and won't be joining until the middle of the year. The rumours are that Lewis is going to have a temporary engineer, a race engineer, until he joins. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think that's a misstep by Ferrari. You want someone permanent in there from the start, don't you? Rab, you got into F1 by watching my channel. Oh, nice. I think the first race you watched on stream was Italy 2024. Wow. Going back a couple of years now. Oh, glad to see you still here, buddy. Glad I could be a part of your F1 journey. Hey, McCoys. Is Ferrari running on the rotating wing now? No, they're not. No, they've put it, as you said, they've put it back in the box. I think they saw the data that it works so well, but they went, no, we need to hide that from everyone now. Oh, I think Hadjar's on a push lap, by the way, guys. 30.10 in the first sector. That's pretty decent in these conditions. Not the fastest first sector we've seen, but the track was cooler earlier on when Leclerc set his lap time. Let's see how Hadjar goes. He's on a brand new set of mediums. Let's see his speed. So the speed's now working again, thankfully. We can see Hadjar up to 260, up to 270, 80, 90, 302 kilometers an hour when he touches the brakes at the end of the straight into turn 11. Wouldn't be too concerned about the airflow that comes from the vertical side, as it would give more uneven air to the front wing of the car behind. That's true. Potentially, anyway. I'm not an aerodynamicist, so I'm only kind of relaying information that I've seen and that other people have told me. But I think I understand anyway. So Hadjar, 41.4 in the middle sector, not particularly quick. How's his last sector? It's a 34.7, so no. Time's not that quick at the moment. Track temp's not really allowing it. They should bring Bono to Ferrari. So I think Lewis would have loved to have brought Bono to Ferrari, but what happened is that Lewis had in his contract, I think, that he couldn't take any Mercedes any Mercedes personnel with him to Ferrari. And Bono, the thing is, Bono has a family. He's been at Mercedes for a long time, and they decided to promote him as well, Bono. So he is currently Kimi's race engineer, but he has been promoted within Mercedes as well. So he's now earning more money himself and stuff, and has a different role, kind of, at Mercedes now. So it's a long break an employee has to take before he can swap teams. Time to do the garden. Yeah. There's been discussions about reducing that. 6 months is a long time, and there has been discussions about reducing that, because as well, the thing is that if like that gardening leave is long, it takes the lag between someone actually announcing that they're leaving a team and moving to another, and them having an actual impact on, say, design, engineering, whatever it may be. There's a lag of probably 2 years, because someone, okay, they join in. Obviously, the engineer role for Lewis is a bit different, but like with Newey as an example, and it is valid, is that he could only start working on that car once his gardening leave officially ended, which was just like, when was it? Like middle of last year, I think it was, or like March last year. So there is, I mean, he's quite fortunate. Obviously, it's a regulation change, but there's always going to be a lag in his influence. I mean, he's going to have massive influence, but of a design coming over. So maybe, yeah, you could say it's actually next year that is the year for Aston Martin. I mean, it already looks like they need to be focusing on next year rather than this year, don't they, of how things are going. But you think Haas and Ferrari could stand out the pack like the Mercedes with the engine benefit? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And of course, look, Red Bull were the only ones with their own powertrain as well. So don't forget Red Bull in this. If you didn't have a gardening leave, it would just be the F1 version of plagiarism. I'm not saying you shouldn't have gardening leave. I'm saying that you should have it should be reduced to probably, say, 3 months. It should be halved. Shouldn't necessarily be immediate, but it should be halved. A lot can happen in 3 months. Red Bull have done very few laps of Hadjar, but with Verstappen, it's a full stack of laps and lots of data. That is true. Well, yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, Hadjar did have an issue, didn't he, on the first day. So he wasn't able to get as much running as Max yesterday. Max is still the priority at Red Bull. Don't forget that. Hey, Crit, I'm very well, thank you. Hope you're good. Are the Aston Martin woes engine or car design? I think they're both. I think they're linked to one another. How can they not be linked? I don't think it's as simple as a case of, oh, Honda's engine isn't working. I think it's probably not working due to the requirements that Newey has set them for his design. So Toto wishes the engineer responsible for compression ratios that went from Merc to Red Bull had longer gardening leave. Oh, 100%, yeah. And look, I'm also sure as well that even though I'm massively like a legend here, but I suppose as well that look, people talk. They always talk. Like, what's to say that Merc engineer, yes, didn't actually start working. He didn't actually start working with Red Bull until that month. But what's to say that when he went in interviews and stuff, that he didn't go, yeah, I mean, Mercedes are trying this, by the way. I think you should look into it. I'll get into the nitty gritty when I start working. But that may be the case. It's like, how is that? How can that be proven of when they actually transferred that information? You know, but if it was just a verbal conversation. We will see some quali laps at the end of the afternoon session. Or will we see some quali laps? I wouldn't expect so. I expect we'll see some quick laps later today. Quicker, but I don't think we'll see quali laps now. Everyone's still trying to hide their performance. It's been a typical testing of sandbagging and hiding performance. So if Red Bull doesn't cook, Max can still leave. Yeah. Do I think Max will be in contention this year? I do. Yeah, I've really been impressed with the Red Bull this week. Really impressed, and with Max as well. It looks super balanced. I think they've got a good chance this year. I think they'll be there. You were just thinking that, imagining those two passing each other by in the paddock. Yeah. It is important for Red Bull to retain Max, because without him, they are not at the same level as Mercedes and McLaren. I mean, yes, and that's why it's important for them to retain him, but also like to look to the future as well and look for that next Max. Look for, while Max is there, you always need a plan B. You always need to look up and down the grid, do your due diligence of like, okay, if Max, yes, did all of a sudden decide to just up and leave, he very much has that kind of attitude. You could see him doing that at the end of one season. They need to be prepared of, okay, who do we open a conversation with? Who is our number one to replace him? Do we promote from within, or do we get someone else, the more experienced driver, still bring up Isaac Hadjar, Lindblad and Lawson there? I mean, you probably think that they'd go and try and get someone else, wouldn't you? There's always been rumours with Piastri. Norris has been linked in the past as well. Who knows? George Russell, maybe. If he went to Mercedes, you'd think George Russell would be the one who goes. Which is crazy to say, but obviously they've put a lot of time and effort into Antonelli's development. So, yeah. Hey, Rob Sticks, see ya. You saw my steering wheel in my other videos. Is the full speed back good? Mine is a G29. It doesn't feel suitable for F1. It is very good, yeah. G29 is not suitable for like, you want a direct drive wheel. There's some very good direct drive wheels out there now, affordable ones as well. You don't have to go and spend £800 to £1,000 anymore, or over £1,000 on a direct drive wheelbase. But yeah, that's what you want to look for, is direct drive. Something typically, I would say, around 10 Newton meters, 12 Newton meters in strength. There are a number of companies now who provide direct drive wheelbases for that. I don't know what the prices are off the top of my head. I think you could probably get one of those for 12 Newton meters around probably £400 to £500, I think. I haven't looked at the market for quite some time. But yes, direct drive is what you want with load cell pedals. I use VRS equipment, virtual racing school equipment, and if you're serious about your sim racing and you want to take it up a bit more seriously, I highly recommend their equipment. Yeah, it's brilliant. But that's what you're looking for. Direct drive wheelbase, around 10 to 12 Newton meters, and then load cell pedals. And there's a whole variety of them out there now. And then I guess really it depends on what your budget range is, Rob. Hey, go. Sorry. Hey, Lowen. Good to see you. Very well, thank you. Has anyone tested the C4 tyres yet? Yes, Piastri's used them this morning. And maybe some others. Maybe Charles did this morning as well. But the C4, I've seen here on the graphic that, yeah, Piastri has used them. Sign's going to come out soon. Maybe. He's been out there. He's done 48 laps today. He's done a decent haul of laps. Leclerc's done 70 laps. He's getting a lot of laps in today. 70 laps, and there's still 54 minutes remaining. That is a lot of mileage for Ferrari already today. Yeah, I'll see if I can turn it off, mate. All I can do at the moment is delay them. Can I do it here? I'm sorry, Matt. I'm not sure if there's anything else that I can do with it at the moment apart from delay them. So I just have to keep reminding me. Sorry, man. It's a setting that's reactivated itself. Because I normally only have them on to do them manually. Because like you'll have one when you first come in, and then obviously I can manually put them in. So yeah. But yeah, it's 53 minutes in the last hour of this morning session. Charles Leclerc tops the timing screens with a 33.689. Antonelli a 33.916. Big news really is that there's two big pieces of information that have come out this morning. Is that Antonelli has broken down out on track with an engine failure. The engine just cut out. We don't know what the cause of that is yet, so I'll have a look and see if there's any more information on it. And then we have Aston Martin. The other big piece of news is that Aston Martin have announced that they will be doing short stints today. When those short stints will occur, we don't know, because they haven't been out at all this morning due to them having limited parts here at Bahrain with, of course, an engine issue on the Wednesday with Lance Stroll, and yesterday they located an error with the battery, which has caused Fernando Alonso's testing to come to an end prematurely, so which was yesterday afternoon. So not good news for Honda or Aston Martin right now. Back to the timing screens. Piastri is in third place, 6 and a bit tenths off of Leclerc. Ocon, good amount of laps on the board for him, 56 laps. He's actually been out there on the intermediate tyres today. Yep, no rain in Bahrain, just for the fun of it, he went out there on intermediate tyres. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was. Hadjar in P5, he's only done 40 laps. I don't know if there's been some gremlins in that Red Bull again, not entirely sure. Gasly in P6 with 43 laps. Lindblad has been doing lots of focus on entirely long runs today on the hard compound tyre. He's done 62 laps. Carlos Sainz has been out there on the medium on his 48 laps, P8. Hulkenberg, he's been focusing on just long runs as well in P9. Perez got off to a slow start this morning in the Caddy, but is now up and running. 36 laps on the board for him, doing some long stints here. And yeah, get to see Aston Martin. So that's it right now. It's been a very hot track temperature today, up to 45 degrees Celsius. So the lap times haven't been particularly quick. Yesterday we did see a time set by Lando at this morning session, which was a 33.4, I think it was, so a couple of attempts quicker. Of course, the fastest time we saw yesterday was a 32.8. I think we'll see a 32.8 beaten later on this afternoon, with it being the last test session before we head to Melbourne in 2 weeks' time. Can I make out what the possible program that Charles is running on right now? He hasn't broken through 300 kilometers an hour, only seemed to go up to 294. Then he's on the pedal around 5 laps to go. Yeah, he's probably on some long. He's definitely on maybe a race simulation. So let's have a look here. So you can see this is the laps time series, right? So he's definitely on a race sim, Charles. Definitely. You can see here. So he started on the medium, 37.5, 37.2. 38.5, 37, 37, 38, 37. And then he's went on to the hard compound tyre. And you can see here, he's just been doing long runs. 37, 36, 38, 36, 36, 36, 36, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37. That's quite quick, actually, to be fair, for a race stint. Normally, what we've been seeing from them this week is drivers running around in the 37s to 38s. So Ferrari turning it up a little bit, or maybe running some less fuel this time around for this race sim that he's on at the moment. It may just be a long, I say race sim, it may just be a like a long stint that he's on at the moment. Because if you look further down, kind of started his day with a few sporadic times. And then, has he been on the race that he did that? I mean, yeah, potentially he's been on a race sim today. This was where there was the stoppage for Antonelli, I think it was. So yeah, he has definitely been doing a race simulation today. I mean, he's on 70 odd laps, isn't he, at the moment? 73 laps. Will Hamilton come out today at all? I don't think so, no. I think Charles is in the car all day. Those eyes were like, please take her with you. Yeah, I am, yeah. If you have her ready, and then I can just nip straight out. Yeah. If the FA passes the vote for the compression ratio, how do you think it will change things for August and future races? Well, technically speaking, Adrian, what it should do, it should reduce the level of power that the Mercedes engine is able to output. Whether whether they've even been exceeding the 18-1. This is the thing, right, is that all the talk has been about, 18-1, 18-1. There is still no confirmation that Mercedes, in their defense, there is still no confirmation that they are able to achieve 18-1. This has all originated from one Mercedes engineer moving over to Red Bull and saying, yeah, they've achieved 18-1. So all of this is on the basis of, I say hearsay, you can say it's hearsay, but just from one engineer moving from one team to another. And I mean, I would say it's a pretty bold statement to say, they've achieved 18-1 and they actually haven't, and misinterpret it that way. So I can see why the teams are taking it seriously. And of course, if it is to be true, it's an advantage that they will gain in a big year, obviously, for the power units and how it operates. So, but there is still no physical proof. They've passed the ambient temperature testing, which is why they want to implement the hot testing. And they're like, the FIA are basically saying, well, and it still needs to be voted on, by the way. They proposed it, the manufacturers, but now the race are reporting that they may even back out of it and not vote it through. But the actual 18-1, yeah, we don't know. We don't know if that's actually what Mercedes are able to achieve right now. But it would give them a benefit, and they would be able to use it for 13 races. And that's basically what the FIA is saying, is that, look, if this test is voted through, you have 13 races to be able to sort it out. Because the engine isn't something that you can just alter in a couple of races time, or in a month. Obviously, if you need to make a significant change to it, it's going to take time. So that's why they're giving them till the middle of the year to be able to do that. And as well, look, if they were to disqualify all the Mercedes power units, that's nearly half the grid. That's 8 teams. That's not good for F1. Obviously, cheating isn't good for F1, but having that many teams and that many drivers not participating is not good for F1. It's not good for the other teams as well, because there's going to be less eyeballs on the sport and all their sponsors, and they may lose sponsor money. And so for the benefit of everyone, that's probably the most reasonable solution. It's a business still at the end of the day, isn't it, guys? It's a business, so... Damn, people really like that YouTube short, didn't they? Of Lewis Hamilton's start yesterday. Come on, anything else? Oh my god. Oh my goodness, sorry. Oh, Aston Martin have cancelled their press conference scheduled for today, by the way. There will be statements, but no questions from the media. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Anything else occurring? Not much news coming through, guys. As I said, not really too much to discuss this morning. It feels like out on track. Newey sacked. Imagine. I don't think he can be sacked now. Unless they get the board on... They get everyone from the board on board. Because he's a stakeholder now, isn't he? He's got proper shares in the team. I think we all know a strong Ferrari is good for F1. It's been way too long. That doesn't mean they won't fumble it still somehow. Yeah, look, I think so. I think you want Ferrari fighting for it, whether you support them or not. They're a good... They have a massive fan base, and they're also a pretty good villain as well. You have goodies and baddies in all sport, don't you? And they can be a very good goodie, and they can be a very good baddie. He's gone pear-shaped to Aston, undoubtedly. So Leclerc and Ocon, lots of laps done already. Yep. Yeah, so Leclerc was... I think he's just finished his race sim. So let's have a look, shall we? That was his in-lap, lap 74. So he was on a race sim here. So it started here, I think, lap 18. So how long is it? How long is a race at Bahrain? How many laps is it? Race length. It is 57 laps. So he's done... He started lap 17 and he's just finished lap 73. Interrupted by Kimi Antonelli, of course, doing... having that engine breakdown. So how many laps is that, guys? Lap 18. Someone tell me. I'll have to go on the calculator. My mental maths is not good. Right now, anyway. Yeah, he's basically just done a whole race distance. I think it's like 54 laps, 55 laps or so. So that's what he's just done there. So you can see here, so he started on the 38s. 38, 38, 38, creeping into the 39s as the tyres start to degrade. Comes into the pits. That's that 2-minute lap time there. Then does a one, then starts to do it. He's on the hard compound tyre, does 38s, 38s, mid, low, 38. Starts to creep up here. 38s, 38s. Then into the 30, just crept into the 39 at the end. So that's a good hard stint. That's a good hard stint. Very, very consistent, very level. Only got into the 39s once, which was the lap, just the lap prior to coming into the pits. Out lap, sorry, that's in lap, that's out lap. Then on the medium, 37, 37, 37, all in the 37s. Then there was a 38 briefly. Not sure what caused that. And then this is where Kimi Antonelli. And then gets back underway. 37s, there's a 38 there again. That must be a moment somewhere. Then the 41s. Then it comes out, sorry. Outlap, whatever it is here. And then 37s. That 36 is odd, isn't it? Oh, no, actually, no, we did get into the 36s. Fuel starting to burn off, probably. Newer tyres. In the 36s. Hard start to wear. Dipping into the 37s. Pretty good, really. Pretty good. I think that's good from what we've seen this week. Always worry when a QS says their math is no good. That's because we use Excel spreadsheets. Formulas. Formulas, Stuart. I'm too reliant on Excel now. That's the thing. Random observation, VJ. I look like Mason Mount, the footballer. When he has longer hair. I have heard that before, actually. Not when he has his hair short, when he had his long hair. What's my opinion on the Indian GP? I sadly don't remember it too much. I think it was a good circuit. There have been supposed discussions. I saw a news article not too long ago about the Indian GP potentially, and it's a big potentially, coming back to F1. That they want to seek getting the track back on the grid. But yeah, I think, look, there's clearly a massive support for F1 in India. I see that from my live stream. I see that from other live streams. Mila, you're supposed to bear with me, guys. Little one's just made an absolute mess. 2 seconds. I'll then continue my point. Oh, right, back. So, what I was talking about with India is that there is a clear, massive support for the sport in India. Didn't mean that to rhyme, but I see that from my viewership, where I can see the location that you all tune in from. No doubt it's the same across other live streams as well. And I see it in like other discords and stuff where you just don't have access to the sports that you love. I know cricket obviously is like the biggest sport in the country, but there is a massive following for motorsport, particularly F1, and having a Grand Prix there would sell out so quickly. So yeah, I think it'd be good to go. Yeah, potentially good to go back there for sure. Some drivers, lots of laps on Haas. I think Haas is gathering data for Ferrari, intentionally or not. It should benefit Scuderia. Hey, does go. Yes, potentially. I mean, this is the benefit of having, and this is what they're saying about Honda as well, is that there's positives and negatives to being a single team supplier. Honda don't have the benefit right now of having another team out on the grid who can gather data for them. Or should I say Aston Martin. Whereas Red Bull has themselves and the Racing Bulls. Ferrari has, of course, themselves, Haas and Cadillac. And then Mercedes has 4 teams overall. And then the only other one is Audi. And Audi have had some struggles with their power unit as well. So there's a benefit to being your own engine, being the single team with that engine, and with the sole team with that engine supplier. Because if it works, happy days. No one else on the grid has got your engine, and you are the ones who are reaping the benefits and rewards of having that very good engine. But it's a detriment to your development because you don't have extra teams gathering data for you. If things go wrong, which Honda find themselves in right now, they would absolutely love to have another car out on track right now gathering data for them, but they don't. Ferrari rear wing design is awesome. Let's hope the other teams don't appeal over it. Yeah, I don't think they're too fussed about it at the moment. That seems to be the grumblings up and down the paddock that I saw. Some comments. I think it was Ruth Buscombe said she spoke to someone, and they went, yeah, we're not too fussed about it. They actually don't think it's beneficial to them. I think what it is, again, and this is it, I think that rear wing is specific to Ferrari. It's not a concept that can be copied by others. I think that rear wing, the data clearly they've gathered and the output from it and the benefits it gives them is specific to that car. And that may say strange because, well, it's only on that car at the moment. But what I mean by that is that it's not something that another team can just plonk on their car and they'll see the same benefits from it. It's because Ferrari's car drives in a specific way. It's been created in a specific way with the engine, with a smaller turbo and so forth. So the benefits are like, it combines with how the car has been created, and that's why those benefits are seen there. And sticking it onto another car wouldn't be the same. It's the same as this exhaust flap, diffuser, spoiler, whatever it is that they've got, that is covering the exhaust and is utilizing the pressure from the hot air of the exhaust to create more points of downforce. Now that's something that only Ferrari can specifically do because of the way that the rear of their car has been designed. It's not something that other teams can just specifically slap on, bolt on, and see the same benefits of it. Actually, they would see a negative. That potentially is the case with the rear wing as well. So we'll see. We will see. As we said, you in F1, you don't get anything for free. There's always a trade-off. But you have to do the sums, the calculations, the formulas to figure out, okay, is this beneficial to the trade-off that we're going to get somewhere else? And I think Ferrari have done that. And I think Ferrari did those few laps yesterday in the morning. They confirmed that via the data they gathered. And they went, right, let's take it off. We don't want to show to the teams that we know there's a lot of sandbagging going on. And we know the teams get very tetchy when something new is brought to the grid, innovation-wise, technology-wise, and they will do everything in their power to investigate it and see if it's within the regulations, and if either they can protest it and get it outlawed, or copy it themselves and see how they can replicate it. And of course, if you can hide that data and how effective it is for 2, 3, 4 races, that can be all the difference in a championship with the amount of points that you can gather. Do I think Leclerc will win a World Drivers' Championship before his contract ends? Ferrari has looked good for this new regs. If he's given the car, I've no doubt that he can. I think there's a number of drivers like that. Yeah, I think he can win a championship. What I'd like to see from Charles, though, and I think it's going to be interesting to see like how he handles the pressure. How will Charles handle the pressure? Because that pressure of him winning a championship is going to be like no other pressure that he's ever dealt with. Obviously, he's won races, he's won Monaco, and he's dealt with certain levels of pressure. But that pressure, the crunch time over the course of a whole season to try and convert a championship is very, very different. And I'd be intrigued to see how he handles it. That's true, Dusko, yeah. Hot take, Ferrari, smaller turbo, bigger advantage than Mercedes, 18-to-1 ratio. Well, this is the theory, Natish, is that with that smaller turbo, this rear wing helps offset some of the power loss and helps balance the car somewhat by having that smaller turbo. Because everyone's like, oh, they're getting good starts, but then if they've got the smaller turbo, and it benefits them there, but if they've got the smaller turbo, then they're going to be just gradually reeled in by the other teams who have those bigger turbos, because they'll be able to go quicker on the straights, and they'll be able to go faster for longer on the longer straights. But this new rear wing may potentially offset the loss that they have seen, or what they'll be getting from this smaller turbo. So, as well as, of course, the aerodynamic benefits that it potentially provides as well, like under braking and acceleration. Mila, come on. But Aston Martin switched from Honda to GP2 engine. GP2 engine might be more beneficial at the moment. At least with a GP2 engine, Stuart, they'll be able to move the car. It will be able to actually get some laps in. 2 secs. Oh. Hey, Si, who topped the morning session? At the moment, it's Leclerc, and I don't think that's going to be beaten, to be honest with you. There's 27 minutes remaining, and I think with the track temperature as high as it is, 41 degrees, we're not going to see a time quicker than that. It was what, 35 degrees, like 10 degrees cooler or something earlier on when Charles set that in the morning. So I could be wrong though. All depends on fuel. Whether someone wants to turn up that engine for us, please do. We need a drag race between last year's Gen car and new Gen car. Well, I think last year's car would get off the line quicker, but then it would be quickly reeled in by these cars because they reach a higher top speed. So it would be close, yeah, but the eventual winner would be these current cars because they're much quicker in a straight line. Right, yeah, let's have a look at the speed traps. Not that quick today, not that quick yet. No one in the 330s. We did see Hulkenberg and Audi get the highest top speeds yesterday, 341 and 339 or something, I think it was, from Bortoletto. So Fernando must be gutted. Oh, 100% he will be. He won't be a happy bunny at all. That's that, and then here's the sectors for today. So Antonelli actually has the fastest last sector today, at 22.9. The only driver to go sub 23 seconds. Charles Leclerc fastest in the first and second sector, and then second fastest in the third, of course, with the fastest time thus far today. Do I think Leclerc will take pole at Australia? I mean, I'm not sure, but does he really need to? I know. Does he really need to with the race starts? Which we're going to see shortly. We're going to see that race start procedure shortly. I don't think we will, Rod. I mean, maybe if we're lucky, someone will try and do a qualifying lap at the end of the day, but I don't think so. Don't hold your hopes out. Thank you, everyone, by the way. Hope you're well. If you are new here, please hit that subscribe button. We'd much appreciated. Yes. I'm trying to talk to everyone. Careful. Don't want to blow everyone's eardrums out. Yeah, please hit the like and subscribe button. Much appreciated. Hot take Lindblad will beat Lawson. Maybe. Definitely highly rated Lindblads. I just hope he doesn't have big rookie moments this year that he had in F2. I mean, some of the crashes he had in F2 were just like terrible. She's doing a fine job, thanks. You saying Ferrari or Mercedes? You're waving to everyone. How big of an advantage are the Ferrari race starts? Massive advantage, if anything, by yesterday's to go by. We're going to get another opportunity to see them today. So what will happen with the race start procedure is that the first 10... yes, I'm trying to explain the race start procedure. Don't headbutt the steering wheel. What, you want to sit up a bit more? Okay. Sit up there. The race start procedure that they're currently trialing out at the moment is that it's a slightly delayed race start procedure. So what they're doing is that they'll throw the red flag at the moment. This is only for practice though. Throw the red flag. They'll come into the pits. They'll go out. They'll do one formation lap, line up on the grid, do an extra formation lap, and then there's blue lights that flash for 5 seconds to give them time to spool up their turbo, and then the normal 5 lights on and lights out, away we go starts. And yeah, that is, I think, I'll be surprised with what we saw yesterday. I'll be surprised if the teams don't want that to be extended. And I'm sure Ferrari will veto that as well. Okay. Stand there, look. What do you want? Come back. Where are you going? You're so proud of Leclerc. Lots to be proud about him, but be even prouder if he can win a Drivers' World Championship, eh? But yeah, bit of a quiet morning session to be here. The last morning session of this testing, of the last week of testing. 2 weeks is the day until we head to Melbourne. Not long till free practice 1 and free practice 2. Oi, oi. Excited for it. You'll be tucked up in bed though, because it's going to happen at like 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, why you got so many boogers? Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys. Just trying to give Mum is working from home and try and give her a bit of respite so that she can actually get some work done. But 21 minutes remaining. Charles at the top. Let's see if there's any more updates, shall we? Let's go to the... Let's go to... Trying to see... So apparently Lewis hasn't used 8th gear yet, by the way. Is there anything else on F1 right now? Is Audi going to be strong this year? Yeah. Macaroni says it best. Not sure, but they could be the loudest. They are most definitely the loudest, aren't they? I've said it before. I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan of the sound of these cars when they're revving and stuff. Let's see if there's anything from... What's that? So Antonelli was doing a simulation of a flying lap, then something happened during the climb and he barely touched the throttle coming out of the corner before stopping is what the data supposedly suggests. So yeah, something popped up in that Mercedes, didn't it, earlier? Let's see if Adam Cooper is saying anything. Thank you, Si. Which team do I support? What, F1? When you said team, I was talking about football. I actually don't support any particular team. Said this yesterday. I used to support McLaren when I was growing up because I grew up watching Mika Hakkinen and that, and he was my favourite driver. Then, of course, Lewis Hamilton. But it was more so because of the drivers, not so much the team. They were just in that team. I guess I've always had a soft spot for Ferrari. And always kind of wanted them to do well because I grew up watching Schumacher. But yeah, that's it really. Williams is another one. I want them to do well, I guess, because of the heritage, being a British team and so forth. But yeah, not really affiliated with any team. I'm going to get the boring answer. I'm more of a fan of the sport, but I genuinely am. I love racing, and I love F1. Like, I am a speed freak. It's the fastest motorsport in the world. I know, obviously, hypercars and so forth. Oh, we have a purple middle sector. I'm going to stop myself there. Charles Leclerc has just gone purple in the middle sector. There's me saying I don't think we'll see a faster lap this morning. I know. Look, Charles is on a quick lap. Here we go. 33.689 is the fastest time he set earlier on. Can he get sub 33? Or is it a low 33? Ah, he ended... What happened there? 33.827. Not enough. Not enough in the tank. Damn, I thought we was on for a fast lap there. Maybe Piastri will. Maybe Piastri's going to be... Doesn't say what tyre he's on. Maybe Piastri's on a brand new set. I really want the Ferrari PU cars to go off the line really slowly at the start test, just to wind the others up. They may do. Yeah, they may do. He was fastest on lap 5 first time out. Yeah, it was an early lap time that he did. Cooler track conditions back then as well, Dusko, earlier in the morning, you know. Track temps at least 10 degrees higher than it was when we started. I mean, in the evening, it gets down to like, what, 25 degrees? So that's why we see the lap time start to get quicker. But 80 laps this morning is a very good amount of laps for Charles Leclerc. Did a full race simulation, only slightly interrupted by Kimi Antonelli's yellow flag, with him being stricken in the middle there between turn 10 and turn 11. Stroll. Oh my God. Yes, Aston Martin is out. Oh my God. In all of this hoo-ha, Aston Martin are actually out on track. They did it, guys. They're out. Woo! Aston Martin have made it. It'd be interesting to see if Stroll does the afternoon session or if Alonso will. Same issue as Lewis Hamilton yesterday, last sector. Was it Aaron? I missed it. I missed it. Was it snappy rear? Snappy rear out of turn 13. Spikes the temperatures, and then they have no grip into turn 14. I think a lot of that is to do with the rear wing that they've got. I think that new rear wing will help. Do I think it's effective? Yeah, I think it's effective. At least I'm believing it is. Oh, he's back in the pits. Oh, was that it? He done one outlap. Stroll just did one outlap. Is that it? They weren't kidding, were they, Aston Martin? Honda weren't kidding. Limited runs. I mean, you can't get more limited than just one outlap. Probably just a systems check. Make sure it's actually functioning. But yeah, that's not good. I mean, we knew it wasn't good when this is the first time that we've seen them all morning. And we had that statement released by Honda. But some drivers making their way back to the pit lane now. Won't be long till we have that race start procedure. They're on a test. Piastri, was he on a testing tyre, was he? Honestly, I feel like the most exciting part of testing at the moment, or testing this week, has been the starts, the practice starts. So Stroll has indeed made his way back to the pit lane, just watching it on my very delayed TV coverage. Have they put him back into the... Oh, they've literally put him back up on the gurney and they're wheeling him back into the garage. So literally it was one outlap. That's all he was there for. Oh my goodness. Isaac Hadjar's not doing any push laps, is he? So quite a whole host of laps this morning, to be honest with you. Good for them all. Leclerc tops that list with 80 at the moment. Ocon is probably going to overtake him there, but the two Ferrari power units getting the most track time this morning. Antonelli did 49 laps. Not sure if we'll even see him back out there for the practice start. Maybe we will. It depends if they've diagnosed and fixed that engine issue that caused him to retire earlier on out on track. Oscar Piastri, 66 laps for him. Esteban Ocon, we just mentioned 80 laps now. He's on the same amount of laps as Charles Leclerc, but he's probably going to exceed that. Hadjar, 56 laps. Ooh, pardon me, gulped a bit of air there. Gasly, 54 laps. Lindblad, 76 laps as it stands and still out there on track. Carlos Sainz, 66 laps. Hulkenberg, 64, and Perez, 59. So, and Perez is still out there lapping as well, so he's going to get to 60. So a good chunk of laps for pretty much everyone out there today, except Lance Stroll in that Aston Martin. Back in 2003, Renault had a 110-degree engine compared to a 90-degree, which all other teams had. Ferrari, McLaren, and Williams dominated the season, but in Hungary, Alonso won. Aston could do the same. You think? Do I think Ferrari could also hit a 132? I think they all can. Not all of them, but I think all the top teams. I reckon. What do we reckon, guys? Do we reckon they can? The fastest time we've seen thus far is a 32.8. I think they can definitely get up to or get down to 31s, low 31s minimum. I think is possible if they are in a proper qualifying lap. I don't know if they can get into the 30s. I'm not sure these cars are just like a second slower than last year's cars, but I think there's still probably 1.8 seconds. I think a low 31 definitely is there. Think there's a 130? Depends, doesn't it, really? I don't understand what's going on with Aston Martin. How can they manage with Stroll? A lot of Aston Martin workers don't like that for sure. No, of course not. There'll be a lot of Aston Martin workers who are just probably hoping for the day that he goes. But also, at the same time, Aston Martin staff are probably thankful Lawrence Stroll took on the team because it was formerly Force India. They were in financial trouble and he took on the team. And I think there's probably a lot of people who are thankful for the Stroll family for taking that on. Maybe increasing wages as well and making it more, I say enjoyable, but a more pleasant place to work because of the new facilities they've got as well. So while from the outside, yes, of course, from a racing perspective, it's not great to have Lance Stroll in that car. But from a business side and for the thousands of people that work there at that factory, Lawrence Stroll is, they're very thankful to him. High 130s? Yeah, maybe they can probably creep into that, yeah. I don't think you're getting low 130s, though, or breaking into the 29s. I just don't think there's an extra 3 seconds of pace there. Because we just know how quick they can go around the corners, don't we, at the moment? Like, obviously they're quick in the top speeds, and there is more pace in the corners, but definitely not, I think. Stroll's back out. Coming out for his second out lap. They'll probably all be making their way to the pit lane soon. So Norris will hit 131. I think all the top 4 teams probably could. I don't think we're going to see a 31 today, though. Straight mode, low grip. So they're testing out the low grip mode. So that means where they'll only be able to activate the front wing, not the rear wing, when it comes to active aero. Could Haas be a surprise car nearer the front than the back? I don't think they're going to be a car that can compete with the top 4, but I think they... Yes. I think they definitely will be heading up that pack in the midfield alongside Williams and Alpine. I think there's going to be an interesting midfield battle between those 3 teams. Potentially as well, Racing Bulls. I'm still not sure about Racing Bulls. I don't feel like I've seen... I don't know. They've been focusing more on their long runs than they have performance runs, and I think Racing Bulls are still a little bit of an unknown. Do I think Ollie will beat Ocon? I do. Yeah, I really rate Ollie Behrman. I think he's one of those. He's a talent. Thoughts on super clipping? What's super clipping again? What's the super clipping? Is that where they clip at the end of the straight and the battery runs out and then they start losing their top speed? What? So race flag suspended, Mila. Hang on. Race flag suspended. Why is this not flagging up as red? That's what I wanted. Last time it didn't work. Don't know why the track's not red for it being red. Okay, hang on. Nothing's happened. This is just a... I know, it's okay. Look. Go on. Oh, it's okay. Look, we're going to go out for a walk in a minute. I'm just watching the practice start, okay? My bad. Super clipping is when the... Yeah, so it is what I thought then. Yeah, super clipping is when the driver is on full throttle at the end of the straight. The battery presumably gets low and their speed fluctuates. Yeah. My thoughts on it, it's not good, is it? Let's be real. No need to beat around the bush. It's not good. That's why obviously there's too much emphasis on the battery. That's why this is 50-50. It should, the power combustion side of it, the ICE, should be more influential to the top speed than the battery. So yeah, no, I don't like it. I don't think anyone likes it. They should really hit a top speed and stay at that top speed. There should be like a peak speed that they can achieve, and then they don't get any quicker. And then the only time the speed scrubs off is if they touch the brakes, basically, or lift off. What do I think about the Ferrari start yesterday? I thought it was amazing. To watch it again now. Let's see. We're going to see the practice start and see if they're able to replicate it, or if they play it coy and they go, nah, we're not going to do, we're just going to, we gave everyone a little teaser yesterday. Kimmy's car did indeed break down, yes, yeah. So the red flag, there is no issue. What it is, the starting procedure is that there'll be... Oh, is the Leclerc not coming out? No way. A Ferrari not doing this start. There's only 3 of them. They don't have to do the practice start. A Ferrari going, no, we're not going to do the practice start. No way. Surely not. Not sure if Lewis will be in this afternoon. I don't think so, because he was in all day yesterday. Bless. Little one's crying in the background. Right. Surely not. They're teasing us. Ferrari are teasing us, guys. I mean, what we will get, at least there's one Ferrari power unit out there, though, which is Ocon. So we'll get to see that. But he'll be starting at the front. But it'd be interesting to see, obviously, how quickly he launches off again compared to the Mercedes unit of Piastri and Hadjar. I mean, they will be doing another formation lap. They won't be starting right now. They will be doing another formation lap after this. And then we will get the standing start. So unless Leclerc and that join at the end of the pit lane and do it now, but it looks like Charles is standing in the pit lane, which is frustrating for us as fans. We wanted to see that start again. What do I think about the rotating front wing? Rotating front wing or rotating rear wing? So they're not doing an actual race start now. They're going to be doing another formation lap. Ocon should start third. I know, that's what I'd like to see, but that's not the case. They're waiting a long time. I think there's extra formation lap. There you go, extra formation lap. Confirmed. So they're going to do one more formation lap, and then they will do the practice start. But this is, of course, so that F1 can test all their systems as well. Russell will be out in the afternoon. So all of those drivers who aren't there, who haven't driven this morning, will be in the car this afternoon, other than maybe Alonso and Hamilton. Hamilton was in the car all day yesterday, which means Charles is in the car all day today. Alonso, I don't know if he'll get any running today at all. Aston Martin have already said they're going to be doing limited running today. All we have seen is 2 out laps at the end of this test session from Lance Stroll. And I suppose he'll be in the car this afternoon more than Fernando Alonso. But we'll see. We'll see. But the session will be running down the clock. It will be the end of this 4 hours here at pre-season testing. We're going to end with this standing start, of course. I'm going to go on a lunch break, and we'll be back for the afternoon session, guys. So, no Ferrari, unfortunately, for us to see if Leclerc can get a decent launch. We'll probably see that later on this evening or this afternoon in the afternoon session. But at least we've got Esteban Ocon, so we can see how he gets off the line, who he did have a good start yesterday, bearing in mind, with Lewis Hamilton as well. 2 Ferrari powered units, of course. Also Ferrari powered unit. Here they come. Here we go. They will go in the afternoon, yeah. So I am watching the TV coverage. I do have the TV coverage as well, which is on a slight delay. So I'll be able to let you guys know how they actually did launch off. I can't imagine Piastri's going to blast past Ocon and Hadjar's going to blast past each other. They've been quite coy, the McLarens, with their race starts as well. But let's see how they fare as they make their way down into turn 1. Keep an eye out on the speedometers. Race start. Held for a long time here, a very long time. Longer than normal, I would say, is what they've been held here for. What's going on? Mate, they're holding them for ages. That's not fair. I mean, it does still seem like Ocon's pulling away from Piastri, though, and Isaac Hadjar. So that was an extremely long time. I'm not too happy about that. pre-start. Just watching it now and just seeing the actual launches of Ocon, Piastri, and Hadjar to see if there was any wheel spin or not. Yeah, so they definitely seemed to hold them for a bit longer, it seemed, which would give Hadjar and Piastri an opportunity to spool up their turbos more. They were actually 2 good launches from both Piastri and Hadjar. Ocon still had the quicker launch with the Ferrari power unit in his car. But just watching it again. Yeah, you can see from the Ferrari, not the Ferrari, but you can see from Piastri's, there's a little, ever so small amount of wheel spin, like minimal, off of the line. Whereas Ocon's launch is just like normal, perfect, like he's got traction control on, as obviously did the Ferrari yesterday as well. But there will be another one later on this evening. Yep, there will be the afternoon tests at the end, and I imagine more teams will participate in that, and hopefully we'll get to see Charles in the Ferrari. I can't imagine they're going to let Charles away, not have any practice start. So there we go, guys. That is it. Trying a 10-second rev. I think so. It definitely seemed to be longer. Which is cheating. They shouldn't do that. But anyway, we'll get maybe confirmation of that in the afternoon about that start procedure. But thank you, guys. Thank you for the morning session. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to go grab some lunch. I suggest you guys do the same. The music will be staying on, and we'll be back in just over 55 minutes. See you then. Bye. Subscribe and like as well. Or like and subscribe. It's go, go, go! Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a lovely lunch. I'm just back in a jiffy. Just got to grab my drink. Was it? Oh, hello everyone. Hello. Was just sorting out little one. She just had a lunch, very messy lunch. Oh, damn it, I'm not set up. Hang on. No one out on track yet? They still having lunch? Lunch, fried chicken and salad. No, not for me. I had the chicken was involved. It was just chicken pasta, basically. Yeah. Little one had eggs, beans, and avocado. So very messy. And yes, pray for the nappies. Pray for the nappy changes later on this evening. All right. No one out on track yet. Just loading up the TV coverage, see what everyone's doing. Still disappointed we didn't get to see Charles Leclerc early, you know, doing the practice start. That's what everyone wanted to see. But clearly something there. They're like, nope. We'll let the Haas do the work for us. But yeah, hope Done well the last final 4 hours now of this testing, and then it is full steam ahead. Yes, full steam ahead into Melbourne in 2 weeks' time. It'll be here before we know it. So who's going to be in the cars this afternoon? We should see Norris, we should see Max, we should see Bortoletto. Who knows if we'll see Alonso or Stroll? Who knows? Alex Albon, we should see. Liam Lawson, we should see. Unless Lindblad's doing all of today, because I think Lawson did all of yesterday, I'm not sure. Colapinto. Hamilton we won't see because he was in the car all day yesterday, so it'll be Charles Leclerc. And then we should see Russell, Bottas, and Behrman now. So solid 2 laps logged, Sid. Yes, solid 2 laps logged by Aston Martin. If you're just tuning in, what was the reason for them having limited running? As we have Ollie Behrman, we have movement in the pit lane. As Ollie Behrman comes out on track, replacing Esteban Ocon for this afternoon. If you're missing what happened with Aston Martin, well, basically what has happened with Aston Martin is that Honda have come out and made a statement. They've cancelled all press conferences today, Aston Martin, and they are releasing only statements via the media. And what has happened is that they don't have enough PU parts left, or PUs left. There was a battery power unit. There was a battery unit issue, and there we go. Confirmation that it will be Lance Stroll for the remainder of today. Fernando Alonso's testing is done. It is done. So Lance Stroll out there. They're doing limited running today. Short stints is what we got told. They didn't do anything in the morning session, and who knows how they're going to work out this afternoon. So Aston Martin may struggle to complete the Odyssey GP, yeah. Did Mercedes have any issues, Kofi? They did. Antonelli had an engine failure out on track. Oh, pardon me. He had an engine failure out on track. Right where Ollie Behrman is going through now, just on the exit of turn 10. Don't know the cause of it, but that is why... that is, the first gremlin of... I say first gremlin. Real proper first gremlin of the engine out on track, so... Maybe not. I ain't decided yet. Yeah, we'll do that instead. Oh, I don't know. I'll see how I feel. I was thinking earlier. I was like, do I go? Do I not go? I don't know. Yeah. Not what Nui deserved. I don't know. I think Nui may be the cause of it. To be honest with you, if you've made the wrong decision and you've asked too much of Honda, which the rumours may be true, but basically he's asked Honda to really streamline that engine. So basically make it nice and slim, pack it into a small area. That's obviously going to put stress on the engine in relation to the cooling and so forth. And maybe he's asked too much of him. And of course we know that it's not the same Honda personnel that were there when they were working under Red Bull. And they're just been able to achieve it. Sometimes it's not great to go aggressive too early, and I think that may be what Nui's asked Aston Martin to do, and it's backfiring. Gone too aggressive with the aero design, with the packaging of the engine and everything, and it's not going well. I mean, there's no doubt probably that there is fundamental issues with the engine and the battery, but I don't know, are they related to what's the overall aero packages as well? The Haas start as well, Peter. Yep, those Ferrari powered cars. Look at, well, I say Ferrari powered cars. I mean, it's we haven't seen really Cadillac properly start. I don't feel like anyway. So interesting. Talking about starts, George Russell was quoted earlier on as saying about those tricky starts. I think we've got a lot of potential beneath us, but to win a race, you've also got to get off the line quite well. And I think the 2 starts I've made this week were worse than my worst ever starts in F1. Lewis down in P11 got into P1. So at this stage, I don't think it matters how quick you are. The thing that's going to trip you up is going to be that tallest hurdle. And that's what we're trying to get our heads around a moment. And yeah, we're stumbling on some at the moment. George Russell, from the title favourite this year, as Max Verstappen exits the pit lane for his last laps today in this afternoon session for testing, saying that, yes, if they can't get on top of those starts, if overtaking is going to be as tricky as the drivers are predicting it's going to be, we saw last year, we hope it's not the case, but we did see last year how often the car that led into the first corner ended up winning the race. At minimum, if you led at the end of the first lap, the majority of times the driver went on to win the race. That very well could be the case with these current regulations. I hope that's not the case for all of our benefits, because we want to see good racing and we want to see overtakes being possible, and we want that unpredictable nature of F1. But yeah, race starts are always important. Position yourself, gain an advantage, and if Ferrari are launching themselves as quick as they are, they're minimum on the second row, even third row, they can launch off the line quickly. Because the Mercedes and the Red Bull and the McLaren may not even be able to react to get their cars in a position to block off the Ferraris. The Ferraris may be already alongside them before they even blink and check their mirrors, the other cars. So, yeah. Mercedes can qualify well. Yeah, of course they can, yeah. But it just proves that qualifying well isn't the be-all and end-all. There's a new variable now. There's a new variable of... There's a new yeah, there is, isn't there? There's a new variable now, which is the race starts, which never used to really be an issue. It was always down to the driver, whereas now it still is, but it's down also to the limitations of the car you have underneath you. So, going to be interesting. Can't wait for Melbourne. I can't make any promises to the missus, but I won't shout the house down. Might be best if you stay over your mum's that weekend. The Australian Grand Prix. Stay over Saturday night. Yeah, I will need your help. Well, you could do it from your mum's. Are you going to get up at 4 a.m. then? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now you're like, maybe not. Yeah. Oh, your hands are cold. At least they're not full of eggs and beans anymore, are they? So, Stroll's already back in the pits. Verstappen out on a brand new set of mediums. Let's see if he's going to go for a push lap, shall we? So, fastest lap. Track temperature is starting to cool a little bit as the day progresses. So, 40 degrees Celsius right now. Still not as cool as what it was when Leclerc set his lap time earlier. I think that's about 35, 36 degrees in the morning. But Max is doing an out lap, and we'll see if he decides to go for a push lap. They always tend to do on the first lap on these tyres. As Ollie Behrman makes his way back into the pits. Remember, fastest lap we saw yesterday was a 32.8, and that's the fastest lap time we've seen all week. Only a few hundredths of a second separating. Was it hundredths or thousandths of a second? I can't remember, but it was very minimal. Less than a tenth of a second separating Oscar Piastri and Kimi Antonelli, the two Mercedes power cars on the grid. So, yeah. And it's lights out, and away we go. We don't say lights out. And away we go, because that's Crofty's term. Everybody in the house goes wild, yeah. Not at 4 a.m. they won't. Hello, what have you brought me? That's your dirty top that's full of beans and egg. Yeah. Why have you brought Daddy that? Lovely. I do. I kind of do and I don't. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Trying to be independent. Original is what I was saying. Right, let's keep an eye on Max, shall we? He should be on a push lap. 31.1 isn't the best first sector. Not quite on a push lap. Fastest first sector we've seen today is 29.5. So not sub 30. So Max is probably starting a long run. Not doing any push laps right now. So where is everybody? I don't know. Everyone's probably finishing their lunch. getting back from work, ready to tune in for the afternoon session. There you go, right on cue, Georgian. Who picked the Cadillac colour? I did. It's supposed to be like a gold, because I don't want... Yellow maybe is a bit too much, because we do have yellow flags, of course. Safety car. People don't want to get confused with a safety car. But the... Where is it? Cadillac. Yeah, it's kind of like a gold. Supposed to be. Can I change Audis? I can. Why? What do you want it to be? It's tricky, the Audi. I don't know what to make it. I feel like the Audi colour does stand out a bit, to be fair. Hey, Joe, it's good to see you, mate. It's a bit late today. No, that's all good, mate. Nothing really to write home about from this morning. This morning was a bit quiet, to be honest with you. Antonelli had a breakdown towards the end of the session out on track. We don't know the cause of it yet. Lance Stroll and Aston Martin announced that they were going to be doing a limited run-in today due to a battery issue that they discovered because of Fernando Alonso's retirement yesterday from testing. And they've only done 4 laps thus far. 2 at the end of last session and 2 now. So, put grey for Audi. You think? I don't know. I don't feel like it pops off. The problem with the Audi being grey, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit difficult to see them. And likewise, if you put Audi black, so look, this is black, doesn't really stand out on here. And also, it's the track map, it's how their icons appear on track. We'll try like a light grey maybe for now. I don't know. I feel like the peachy colour worked quite well, but we'll see. We'll see. Will Merck come out on track? I presume they will do, but we don't know. We don't know yet. It should be George Russell coming out at some point. So, hey Mario, good to see you, mate. A bit boring, to be honest with you, the morning session. Not a lot happened. Not a lot happened. So, Esteban Ocon has been speaking about the strong starts for Haas with the Ferrari PU. He says, in the beginning of the year, obviously we had our troubles doing starts. It was not easy to get off the line and not easy to find the pre-start revs. We sat on the grid for ages before we could finally go. Now, I think we're in a much better place. I think this test, we've improved we've improved the power unit, the way the boost comes in, etc. So it felt quite nice to get away off the line yesterday. There's some things that we still can improve, but we have improved overall. I guess that other manufacturers will be able to improve as well, though. And then we've also got some quotes coming in from Nico Hulkenberg. We don't really know until Melbourne in relation to Audi's potential, and even a few races in, because I feel at the moment also it could be quite track dependent, how your package feels on different circuits, so we'll have to wait and see until everybody really puts their pants down in quali, and we'll find out. But the team has been working hard over the winter, pushing all the areas, being new into the power unit side, doing that for the first time. It's been busy and a challenge. There's still a lot of work and a lot of room for improvement on that side, and a lot to come. So early days. I hope we're competitive somewhere in the midfield right now. How well do I think the Haas partnership will do with Toyota? Really well. I think they'll go really well. That was the Haas colour, wasn't it? Yeah, Hulkenberg. I'm going to change it back. I actually don't like the light grey. Right, let's see if we can find a colour that's maybe... I don't know. I mean, what's their colour of the thing that they've got? Is it like... Isn't it like that? Isn't that their kind of colour that they've got on the car? It's like an orangey red, isn't it? It's not completely red, is it? I think that stands out. Because it's also their icon out on track as well. It's not papaya. They've got a white background there. So we don't want it to be red because that's Ferrari. Lava red? Yeah, I guess that's lava red or lava orange, isn't it? So pretty much the same colour as before. I know, but sometimes you need to do these things, Jarvis. You need to cycle through and then come back to what you realise you had initially was the best choice. So that looks like Ferrari, Georgian. You think? I don't think so. I think Ferrari are definitely... I mean, do you want me to make Ferrari more red? Is that what you'd like me to do? I mean, that's as red as it can possibly be for Ferrari. Look, let's be real. And I'm not jinxing it here, but let's be real. I don't think we're going to have to worry about the colour clash between Audi and Ferrari when it comes to qualifying and race day. I'm just saying. Or McLaren. How likely is it that Leclerc actually gets a championship this year? I don't know. I don't know. I would say feel positive about his chances this year. I think being a Ferrari fan, you could be heading into this year positive. You had low expectations, and I think you can be like, yeah, it's going to be. You should be excited for the start of the season. That's what I would be saying as a Ferrari fan. I'm fully getting on the hype train. But I think you should be hyped, and I think you should be positive about this. You're just counting down the minutes, aren't you? Right, back in a sec, guys. I've just got to sort out little Missy Moo. I'm back. Oh. Right, what has been occurring? Oh, Stroll is back out there, everyone. Charles Leclerc still with the fastest time of the day. Seems like Max Verstappen is just focusing on some long runs at the moment, so some long run data. Anything from Lewis about yesterday? No, I haven't seen any interviews or anything yet. George. There will be a start sequence, yeah. You made your way back here, have you? You're supposed to be going to sleep. Sorry, there will be a start sequence. Getting distracted here, guys. Sorry, at the start of this session. Yes, there will be a start sequence later on. Hopefully, we'll get to see actual Ferrari car. As, oh my goodness, watching Lance Stroll really struggle with that Aston Martin through turn 4 there. Really struggling while he's trying to push that Aston Martin. Back out there. Who knows how much he'll get running. Oh my God, he is snapping at the wheel at every single corner at the moment. I know. Trying to focus on testing. Where was I? Straight over my head. She keeps distracting me. Where was I, guys? Please help me pick up from where I was from. Where I was at. By the way, hardly anyone's been out on track for this afternoon. We've only had Lindblad. Oh, Lindblad must be in the car all day then. Lawson's not in there this afternoon. Sainz is in the car all day today as well. Okay, Albon's not in there. Any word from Hamilton? No word yet from Hamilton from yesterday. Don't think he's done any interviews yet. He just sent it over as well, George. Reading. Do you want to read it? I am. There was a story where Ferrari warned other teams about the problems with the starting of the cars, and reportedly Mercedes and Honda ignored it. Yes, yeah. So it was Fred Vasseur, to be exact. He warned everyone that this was going to be an issue. A good few months ago, around 12 months ago, I think it was, over a year ago. They said, don't worry about it. And he went, okay, well, we're going to go and build a car that can accommodate this issue. And they did that. And then I think it was about 3 months ago, not too long ago it was, only a couple of months ago, they raised this concern again, and they wanted to vote for a new starting procedure. And Fred went, No. I raised this concern 12 months ago. We could have done something about it then. We made a car to accommodate this. It's not my fault if you've not foreseen and not done the same thing. Foreseen this issue and done the same thing. And that's why we're in the position now of where they're trying to meet in some middle grounds of stalling the start procedure by around 5 seconds, I think it is. It did seem like it was a bit longer earlier. Maybe that was just the data here, I don't know. But it did seem like it was a bit longer in relation to the time that they were stationary for with those preset lights. But if you've got a problem, change your flipping car. Exactly. So, yeah, I agree with that. Look, what more can you do? There's only you can't keep moving the goalposts. You have to draw a line somewhere, and they've accommodated for it, and they've clearly got an advantage over everyone else, haven't they, Ferrari, with the race starts? So it's going to be very interesting. Leclerc looks comfortable and motivated this season. I agree, Bongai. Yes, he very much does so. I'll reply to him with some comments on it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll draft up some comments. Isn't Norris going to do the last session? I thought so. Yeah, we haven't seen McLaren out there yet. Sorry, just got to load back up my TV coverage. But going back to Ferrari, definitely there seems to be an air of positivity around the team, and you haven't seen that from Ferrari at the start of a season for quite some time. So yeah, Ferrari as well. We've spoken about this as George Russell is out on track now. So that Mercedes has been fixed based upon that error, that engine error that they had earlier on with Antonelli that caused him to stop out on track. But Ferrari are a team that are known for, if they don't make a good start to a regulation or just a season in general, they very rarely catch up in the season in relation to development. And what I really like, and there's reasons for that. The reason is mainly because they have a habit of turning up and more so copying other people's homework, having a design, and then maybe seeing what else works. And of course, every team does that, but some teams do it more so than others. Their initial ideas, I think Ferrari have been a bit risk averse in relation to taking their own designs, their own concepts, and implementing them. It's more so like, oh, let's just wait and see if other teams have maybe got the same idea as what we had or something. And I get that to an extent, but in F1, if you want to get ahead, you have to be innovative. And there's certain levels of how innovative you can be and how aggressive you can be. And sometimes it backfires, but I think for the most part, Ferrari haven't been that way. And what they've done here is that they've clearly focused on a good power. I think also as well is that the resource that they've put into this year, by focusing, while last year was very bad for them, we know that. The fact that Lewis was part of the car development as well for this year, there's no real excuses in a sense of driving style and how it feels if this year for Lewis, because he has input. He isn't inheriting someone else's car, as he said, and it should suit him. And I think the driving style does suit him, and I think the way we've seen, obviously, with the later braking and so forth, and these new aerodynamic packages do suit him. It's in his DNA, yeah. But for Ferrari, they've focused the resource onto creating a new power unit. There was concerns. Would they be able to make a new Ferrari power unit? Yes. There's concerns about would they be able to obviously bring innovative ideas, and they have done that. And they seem to be very good. It seems to be very positive around the team. And, well, I'll tell you now, other teams still are writing off Ferrari. There is a second-hand source that I have who is in Mercedes, and he still doesn't believe Ferrari are worth paying attention to with his comments. I've never spoken to this individual. As I said, it's second-hand. It's someone I know who knows this individual. And he says it's between... He thinks the pecking order is us and, as in them, Mercedes and Red Bull at the moment, Max. That's what he thinks. So, Ferrari, he went, no, don't worry about them. So, I don't know, maybe by the end of this week, their opinions have changed, but interesting thoughts there from inside the team. And this guy, I think he works in the aerodynamic side of the team. So honestly, I wanted Lewis to put together a heck of a lap yesterday, it being his last test in Star. So did I. Yesterday's rear wing moving has took the Ferrari fans' hopes to another level. I hope they ain't disappointed when actual races start. No, I agree. I think the thing is that it's not just the rear wing, it's the fact of that obviously the race starts in particular are very positive. Their race simulations have looked positive as well. I guess the one thing that they have looked a little bit behind on is when they have gone for a push lap. The rear does step out somewhat. We saw that with Lewis. We've seen it a couple of times with Charles, although Charles looks a little bit more comfortable in the car than Lewis when it comes to that. But they are very positive, and that rear wing supposedly could help with it. With that transition from obviously the active aero to the braking and into the corners. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for sure. I think if Ferrari win the championship, it will be the first time since 1958 that they will do it after a winless season. 1957, wow. It was Mike Hawthorne, and I think there have been other years like this. But yeah, basically going back to it, Ferrari need a good start to a season. If they don't get off to a good start to a season, they don't really come back strong. They don't develop strong. There are some instances where they've come back and they've performed better. I mean, a couple of years ago, 2024, they nearly won the Constructors off of McLaren, but like that was quite late in the season, wasn't it? And by then, they were well out of winning a championship. Obviously, Max was so far ahead, and they were never going to win the championship, Drivers' Championship as a whole. They could have won the Constructors, however. But yeah, for them to win the Drivers' World Championship, they need to get off to a good start. That is genuine. That's normally been the type with Ferrari. That's been their pattern in F1. But that's not to say that with this kind of new team and these new designs that they're putting forward, it seems like it's a fresh new Ferrari. A Ferrari that we aren't used to, which I think is why everyone's kind of a bit shocked, and there's a lot of talk about these race starts and the exhaust flap and the rear wing this week. Is like, this isn't Ferrari. This is not Ferrari that we know, the Ferrari that we know. This is normally what you expect from the likes of Mercedes or, yes, McLaren and Red Bull, not from the likes of Ferrari. So, yeah. How can you rule out Ferrari with that start? I 100% agree, David. Yeah, there are Australia, known for not having many overtakes. We then head to China. China's a bit different, a much longer back straight, much more potential of opportunity for overtakes, especially with this super clip-in if they don't have the battery deployment. This is the thing as well. There's going to be circuits where one team is strong and one isn't. Like if someone's got a very strong deployment, then they're going to fare much better at the longer straight circuits, the more high-speed circuits, because they're going to be able to deploy for longer, and they're also going to be able to recover more. But if it comes to circuits where, okay, if you're poor at recovery, then the circuits where it's not really too bad at where like Saudi and stuff, not a lot of hard braking zones where we expect there to be difficulty in recovery, then that will benefit them more because the battery is not going to be able to be utilized as much. It's really intriguing. I'm still not even sure if I just as I was saying that, I'm not even sure if I got that the right way around. But yeah, we're going to see strengths and weaknesses from multiple teams across multiple different circuits, and that's why I hope that we do get kind of a 1 week it may be Ferrari or quickest, 1 week it's at Mercedes, another week it's McLaren or Red Bull. That's what I'm hoping. That's an ideal world. Doesn't never really kind of works out that way, but maybe we will. But it's going to be interesting, especially with those race starts. And as you said, if overtaking is going to be as difficult as they suspect it will, but still be. Ferrari leads into the first corner with those race starts. Doesn't matter if they don't qualify on pole. They're going to be leading into the first corner and difficult to overtake, aren't they? So, yeah, it's going to be intriguing. Did Lewis get a new race engineer? So not confirmed yet. I mean, he's going to be having a... he's not... I don't think he's still sharing Brian, which is Charles's engineer. I think there is someone else who is temporarily on his side of the garage, but they won't be full-time. It'll be... There's someone they've hired to be Lewis's race engineer when it comes from McLaren, who's on gardening leave and joining in August or something, or in the summer break. That's my understanding. That's what was being reported. Whether that is still the case or not, I don't know. Morning, Rab. Good to see you. Have I seen the Max Verstappen debut on Up to Speed and 2 more with David? I've seen clips. I've seen some clips. So, Leclerc has done 80 laps. You can see there that it says the lap counter next to the tyre history. That is what says how many laps they've done overall. Let's go with the question. If these starts are real, are other teams sandbagging? I mean, I did suggest that on the Missed Apex podcast last night. I said, what if the other teams, like, purposefully have slow starts or make out they have difficult race starts? Obviously, there's lots of data that the FIA have access to. But I'm sure there's ways that they could maybe try and trick the FIA to say, no, look, we're just not getting the turbo spooled up enough. The reason I have wheel spin there is, and we had the slow start is because, or the wheel spin is because we didn't have enough time to spool our turbo. Like, we need longer. We need longer. Try and force the hand of the FIA to increase this start procedure more for safety concerns. But I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think they can really sandbag off the start. Because the main thing is with the race starts. So the race start is reliant purely on your ICE and your turbo. It is not reliant on your battery. Because for the first 50 kilometers an hour, the battery doesn't kick in. So it's just the ICE, the combustion unit of the engine, and the turbo. Now, of course, with the issue without having the MGU-H is that the MGU-H used to keep the level of the turbo hot, nice and high, so that the drivers didn't have to worry about this building up the turbo. And now they do, because the MGU-H has been removed, and the formation lap isn't sufficient enough to spool the turbo up enough to a level that is sufficient to just, like, worrisome-free pull away on the grid. Whereas Ferrari, I don't even think it's still been confirmed yet, but it is widely regarded they have a smaller turbo because they don't have to worry about spooling it up. Basically, the formation lap is sufficient enough time for them to spool up the turbo, and especially with this now slightly increased delay, the 5-second delay for the starting light procedure, they have enough time to get that turbo at the right level that is needed, basically full, and then they are able to launch up to 50 kilometers an hour with no problem at all. No wheel spin. It looks like traction control compared to the others, and by the time basically the other teams get up to 50 kilometers an hour and the battery starts to kick in, the Ferrari is already alongside. That's what we saw yesterday with Lewis Hamilton a couple of times. We saw that in play. So, as George Russell said, it's something that they're going to have to look at and see if there is a way. Like, let's put it this way, you could start the first couple of races, first 3-4 races, and Ferrari win every single one, primarily due to their good starts, and they're able to hold on to track position. Whereas maybe the Mercedes has a quicker car, and the McLaren and Red Bull has a quicker car overall, but they don't have enough to be able to get past the Ferraris because they were able to gain track position at the start. Then Mercedes, Red Bull, and McLaren are going to have to look at altering that turbo to ensure that they are able to get better starts and maintain their grid positions. That's just theoretical. So, what's the music? It's just from Stream Beats. So it's a copyright-free service on Spotify. It was called Brain Beater. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Front of the grid already had to wait ages for... Well, this is it, isn't it? So I think maybe that was what the hold was for earlier. Maybe the hold that I saw earlier in the afternoon practice start was actually them theoretically waiting for the time it takes for the rest of the grid to line up. So yes, the further up you qualify, the more beneficial it's going to be to you, and the more likely you are to have a good start, because you will be waiting for you'll have more time to spool up your turbo and get it to the level that you need. But it does still seem like that even with that time, the other cars with the larger turbos who need that extra time aren't able to launch off as comfortably as the Ferrari powered units are. Because we saw Ocon earlier on, we saw Ocon even yesterday, and Hamilton twice. So, yeah. If the other teams start to copy the turbo size, then the speed difference that other teams have will get smaller too, right? Exactly that, Arav. As we keep saying, there is a trade-off. You don't get anything for free. So that's the thing. They may be more quicker over a race distance, but if they can't overtake because they're losing their track position, because if overtaking is difficult, and it is, we don't want it to be as fans, but if it does become a sport, which we have seen like last year and in the past, where it's the team that, or the driver that leads into the first corner that eventually wins, more often than not wins the race, or at minimum at the end of the first lap, it doesn't matter how quick you are over a race distance in clean air. If you can't maintain that position at the race start, then the race start becomes absolutely essential, doesn't it? So you're going to have to sacrifice that overall speed over a race distance in clean air to ensure that you're able to hold on to that track position. So yes, there will be a trade-off somewhere, but it's a balancing act, isn't it? It's like what do you see? And sometimes it comes down to just it comes down to just a normal decision. It's like top speed. There's no point in being able to hit 350 kilometers an hour on the straight if you're not able to keep the car pointing in the right direction. What's it matter? You need to scrub off some speed to be able to add some more downforce on the car to ensure that it can corner or go for the corners quicker. So yeah, that's potentially, not saying it will be, but that's potentially what the likes of Mercedes and Red Bull will have to look at. Of course, McLaren, they're at the whims of Mercedes, aren't they? I think, because the turbo is part of the engine, right? It's part of the engine unit. I don't think it's a case of Mercedes. Is the turbo part of the engine unit, but is provided by the engine supplier? Is that correct, guys? Or is the turbo separate? Is that something that each team individually adds to the car? From testing universe, Mercedes look really strong, stable, confident. McLaren also seems comfortable and composed, just not showing headline times. Do I think Mercedes actually ahead? Could McLaren be sandbagging a bit? I think they're all sandbagging. I think Mercedes, probably from everything that everyone has seen, is probably overall the best. But I don't know. I think clearly no team wants to be, no one wants to take that title of, yeah, we're the best, or we're the fastest. So they're all still passing that hot potato. McLaren have said, oh no, we're full fastest. We've still got a lot more work to do. Ferrari have said, oh no, it's Mercedes who are quickest. Mercedes have said it's Red Bull. Look at their deployment. Red Bull have said, just wait till Melbourne, they'll turn the engine up. It's Mercedes. So yeah, I don't know. We truly don't know until we head to Melbourne. And I do think it will be track specific to an extent. I don't think any team, and it's hope maybe more than anything, I don't think any team is leaps and bounds ahead of the other. turbo is made by the engine supply. Thank you for the confirmation, Mike. I thought so. I thought it would be. So yeah, McLaren as an example would then be beholden to what Mercedes decide to do with their engine. Is Norris, Hamilton, etc. doing runs today? So Norris should be, I believe. Leclerc is in the car this afternoon as he's out on track right now. Hamilton did all day yesterday, so Leclerc is doing all day today. Hamilton is trackside though. I've seen him. They have panned to him a couple of times on the TV coverage. Won't the back of the grid, other than the last person, want to line up faster now, since they need power up turbo, or the turbo can be... Yeah, no, exactly, Natish, yeah. Yeah, the formation laps may be... well, the guy at the front will want that large gap to the guy behind. It used to be, didn't it? It used to be that generally you want to back up the field. Because if you back up the field, then they don't have to worry about this turbo spooling issue. So you would back up the field and you'd want to sit on the grid for as short a time as possible because you don't want your tyres to cool. The more warmer they are, the more grip you have. But that's going to change now. You're going to want a nice field spread so that those at the front have longer to spool up those turbos and get into that race start procedure. So... Yeah, that's why I thought it was part of the engine, Georgian, because Haas are also doing good with their launches, aren't they? Is there any other benefits of the small turbo other than the race start for Ferrari? So this is the thing. I'm learning all of this on the go, but I believe so, yes. So what it should do, it will provide them better acceleration. So part of this shifting down into first gear and this recovery is also not just about the battery, but it's also about keeping the spooling of the turbo high. And if you've got that larger turbo, then you're not going to get that good of an acceleration out of the corners. So Ferrari, to an extent, should have a better acceleration out of the corners into some of the slower corners. That's probably why you're seeing them not go down into first gear. If you've seen any of the onboards, obviously there was a big thing about in the first day of testing that we saw Max Verstappen go down to first gear and then other teams started to copy it. But I've never seen Charles and Lewis go down to first gear. They've always been in second. And the reason for that would be because of their smaller turbo. Their turbo is already... They don't need to spool it. They don't need to go down to first gear. So maybe that is a benefit to them and they feel more comfortable. And also, rightfully so, you guys have brought up the... discussion of, well, surely going so high in the revs and going down into first gear, surely that's going to wear the gearboxes out. Surely that's not good for the gearbox, just like it would be in your road car. And I am of the same mind. I think also that is an issue and something that we may see over the course of the season. Reliability at the moment isn't an issue from what we've seen from the engines, but maybe the gearbox is where the reliability issues are going to stem from this year because of this extra gearing that they have to go down in. And of course they can change gear ratios and so forth. I think it's both, Mike. I think it is both. I swear, I think I have seen that somewhere. I think the extra gear is regen related, but it's also turbo spooling related. Because when they're spooling up the turbos, I mean, you hear the revs, don't you? When they're stationary to spool up those turbos. So I think it has a double effectiveness to it. It's more than just one reason. Because I initially thought it was just regen related as well. And then I can't remember where I saw it. I think the turbo spool, someone said the turbo spooling is also a factor as well. Which would make sense why the Ferraris don't need to go down to first gear. Say hypothetically, if every F1 driver from history can come back and drive in their prime, who do you want to see on the grid? It depends what type of car they're driving, doesn't it? But I mean, yeah, obviously the Prost, Senna, Mansell, Schumacher, Hakkinen. Who else is there? I'm trying to think of who else. Lauda, James Hunt, like all those sort of drivers, really. They also won't need to use as much electrical energy out of the corners. That's, yeah, exactly, that's true. So, yeah, it's interesting. I think maybe Ferrari have actually figured something out here, like genuinely, when it comes to, when it comes to the smaller turbo. But we'll see. Time will tell, won't it? Time will tell. Top 4 teams with the highest lap count, 3 are Ferrari. That's positive. What, for today? Indeed, yes. Lance Stroll, only 6 laps, by the way. Jesus. I think regen-wise, as they go down to first gear, they rev up the car a bit more, and that extra revving generates more energy. Yes, suppose. Yeah, that's one of the reasons. But I think it's not a double-edged sword, because that's a bad thing, but I think it's multi-purpose. That's the word I was looking for. It's multi-purpose. I think it also spools up the turbo as well. Aston Martin are DNF in both cars in Australia. Well, if they don't start, they might be do not starts. We've had all this. We've so been looking forward to 11 teams starting in Melbourne for this year. Cadillac joins, and actually, we only get 10 teams start 2026. Just a fault. Potentially found a happy medium, Stephen. Exactly. Yeah. And with that rear wing, and this is the faults of the rear wing as well, is that flip-flap rear wing, or the upside-down rear wing, is that obviously it has its benefits when it comes to under braking and that, but the slot gap is clearly a lot larger than the one that they're running at the moment, which would help offset any lack of speed that they would any lack of top speed that they'd be getting with a smaller turbo. Because the discussion has been, well, yeah, if they have a smaller turbo, that's great. It's going to give them better acceleration, but in the overall top speed, they're going to suffer in relation to those who have the larger turbos. So that rear wing, maybe that is limited. It might not necessarily offset it completely, the loss of a smaller turbo, than compared to the normal size that everyone's running, but it could. It's most undoubtedly going to help increase or offset the difference, or at a minimum amount, you know. Apparently Ferrari have also made a car that can be adjusted if regs are altered mid-season. Really? In what way the regs are altered though, Aaron? Who do I think will finish ahead of the championship who do I think will finish ahead in the championship, Perez or Bottas? Bottas probably, because I think Bottas is a better driver, but who knows? Once Aston Martin is fixed, Stroll will be the world champion. There is an alternative universe right now where Aston Martin is just the best. How does Aston, with Newey and season engine maker Honda, lose to Audi? It would be diabolical if Audi finished ahead of Aston. It would be indeed. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is why, obviously, it's so dramatic and a big talking point of the paddock at the moment and fans. Is that how are Aston in this position? How have they currently got it so wrong? With the resource that they have, the money, Adrian Newey, Honda, but it's not the same Honda anymore. It's different personnel, isn't it? So, who do I think has the upper hand this season? I mean, it's difficult to kind of pinpoint a pecking order, but the top 4 teams are quite clearly the top 4 teams. Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, not in that particular order, but they are clearly the top 4. Also, Jim Clark, add to that. Yeah, I get the only problem with Jim Clark is that would he be able to adapt to like current F1 or whatever. I mean, that's not to say obviously that Lauda would be able to do the same and things, but yeah, that's why it's difficult to compare people across eras, because they raced in such different times. The sport was so different cars, different rules. So that's why you should define people as the greatest of their era more so than the greatest of all time. Adrian Newey must be as rich as Elon Musk. Let's put it this way. He doesn't have to pop down to his local supermarket and worry about what the bill comes to. If I had his money, I'd be buying steak left, right, and centre. I'd be buying... What's the large steak that everyone buys? Was it... I'll be buying T-Bone. No, there's a larger one than that. Tomahawk. I'll be buying Tomahawk. My freezer would be full of Tomahawk steaks. Imagine that, guys. Imagine the feeling. I feel like that's when you know you've made it. That's when you've made it. You know you've made it in life when you can walk into a supermarket and you can just put anything in your basket. And you go to the till, or you can put anything in your basket and not worry about the price tag. And then you just go and pay for it. And you just tap your card and you're not fussed. You're not like, oh, I just spent that. That's when you know you made it. It's not about the car. It's not about the house you live in. That's not when you know you made it. It's when you know you can go and buy as much food as you like without looking at the price tag. That's the dream, guys. That is the dream. Let's have a look at the sector leaderboard, though, on that note. Charles Leclerc tops the timing screens at the moment. No one has set a better lap time, as everyone seems to be kind of on long runs. Max Verstappen's been out there for quite some time. Charles Leclerc, he did do a full race simulation earlier on, but he did set this a quick lap time of 33. Not the quickest we've seen, about a full second off of 33.689 earlier on. So about 8 tenths off of the fastest lap time we saw yesterday and overall in testing thus far. But yeah, not really too much to look into here. Only one time in the sector 3 that has got under 23 seconds as well. And the middle sector, the fastest time we saw through there yesterday was Lando Norris with a 40.25, I think it was. And likewise, it was a 29.2 in the first sector yesterday. So yeah, we won't see some push laps until later on today when the track starts to cool. Let's have a look at the speed traps as well. You can have a look at the speed traps as Pierre Gasly. We're still quite some way off of the fastest speed that we saw yesterday, which was Nico Hülkenberg with 341 kilometers an hour, around 210 miles per hour mark for conversion there. So yeah, definitely drivers not pushing today yet, and I do doubt that we'll see any quali laps, guys. I'd love to see it, but I'm not holding out hope. Tomahawk steaks from Wagyu cows got coated in gold leaf. Mr. Beast had one. Nah, remove the gold leaf. Remove the gold leaf. Not needed. I'm not all about that fancy stuff on my food. Bit of salt and pepper. That's all you need for a steak. With maybe some peppercorn sauce or some béarnaise sauce, depends. Or maybe some chimichurri. Oh, I'm salivating. I need to stop talking about steak. I haven't had a steak in ages, actually, as well. I was saying this to the missus the other day. I was like, do you know what I haven't had in ages? Like, I haven't had, even at home, I haven't had like a nice ribeye, sirloin. Can't remember the last time I actually had like steak out in a restaurant. So you can't even taste it, Jarvis. It's tasteless, but it's just fancy looking. It's for the gram, isn't it? It's for the gram. Remember Salt Bay? His most expensive steak, yeah, was about 60 grand or whatever it was. Salt Bay. That, whatever it was. Spoken like a true Englishman. I don't need fancy stuff on my food. Take that gold away. Put it away and create a nice watch or chain out of it, you know? Alpine's rear wing tech will be the best, and every team is going to change that mid-season. Potentially. The thing with Alpine, I guess... Oh, hang on. We got a fastest middle sector. Charles is on a push lap. I missed this. How have I just missed all this talk about steak? And Charles has been taking that opportunity to pump in a fastest middle sector. How is he across the line? Is it fastest lap of the day? It is! A 33 by a couple of hundredths of a second is a 33.629. So, still lost a bit of time in the last sector, but just watching it now to see how that Ferrari handled. The last corner looked planted. How about the corner before? So he was 3 temps up, Charles. He was 3 temps up. by the time he came to the last sector, and then he ended up losing that time in the last sector. But it was a solid. Controlled couple of corners, so he must have run out of deployment, or not used deployment, or whatever, something of the like. Because for him to lose 3 attempts in that last sector with 2 good corners, the car didn't step out at all. Must have meant the deployment was off, which is why. Here's my obligatory. I've done this every single day. Here's my obligatory little rant. F1, please put a battery level graphic on screen for us. Please. I need to know what the battery levels are of these cars. You've decided to make them 50-50 and 50% reliant on the battery. We as fans need to know how much battery they have available to them and when and not they are using it. So please give us it for Melbourne. We haven't seen anything at all of an indication of a battery level. Not even an overtake in graphic. An overtake mode graphic. We haven't seen any of that. So please. You're going to make a steak one day that's 200,000 and put absolutely nothing special in it. I know Mr. Beast will buy it. Buy myself a home sous vide cooker. Do your steaks in that, then colour it in a hot iron skillet. You'll never want steak done any other way again. Stop it, guys. Stop it. I'm salivating right now. How much do we have to pay the FIA for battery level? I know. Well, the thing is that the teams will 100% not want that information to be public. But I feel like you need to make that public for us as viewers. Like, we need to know. You're the ones who have decided to go 50, like, put so much reliance on the battery and change the way Formula One goes racing. We need to know that. I mean, maybe they will come Melbourne, but I'm really surprised we haven't seen even a snippet of a battery level. Of course, they don't want us to have that information because deployment is going to be essential to how drivers go racing, and they're going to end up obviously having different strategies. I still don't think we're going to get it, and I'll be really gutting if we don't. So, who did the start best today? Esteban Ocon. So there was only 3 drivers who did the start. That was Ocon, Piastri, and Hadjar. Charles Leclerc stayed in the pits, which was frustrating. Oh, wow. It is taken to Friday, the last session of practice, for Max Verstappen to have a lockup. I think that's the first lockup Max Verstappen has had at Bahrain in 2 weeks. That is a rare sight I've just had there. So, wow. I say don't often see that. We haven't seen that. So, the Haas looks impressive. It does indeed. Yeah, lots of mileage on the board for Haas with that Ferrari power unit as well. Not the level, but when they are using it, maybe. I mean, yeah, I mean, even then they probably will be like, oh, that details the battery. But we need something. We can't have nothing in relation to the battery level, to the battery. Like, we need it. Have an on and off button of when it's being used. That'd be great, but the teams are not going to want that. That's the frustration. Could we ever see a return to solely combustion engines, or would it be a split series if it happens? No, I don't think we'll ever go back to combustion fully. I think what will happen is that we'll end up with some hybridization still. We'll end up probably. I mean, it's not to say that we couldn't end up with. I mean, you look at the road cars, right? Hypercars now, as an example. Don't some hypercars still have like V10s, and they have a battery in them, and they still sound really grunty? I mean, isn't that not possible? Is that not possible to have? So it still has road relevance. Not that I think F1 really needs to have road relevance, but like surely we still have. I'm pretty sure we got hypercars, don't we? Don't we have hypercars with combustion units with V10s and V8s, and they've got the that battery in them. So why not any quality laps today? Isn't it the last day of testing? It is, but no one wants to show their full hand. That's the problem. Everyone's hiding their performance still. Their full performance anyway. The Red Bull 17 hypercar, the new Ferrari V12, Aston Martin hypercar uses a V12. Yeah, that sounds amazing, doesn't it? Caddy LMDH is a V8 hybrid. Yeah, there we go. Why not? So it is doable. It is doable. So I think that's the best solution for us. That's the order. That's the way it could go back. I don't think we're going to be 100%. We're not. F1's never going to be 100% electric, but I don't even think the world is going to be 100% electric at the time that they want it to be, because it's not actually as environmentally friendly as what everyone thinks it is made out to be. Like, where does the how is electricity created? Right, the reliance on electricity to create electricity is still on the form of like power plants, like coal plants and gas plants and things like that, power stations, and like that's how the electricity is still created, and that's how the infrastructure is. So yeah, it's we're not there yet. We're not there. No, they'll keep it fully separate. They'll keep it fully separate. It'll be combustion units for a very long time. Lambo Revolto, see Matt Armstrong. I think I have seen that car actually. The Red Bull RB17 have a NA V10 Revin to 15,000 RPM made by Cosworth. So yeah, my point is, there still is road relevance, right? I know F1 is always about this. Oh, road relevance, road relevance. That's why we've got this 50-50 right now, battery and combustion unit split. But we need to be sensible and still have a detachment from the real world when it comes to motorsport. But it is an entertainment, and fans want to see good racing. They want to see loud cars, and similarly, they want to be detached from the real world. You know, that's what kind of sport is, isn't it? It's an escapism. So, do you want to see your Honda Civic have relevance to F1? Like, doesn't matter, does it really? Honda Civic was the first car that came to my mind. I don't know why, by the way. Electric cars need to do 90,000 miles before carbon offset. Oof. I mean, there's also a reason why the electric cars depreciate so much as well, don't they? I mean, you can get like used Teslas for not cheap as chips, but considerably less value than what their initial market cost was, or their retail cost was, because the recyclable nature of them isn't very good, from my understanding as well. Whereas like combustion unit engines and cars, like they resell for quite some time, don't they? When it comes to F1, no one cares about roadability. Exactly. But the manufacturers do. This is why we've got this 50-50 split of the battery and the combustion unit. It was to entice the VAG group, which is in the form of Audi now, but it was Porsche at the time. I don't even think it was about enticing Audi onto the grid. It was about enticing Porsche onto the grid with the partnership that they were going to have with Red Bull, which then they got all these regulations changed to suit them, and then they ended up backing out of the sport because Christian Horner went, no, I'm not giving you all of this power, which they supposedly wanted. So, ridiculous. You want DRS on your Kia Ceed? Aston can surprise. 1997 Arrows Yamaha barely qualified for the Australian Grand Prix with Damon Hill, but in Hungary they almost won. A lap to go, Damon got stuck. Well, if you've seen the F1 movie, no spoilers here, guys. I'm kind of touching on spoilers a little bit. Apex GP, we joined them where they're they're last. They're last on the grid, and then come the end of the season, they're fighting for a race win. So, if you could do it in Hollywood, it can be done in real life. When it comes to F1, no one cares about the sustainability either. F1 being wasteful or efficient won't really change anything. Yeah, I've also made that point. It's more, the thing is, it's optics, isn't it? It's optics for, I don't know, government and manufacturers. Like, that's the thing. Like, who is that tailoring to? Who is that genuinely targeted at? It's not fans. I don't think fans care. I don't know any fan that ever went, wow, F1 is now carbon neutral. Like, that's them trying to obviously appease governments and certain businesses. I think we would have Audi if Porsche manages to make the deal. Audi was still iffy at the time. Were they? Maybe I got my timelines wrong then. Do I think like Bugatti or Koenigsegg could ever come to F1? No, it's not really their bag. No. I mean, obviously they're very lucrative brands, but they're sports car brands. But I mean, Bugatti, I mean, they're taking a bit of a tanking at the moment, aren't they? And their reputation, if you've seen the Matt Armstrong videos recently, not so high end as people as they would like you to believe. No wonder they wanted to take that car back, eh? And insist on them repairing it themselves. Looking from a technological perspective, we're not flying into space with electric batteries anytime soon. That's a fair point, yeah. Why is Norris not on track? It's a good question, and I can't answer it for you. The thing is that I think you have to think now is that how much lap time they get in the afternoon now. Like, the teams don't have to be out there every single minute of every single day. They only have a certain amount of tyres to be able to use as well. Certain, like, maybe they don't want to put more stress on the engines, on the parts. They've also done a considerable amount of testing this year. Like, you have to remember, they've done the shakedown. They've done 3 days in Barcelona. They've done 3 days last week in Bahrain. And they're now finishing off the third day again here. That's 9 full days of testing. 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the afternoon, 8 hours a day. Like, that's a lot of testing. And we normally only get one testing session a year. Only get 3 days a year. So that is definitely so they don't definitely need to be out there every single lap. And McLaren have done a lot of mileage as well. So might be wrong, but the midfield pecking order looks like Haas, Alpine, then Williams. Yeah, I think that's a real difficult order to put in position. I do think those three will be fighting at the top of the midfield. As I said earlier, Racing Bulls are still a bit of an unknown. I don't know where their performance really lies. They've focused more on long runs than they have done on like single lap pace or anything that we've seen. They're definitely very reliable. Plus, the Racing Bulls may also be gathering data for the Red Bull team as well. So there may also be that from the power unit side of things. So, but one thing the Racing Bulls does look is reliable. Very, very much so. It's ridiculous. Look at what carbon their private jets and lorries burn. Yeah. Why is Lewis not on track? Lewis is not on track because there was a change of plan yesterday. Because he had an interrupted morning session, he did all day, did the whole afternoon session. They were supposed to split it. So Charles is doing all day today compared to because Lewis did all day yesterday. So this year is Ferrari's year. We hope. Look, I just think, as I said before, even if you're not a Ferrari fan, and if you are, Ferrari being involved at the top of the sport and competing for race wins and competing for championships is good for the sport. They're the only team that has been in the sport since the inception of F1, and also they are synonymous around the world. Anyone, even if you don't know, even if you don't follow F1, even if you don't really know anything about cars, you know the Ferrari name. You know what a Ferrari is, whether it be the road car, whether it be the team. And if they are fighting for a championship, they make a brilliant goodie if you're a supporter of them. And if you don't support them, they're also a really good baddie. They're also a good team to dislike. So it's good for F1 if Ferrari are at the top. Battery levels displayed won't be a good idea, Sibu. Unbelievable. It will take away from the strategy department, and we won't have hammer time. Everyone's safe at the same times and push in the same time. And exactly, this is obviously what the teams are worried about. But I don't know. I just feel like it may make... I hope I'm wrong, but I just feel like it may make the viewing experience a bit more difficult for us. I'm going to try my best, obviously, to keep you guys updated on everything. I think if we don't get I think what I will do is that the speedo, the speedometer, is going to be probably a fixture of the new, of the race layout. So this is the race layout. I think DRS will be replaced for speed, because then I can I can get a good idea of, by watching practice and so forth, you'll get a rough idea of where teams are deploying and where they're not deploying and so forth. And it will give us a good idea as well. You can see the super clipping. It will give us a good idea of who kind of has battery to you, who is using their battery, who isn't, and so forth. Why is Max a bit slower today? Is he on a race simulation? He is on a race simulation, yeah. Max has been... Let me see. Oh, Jesus. Hang on. I just want to go across. Why is that bar so small? Hang on a second. There's Max. So he has been on the same set of mediums since he came out. You can see here in this column. And, well, 38s. Then crept into the 39s. Then he came into like 2 slow laps to come into the pits. Then back into the 38, some 39s. He's now into the 40s. He's back in the pits now. So he'll be either be probably putting on a hard set of tyres, I reckon. Is it a rule that only one team car on track at any time? Yes. Yeah, one team at a time. You're working on a Formula Student project, VJ. You like to pretend you're an F1 team. Nice, but that's fun. Is the racing going to change? I think it will. I think it will, and it will and it won't. Like, obviously, the concerns about overtaking from the drivers are valid, but at the same time, I think with the whole, obviously, battery strategies and deployments and so forth, but and the varying usage of them. But I think ultimately, they're racing drivers. We've said it before. When they are fighting for race wins, when they're fighting for podiums and points, if they see a gap, they're going to go for it. And look, what we may see as well is that, okay, let's say overtaking is a bit tricky, and let's say track position is still so key. That actually may benefit us, because we may see drivers make those desperate lunges to go for those moves to try and get track position, because they know how important it is. So if they even get a sniff at an opportunity, they're going to go for it. They're going to shove their car into that spot to get ahead. So overtaking potentially being a bad thing and track position being key sounds kind of wrong, but it might actually be a good thing. Gaming, if you remember me from the afternoon, so sorry about yeah, I can't sorry mate, I can't all I can do is keep delaying them. I can't alter them for now for some reason without stopping the stream, so apologies, mate. Oh, actually, hang on. I can put it to low. It was on medium frequency. I can't actually turn them off, but I can put them on low. There should be less coming up. Sorry. That'll be altered next time around. Who is the most likely to win the Constructors? I'm not sure. It's going to be close. I think we may see. I've said this before. I think this is. I'm going to do. And sorry, I did see someone ask, "Is there going to be a predictions video? Am I still doing one?" Yeah, I'm going to put one out this weekend. I'm aiming for Sunday. I'll probably film it tomorrow, edit it, and it'll be out Sunday for you all. From 22nd to 1st. But a little bit of an insight. I mean, it's difficult to say. Obviously, it's still a lot of it is vibes, even though we've got testing. It is still difficult, I think, to kind of pinpoint who is going to be in what order. But I've got a suspicion that the driver that wins the Drivers' Championship, his team doesn't win the Constructors. So I think we'll have two different winners in the form of the Drivers' and the Constructors' Championship in relation to team. I think it could be that sort of year. Could I explain the X and Y and boost mode? Yeah, so X and Y mode has been changed. So basically we have let me turn the volume down, hang on, of the music. I don't know if it's loud or not, but it's loud in my ears. So they've changed them. So there are multiple modes that are available now. So we have Active Aero. Let's start with Active Aero. So we have Straight Line mode. These are the 4 designated zones that you can see on the track there with the highlighted grey areas, like the lined areas. So we have one down the start-finish straight here at Bahrain, down the second zone in the straight up to turn 4, where the typical DRS zones used to be. Then we have the third one in the middle of the track, which is where there also used to be a third DRS zone. And then we've got one down the back straight heading into turn 14. These are designated zones where everyone, regardless of what position they're in, regardless of how far they are ahead or behind of a car, they will be able to turn on, press a button, and go into straight line mode. This is where the front wing drops, the front wing flap drops down, and the rear wing opens like DRS. And this gives them, of course, an increase in speed by reducing drag. These are designated zones that will be defined prior to the race. I will be doing preview videos in the lead up to the race, and they'll be available, obviously, via F1's website, but I will detail these out for you all. And that gives them, obviously, extra straight line speed. What the FIA has available at their disposal is that they're able to do a low grip zone. So basically, there are low grip zones, which are, these zones are slightly reduced in length, in distance, and what happens is that you only have available to open the front wing. So there are images in Barcelona when it was raining that this was in effect. So the rear wing cannot be opened, just like when DRS couldn't be opened when it was wet weather conditions and it was deactivated. This time around, you can still activate your active aero, but the front wing will be only available to open. They can, I think, turn it off entirely if they want to, but I think from how they tested it in Barcelona, there isn't any need for this front wing or active aero not to be on in some form in either the low grip mode or the normal straight line mode. There was also another mode, which was cornering mode, which is basically active aero is turned off. So cornering mode is pretty much defunct. You don't need to think of that. It's not even active. That is where, obviously, they're going through the normal corners here. You can see through turn 1 to turn 3, turn 4 to turn 10. It's not activated. They called it corner mode, but it's not something that they're... It's just basically the wings are at their normal positions. We then have boost mode. So we have a couple, or we have 3 in effect. We have 3 modes when it comes to the battery. We have boost mode, which is the usage of the battery, which can be used anywhere around the race circuit. There is no defined place where you can not use the battery, or it can be used. So that means that is where obviously the drivers are trying to. That's basically the deployment of the battery. That's what they're doing. And then when it comes, is it deployment of the battery or is it the additional deployment of the battery? No, it's the deployment of the battery, basically. They then cannot deploy the battery at all if they want to. That's like just a normal mode. And then they have the recovery mode. Recovery mode is where they are purposely not using the battery and they're trying to recover it. So that's where there are flashing lights on the rear of the car, which will indicate when they're in a certain modes. And then we have overtake mode. Overtake mode is where there is an additional I think it's 4.5 megajoules, something like that, which the drivers will have available to use, where if they are within 1 second of the car ahead at the detection point, which you see there, which is the pink dots on the screen, if they are within 1 second of the car ahead of them, they will have access to this extra boost of power if it is stored up. It's not like DRS where you can use it whenever because it's just a press of a button and your wing opens. No, you have to have the battery storage to be able to use this. So even if you're within 1 second behind, you may not have enough battery. You can't use it. Tough hoots. The green dot on there, just after the pink dot, is where you can activate the overtake mode. Now, overtake mode, of course, will be very limited. You can only use it for a short period of time. We've seen how quickly the battery does deplete. Hence why we've got the super clip-in at the end of the straights. But that also, like boost mode, can be used at anywhere on the race circuit. You don't have to use it on a straight. You could use it in the corners through turn 4 to turn 8. If it lasts that long, I don't think it does. You can use it wherever you want on that subsequent lap that you within 1 second. If you then, by the time come round to the next lap and at detection point and you're outside 1 second, you will lose the usage of overtake mode. But the question around overtake mode is it even worth it? Is it even worth using? We don't know at the moment, so we'll see. And they're basically all the different modes that are in play. So really, boost and recovery mode, you don't really have to pay attention to. Straight line mode, even then you don't have to pay attention to because they're going to be using that every single lap anyway. The only mode you really have to pay attention to is overtake mode. Are they using that boost? Or additional boost? That's basically it. So yeah, it does sound all complicated, but when you actually get into it and you see how the drivers are using it and how everyone has access to it and it's not really limited, no one is limited to anything, that's it. So the only thing that they are limited to is overtake mode, which will be which is treated like DRS to an extent, where you need to be within 1 second of the car ahead of you. So that's it. And then, of course, the boost mode is them deploying the battery, which we then need to obviously understand where they have that battery available, where are they recovering it, and that's where the different strategies are going to be implemented. But George Russell is on a brand new set of mediums. Hope that was all informative for you all and made sense. George Russell is on a brand new set of mediums now. Let's see if he can set the fastest lap of the day, shall we? Currently a 33.629 set by Charles Leclerc. Yesterday was a 32.8 set by his teammate Kimi Antonelli, who is there in second place and done for testing this year. So George Russell, what was his first sector time? A 30.137. No, way off the pace there. Way off the pace. So definitely not pushing it right now, unless he's going for a different battery deployments, but that is only 7th fastest. Let's see if he picks up the pace in the middle sector, but he may just be starting a long run. I'm not sure if he's in the middle of he might be in the middle of a stint right now of a race simulation, so we'll check that. Just checking to see if he's in the middle of a race sim. Yeah, he might be in the middle of a race sim, you know. This may be quick-ish, but not. It's probably going to be his quickest lap, but not the quickest we've seen today. Let's see as he makes his way down the back straight. Up to over 300 kilometers an hour down that back straight. They do pick up some speed through there. Through the last corner. Let's see how he fares. It's probably going to be like a low 34 or 34.5. Oh, no, he slowed down. Oh, Jules slowed down. What happened at the last corner? Oh, he's in the pit lane. He's in the pit lane. Did he make an error, though? He was on a brand new set. Max is on a brand new set. Oh, yeah, he ran wide, George. Ran wide, backed out of it. I'm not sure that was by design, to be honest with you. He's going to come back out, though. So he's going to come back out, and we'll see how he fares. It's only a quick stop for him. So, right, let's keep an eye on Max Verstappen, shall we? He's on a brand new set of mediums. Is he done with his race sim? Let's see how quick this lap is. He's up to 322 kilometers an hour. That means he's probably running more fuel, to be honest with you. I think he's running more fuel because 322 is quite slow. We saw him earlier. This is how you know there's more pace in these cars. But depending on their level, obviously their engine deployment, engine modes, and also the level of fuel that they have on board. Because Max did last week hit a top speed of 344 kilometers an hour, which we have still yet to see achieved or bettered. But Max has done a 29.7 in the first sector though, so that's not too shabby. Let's see how he gets on. So that sector time is currently second fastest in the first sector. So Max is pushing here. Let's see how quickly he gets up to the braking zone. He's over 306 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn 11 there. So definitely deploying down that middle straight with straight mode activated. How does he fare when he goes around turn 12? Only 244 kilometers an hour through turn 12. Maybe he's trying to recover some battery there. So it's a 41.364 in the middle sector, and that's slow. Anything over 41 seconds is slow and not going to be a quick time for today. It does need to be sub 40 seconds. So, yeah, maybe just battery into recovery mode, different strategies here. Going to be a good time and an improvement for Max. Green in all sectors, and he goes third fastest, but still just under 7 tenths back from Charles Leclerc. So, he's slowed down there. Maybe a push lap on full fuel, something of the like. That's some way that you can sandbag here and hold back for some performance. But yeah, a good first sector for sure. Second sector definitely recovering somewhat, and also in the last sector as well. So there we go. Right, I'm just gonna have a quick coffee break, grab myself a drink, suggest you guys do the same, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes time. Loo break as well. Hit that like and subscribe button as well if you guys, if you've been enjoying the streams. We have 2 hours, 20 minutes left of this last testing session. 2 weeks. We're at the 2-week mark until we have our first official practice sessions of the year. I was going to say racing. That's on Sunday. We'll have 2 weeks to go until we have green lights green lights, red lights, and away we go. But yeah, right, back in a jiffy, guys. You vibing to this song? Let me find out, hang on. Is it the one playing right now? It's called I Can't Replay Forever. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Copyright free music as well. Aston Martin's still not back out there, are they? What do I think of this idea? Before testing, drivers drive around fans around the track in ordinary cars to clean up the track a bit. Don't they do that? Well, they don't do that in testing, do they? But they do that in They do that in, what's his name, don't they? What is it? I can't remember what it's called. Fan experiences. That's it. You went once, did you? That Aston Martin is not getting out anytime soon, by the way. It's up on the gurney. It's got all wheels off. The garage looks empty. There's a few mechanics working on it. "2005 Dusko Nürburgring." Wow. That must have been a good experience. Oh, a bit spicy. Through goes Hamilton. Yeah, he definitely got a good launch yesterday. Well, the sun is starting to set in Bahrain. Track temp is starting to fall. So I guess once it, keep an eye on that track temperature. I guess once it gets down to around 30 degrees, just below, we should start to see a new set of tyres start to go on these guys. And that's when we should start to see a couple of push laps, maybe. Kimi Räikkönen was supposed to drive you, and then Gary Paffett. Oh, God, that's a downgrade and a half, isn't it? Dusko. You must have been well excited. I mean, you probably still had a good experience, but you probably went, "Ah, you're not Kimi Räikkönen." No, I'm Gary. Although, I imagine he was probably a lot more talkative than Kimi Räikkönen would have been. So. Oh, righty, rights then, guys. Righty, right. 2 and a bit hours to go. 2 and a bit hours to go. Being treated. Do I think Adrian knew he would get demoted? I don't know if he'll get demoted. He may take a step back. There is always the potential that he steps away from being a team principal, but I doubt it. It was better than having Kimi, was it? Fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't. I think Adrian Newey, look, he'll be. He's also an important. He's a important. He is a stakeholder at Aston Martin now as well, so it's not easy to get rid of him if that's something they wanted to do. But I mean, I presume all the blame is going to be on Honda. That's the thing. Can't imagine Newey's going to get blamed for anything. So Cadillac. Sergio Perez has discussed the team, and he said, I think it's all about finding more downforce. It's about finding all of the weaknesses. At the moment, the balance of the car feels good. I think we have a balanced car. We just have to go out there and find a lot of load. I think as a team, being new and putting all the departments in place, it's going to take some time. And the challenge here will be to outdevelop the teams ahead of us. I think that's a massive challenge that we'll be facing for the year. Bears. As a journalist, having Kimi was a nightmare. That's probably true. So apparently, Sky Italia said during the long stints, McLaren and Mercedes use around 30 and 35 kilograms of fuel. Ferrari would go with a fuller tank to make the stints longer. The rivals consider the SF26 a very effective car in the race. Interesting. It's not... Oh, my goodness. Sky Sports Italia reporting. Dramatic pause. As per Sky Sports Italia, it's not that Aston Martin doesn't have spare parts. It's that they've broken them all. Oh, dear. Reported by Sky Italia. They've broken all of the parts. How? No major bits, Els. Good to see you, mate. GP2 engine arm. Wherever Alonso goes and Honda goes, GP2 engines happen. I know. Right. Track temp is cooling, 31.5 degrees. Nearly 2 hours remaining of this testing. Last day of testing. It is surprising news. Very surprising news. Oh, I bet just go. It's like, when you think about it, doing the Nordschleife in your own car, 3 laps of that's at least 30 minutes, isn't it? Over 30 minutes. Like, there's no way you're getting 3 laps in 10 minutes, probably. Well, a lap. Sorry, guys, just having a little snack. Just having a little snack. Sweet chili. You are right, actually. What is happening with Lando? I haven't seen him back out there. Oh, here comes Charles. Brand new mediums. Here we go. Here comes the push lap.
Lots of hope still for Ferrari fans, yes, Canellis.
Yep, lots of hope. Sorry, I've got 2 more of these. Favour for a bit.
We're all waiting for Charles. Come on, Charles, give us a good lap.
That's what we want to see. Ferrari beat Aura Farming. Yeah, with the rear wing. Right, here comes Charles. Round the 13th corner. Here he goes. Here he goes. Round the last couple of corners here. Let's see how he goes. Come on, Charles. Give us a push lap. It's your 99th lap. Make it your best of today. Here we go. Foot to the floor. Across the line. He's already over 300 kilometers an hour. Up to 324, 325. And he's already starting to clip at 325. So, still not as quick as we know they can go, these cars, in a straight line. Round turn 2, through turn 3. Here we go. Straight line mode activated again. And he's going to get over 300 kilometers an hour up into the braking zone of turn 4. No, just shy of it. But his first sector time. What is it? Is it better? Is it better? Is it purple? We'll see. And it's just outside. It's less than a tenth. Less than a tenth difference, even though it's yellow than what he set this morning. Now, how about the second sector? Needs to be lower than a 41. His best sector time this morning was a 40.6. For it to be a purple. Here we go through turn 10. It's been a tricky corner for everyone here this week. That off-cambered corner. Straight line mode activate again. Keep an eye on that speedometer. Is he going to get upwards of 300 kilometers an hour? Just, yes, 301 into the braking zone of turn 11, where he had a big moment this morning that caught me out for sure. As he makes his way around turn 12, already up to 250 kph through turn 12. And it is 40.491. Smashes the purple sector in sector 2. But has he used too much battery? Does he have enough remaining here, Charles Leclerc? Round turn 14. It's all about keeping it within track limits. It's been tricky for people here this week. Come on, Charles. Give us a good lap time. Across the line. Yeah! It's purple. 33.162. Good lap. Good lap from Charles Leclerc. And there's Lando. Mega middle sector, by the way. Mega. So, there's still plenty of time up there, guys. They're not pushing down. They're not going as fast as they possibly can. They're not going as fast as they possibly can through that through that first sector. The top speed is they're reaching he reached 325 kilometers an hour there. Definitely can go higher than that. Definitely. Well, that was a good lap. That was a good lap. Anyone else out on a brand new set? Should see Max hopefully out soon as well. Need to see that onboard again. Need to see the replay of that lap. I think George is coming out in a second, it looks like. So, lap 99, set a decent lap time there. I don't know why they waited so long for Lando, but they've waited half of the afternoon session. So I imagine Lando will be out there for the remainder now. Right, watching the replay of Charles's lap here. Good exit through turn 4. It's difficult to see from the camera angle and the light at the time of day it is to see exactly where his deployment is and where he did it. Wonder if he had any lockups anywhere. I mean, the middle sector was so much better. The fastest. I think that's the second fastest middle sector we've seen all week as well. Good braking into turn 10. That was a great turn 10 for him. Straight mode was activated. Nice and controlled through turn 12. Oh, Carl wanted to get away from him a little bit into turn 13. Rear stepped out a little bit, but he controlled it well through turn 13 and then down into the last corner. And the rear, yeah, that rear, I mean, it was, you can see it, that car, the rear of that Ferrari really doesn't like turn 13 and turn 14. It wants to go. It wants to go. Will Hamilton be there in start practice today? No, Hamilton won't be, no. 325, it was 29 kph this morning, but he's alone on track. Yes, no rubber. Well, it's also just the fact that they're probably not deploying, like they've not got the engine turned up. They've probably got fuel, obviously, on board as well. There's different things that they can do to hide that pace. We saw the trick. This is why everyone was talking about Max and his battery deployment, which it was last week, was because he did that 344 kilometer an hour top speed. Down the start-finish straight last week. And we haven't seen anyone get close to that. So that's definitely something that they can achieve, these cars. And we will probably see them achieve. Do you think they can put like different colours on the hazard lights? I'm sure, maybe. I'm sure they will be able to. I think that has been Ferrari's best time. Still not in the 132s. Yeah, I think so as well. I think Lewis did a 133.2 yesterday, I think, something like that. So I'm watching the replay again. Hang on. It's so interesting. I would have liked to have seen the bar on his steering wheel to see if the battery was just all the battery levels and stuff. That's what we need to see. But let me have a look. I could show you the times here. Look, he hit 326, but there's probably still another 10 kilometers an hour easy in that. You know, when they put on that flip-flap rear wing, they'll be able to, with a larger slot gap, they'll be able to do better there, won't they? They'll be able to increase that top speed for sure. Oh, Russell just went up to P3, but that was not a great lap, 34.2. 1 second off of Charles and 1.3 seconds off of Antonelli's time yesterday. Antonelli's time was done when the sun had fully set and the track temp was like 3-4 degrees cooler. I think so, Wonk. Yeah, I think there's going to be multiple race winners this year. Yeah, just on entry, that Ferrari likes to have a little wiggle. Oh, where is it? There we go. Get back up. $29,637. Yeah, he was, yeah. That middle sector was quite slow, wasn't it? 45.2. I think what we have seen as well, I mean, I don't know, but I think, obviously, we have different tyre constructions this year. Different, smaller tyres. I wonder if they will be able to do 2 push laps on the same set of tyres. I know, obviously, it's not different fuel loads and they're not necessarily putting 100% through these tyres yet. But I have seen some of the drivers go quicker on a second lap of their tyres, a second push lap of their tyres. So I wonder if that's going to be a possibility in qualifying this year. George is going to be on another cool... Oh, George is coming back into the pits. I thought he might be on another cool-down lap and go again. Carlos Sainz, he's not really done any push laps today. Still waiting for Max to come out. 1 hour, 49 minutes to go. What did Charles do there? Oh, Charles had... The reason Charles... Oh! Charles! There's a reason why he had a 145 there. He got over the curb of turn 11 and he had to take to the escape road, or the escape surface on the outside of turn 11 to hold onto control of his car. He so nearly went into a spin there with his Ferrari. So, push him, Charles, push him. Maybe he was up. I don't know at that point, but it was very interesting. Oh, guys, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. It'd be much appreciated. Oh, hang on. Have they got a new... Oh, Audi. Audi are now... I'm not sure if that's right or not, but I think I just saw Audi there had the Alpine rear wing. No. Is it? Yes? No? I don't know. Or was it halfway in between? I don't know. It's difficult to say. I think Audi have put on the rear wing. I swear they've got their DRS is closing like Alpine's is, like where it flattens. I need to see it again. I need to see it again. Go on. Is it? I think it is, yeah. I think their rear wing is they've changed the design of their rear wing. How it's folding, and it's folding down. It's folding back like the Alpine car is. That looks different to what I saw in the week. Yeah. Yeah, it's folding back on itself. So they're implementing at the moment the Alpine design. I think I'm right there in how I've seen that. So there you go. There's one team who's already kind of copied it. Interesting. Push laps by Norris. Yes, push lap by Norris. Yes, sorry. I was trying to focus on the Audi. Let's keep an eye on Norris then, shall we? He was quickest in the middle sector yesterday. No, 41.2. Too slow. Too slow. I heard all teams were thinking about Ferrari actually did. What, yesterday? Yeah. Is it not active aero now? Then why are you calling it DRS? I was saying the... So it is technically active aero, but the way that the rear wing opens is still exactly like DRS. So it's still a drag reduction system, except active aero is obviously the front and rear wing. So how the rear wing was opening, shall we say, or activating, was a flattening down, like we see from Alpine, not how Audi was doing it at the start of the week, which was like opening like upwards to reveal a slot gap. Now it sits down, just like Alpine's is doing. Lindblad seems really cool and collected. He does indeed, yeah. He's definitely getting lots of laps in, isn't he? 136 today alone. And we've still got hour and 44 remaining. Latish, you heard tyre deck will be higher this season, so along with this battery, do you think teams will implement more strategies this season? Oh, Maxi boy! Max has gone purple in the first sector, so let's stay on board with him, shall we? A 29.547, he's on a brand new set of tyres. Let's hope Norris doesn't get in the way. Get out of the way, Lando. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Max, not DRS, he'll have straight line mode activated. There you go. Let's see what speed he gets up to. Over 300 kilometers an hour, 304 as he hit the brakes there. He peaked at 304 into turn 11. Let's see what speed he gets up to around turn 12. Is it 240, 250? 242 he is, so he's recovering that battery there as he heads into turn 13. 41.052, a bit down on pace there in the middle sector, but the Red Bull has been strong here in the last sector, but it's a lot of time for him to make up to get onto the top of the timing screens here, unless he has a ton of battery to use. Let's see where he fares. It's definitely going to be an improvement. Purple in the first, green in the second. Oh, it's yellow in the last, a 23.2. So much time lost in the first, second and last sector. But that first sector was definitely very, very handy there. What was his top speed? Only 312 kilometers an hour there for Max Verstappen. Through the first sector. Sorry, through the speed trap anyway. So, they're all dialing it back a bit, aren't they? I can't wait for quali, man. Quali in Australia is going to be so good. I won't miss the cars dragging their underbellies along the track. Made onboard sound horrible. Yeah, that scraping sound. Who do I think will get? Who do I think will get their maiden win or pole? Either Antonelli or Hadjar. Really, they're the only two, aren't they? But you think would get who haven't had a pole position yet? Antonelli has in the sprint race, of course, or a sprint pole. But yeah, Antonelli or Hadjar, you expect probably could win a race this year because of the cars that they're in. But yeah, tyre deg is really definitely going to be a factor. I think people are overlooking the tyre deg at the moment with all the talk about the battery management, which of course is important. But the tyre deg is still a factor. That hasn't disappeared. That's still going to be really important. And the way that these cars drive, with the way that they slide, you need to be careful. Really do need to be careful. Doesn't matter how much battery you have. If you don't have the grip to get through the corners and you're going to be delaying your throttle input to get on power because you don't have the grip, that's going to lose you so much time. The wet, and yes, the wet could be chaos. We have had no other. Well, they've had wet running in the shakedown, of course, but the wet could be very interesting, especially with race starts. Bring it here. Come here. She what? Oh. Hello. Back we are. But yeah, undoubtedly people are going to be thinking about the rear wing that the rear wing concept that Ferrari have put together for sure. Oh, Charles is out on another fresh set of tyres. Here we go. Here we go. Will they say no battery deployment in the rain like DRS? They could do. They could do. It's going to be interesting. Oh, Norris is going for another fast lap as well. He's on a 29.8 in the first sector. So this is that transition now. We're below 30 degrees track Celsius. So let's keep an eye on Charles, shall we? Keep an eye on his speedometer. 326 is the peak that he hit last time around. Is he going to get higher than that? 326 again. No. Peaks at 326. He's not going any higher than that. We'll keep an eye on Lando as he makes his way through into turn 11. What is his speed around turn 12? It's a good indication of whether or not they're on a good lap through this middle sector. And he's got up to 256. Oh, that's a good bit of pace there. It's a 41 flat, though, so there's still a bit more left in the tank for Lando Norris. He's on a second lap on his tyres, and Charles has backed out of it. Charles has backed out of it. That's a shame. That's a shame. Maybe he went wide. Maybe he had a moment off of the third corner. Let's watch Lando cross the line. What time is he going to set? Currently a best of 34.3. He's going to improve, and he moves up into P4 with a 33.999. That was on the C3. Charles set his lap on the C3 as well, as did Max Verstappen. So Charles is the only one who's really kind of like pushed a bit more out of this now, but Charles really going slow, trying to recover that battery, cool down those tyres. Still awaiting a replay of what went on with his first corner. Maybe he just locked up. Maybe he just locked up. Max performance increase system. Could be worth about half a second to Red Bull Racing. I agree. It could be. Definitely, for sure. Yeah, she's chilling. Not long ago, woke up from a nap. They're not showing a replay of Charles, are they, and what happened there? Right, let's see Charles again, shall we? It seems like Sainz is trying to push a lap. But we'll keep an eye on Charles. So he peaked at 326 last time around. Let's see if he peaks at 326 again. There must be a limiter on that car to not exceed 326 kilometers an hour, if that's the case. So here we go. Down the start-finish straight again. Heading into the speed trap. 327 this time. He got an extra kilometre an hour. So here he goes through turn 1, looking to keep it within track limits this time. Did he go wide last time around? That makes sense. Normally the case through that first sector. So here he goes up into turn 4. 292 was his peak through that section as he makes his way around turn 4 past Pierre Gasly, who moves out of the way. And yeah, just watching the replay of Charles Leclerc, I think he did go wide through turn 1, was it? Just watching the replay. My TV coverage is a little bit delayed. Oh, yeah, big lock-up. Big lock-up. I'm surprised he ain't got a flat spot from that. Has he got a flat spot? Yeah, he's got a flat spot. So this may not be the quickest lap from Charles because he's got a flat spot on his front right tyre. 29.675 in the first sector. Gabriel Bortoletto's getting a nice little toe there. Look at that. But he's backed out of it down into turn 1 as George Russell moves back ahead. Charles, here we go. Round turn 12. Second sector time coming up any second now as he gets through turn 12. And it is a 40.7. That's still good. Charles is looking good. If he's still got enough in this last sector, there is big improvements to be made for him. He could get into the 32s. If he goes sub 23 seconds in this last sector, this is definitely going to be a 1:32 and Ferrari's fastest time of the week. But it's a big if, though. Let's see what he's got. Has he got enough front grip? Here we go. Oh! A purple last sector, but still only a 33.2. Damn, that last sector was good. Purple. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, flat spot front right. That's what it looked like to me. So you can see the patch on the right-hand side when it was on the onboard. But he's been able to drive through it. It might not have been a big flat spot, but it definitely looked like he had a flat spot. I'm still trying to see this Audi. It does pop down, doesn't it? It does go. Yeah, it definitely goes down. Doesn't open up again anymore. So odd. Maybe flat spot helped in sector 3. Probably battery deployment. Maybe. I mean, it's difficult to say. I reckon the final sector was better as it was one of the straightest, just beating sector 1, pun intended. So, looking at those speed traps, sector times again, Charles fastest in the last sector, 22.8. Only 2 drivers sub Sub 23 seconds in the last sector today. Charles Leclerc 40.4 in that middle sector. Did a 40.7 last time around and a 40.6 on his fastest lap. Verstappen 29.5. 29.5 in the first sector. So neck and neck between the two of them. Interesting, interesting. George Russell not really set any quick lap times yet. He did go for a push lap earlier, but it was a bit slower. And he's now on a set of 11 lap old mediums. How's Cadillac getting on, by the way? Let's have a look. Update on Cadillac. 61 laps for Perez today. 21 laps from Bottas. So Bottas hasn't done as many laps. They got to do some push laps, surely. The Williams doesn't exceed the 223. Is it their engine? Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's probably them all dialing it back a bit. They've probably got presets on the engine modes, not to exceed certain speeds, certain levels. When they get down there, I mean, Charles clearly maxing out at 226, 227. We've seen, I think Audi are probably the only ones we've seen push the car in the top speed section, which is that they've been able to get over 240. Max was able to do 244 last week, but yeah, they're purposely not pushing. How is Charles? Every time he comes and goes to the track, he is fastest. What are Ferrari doing with Lewis and Charles right now? I know it's only testing, but I'm confused. I think Charles has a bit more of a handle of this car at the moment in its current configuration than Lewis. That's not to say that with that new rear wing that Lewis might fare better with it. But I think, I think Charles is actually just from testing does seem to be very happy with the car. Lewis is also happy with the car as well, but I think Charles is just a little bit more on top of it than Lewis is at the moment. And that's no slight to Lewis, because Ferrari have made a very good car. And that's just is what it is at the moment. So, but Lewis's long run pace has looked very good. Obviously, where you need to be focusing on the tyres, you need to be focusing on like so many things, management, and there is kind of like really none better in the game than managing a race car than Lewis Hamilton. That's why he was able to win so many races in his career. So, yeah. I'm in my Delulu era. I am fully Charles for this upcoming year. It's fair enough, Hannah. We all have our support. We all have drivers and teams. Obviously, we want to do well this year. But it'd be good to see. It'd be good to, as I said before, it'd be good to see Ferrari up there. They'll make a good. They'd be a good goodie if you support them, and they'll also make a good baddie, wouldn't they? To rule against, shall we say? Okay, good to see you. Lewis will win his 9th this year. Hey, look, he needs to just... I'm a Lewis fan, but he needs to just win a race first. He went without a win all year last year, didn't he? So let's just start with that first. Why can't I hear anything? There we go. Bonotto was technically goated too, but couldn't manage the team. Yeah, look, some people aren't always good in a certain role just because they've been there for so long. Right, Lando's on a push lap, 29.7 in the first sector. He's gone green. He's on a brand new set of mediums. Let's see, 29 track temperature now. Here we go. What is he up through turn 12? Oh, it looks like Lando's backed off. He's gone wide through turn 11. Oh, he's kept the car pointing forward, but he's had to back out of this lap. He's had to back out. Just watching the replay of Lando. What happened? Oh, he went very... No, that's turn 10, sorry. Just watching him now as he comes up to turn 11. What did he do? And, oh, just ran wide, basically. Too much understeer. Too much understeer through turn 11. If Ferrari's up at the front, I reckon Charles will beat Lewis. It'll be an interesting battle. Very interesting battle. If Lewis can win a race again and sees he can compete, he will be back to hammer time mindset. Yeah, and I think that's the case for a lot of drivers, is that this sport is very much a confidence-driven sport. If you do not have confidence in the machinery underneath you, you're going to struggle. If you do have confidence, you're going to get more out of the car and more out of your performances. So, yeah. Want some? Tried to have some of it and then just... Charles will do everything to win his first. Yeah, I think... I've said it, and we said this earlier as well. I mean, if you look... If it is a Lewis and Charles championship, or if they're fighting it out for a race win, I can see them colliding. And I'm sorry, Charles fans, I don't see it coming from Hamilton's side. I see it coming from Charles because of what we saw last year. Now, we saw last year only a few times, but it was enough for me to go, whoa, like borderline dangerous there, Charles. Super aggressive with his defense with Lewis Hamilton. Last year as well, he moved under braking way too many times, mostly when fighting George Russell. So there is definitely going to be an air... I hate to say it, but there's going to be an airplane crash involving Charles Leclerc one day because of the way that he moves under braking. And if he's fighting at the front and fighting for meaningful positions and fighting for race wins and that, he's definitely going to be the cause of that. I hope it never happens, but we saw too much of that last year. The only way to stop Lewis is preventing him from braking late and Lyco. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? So yeah, it will be spicy. I mean, the Lewis and Charles fans were at each other's throats last year anyway, and Ferrari were nowhere. So let alone what they'd be like if they're fighting for a world championship. Jesus. If Hamilton and Leclerc are front runners, agents, who is Ferrari going to prioritise? Unlike McLaren doing papaya rules and picking favourites. I don't know if they will. I think what they would do is that I think it's like a new F1, unless like it's like Red Bull where there's a clear number one. I don't think they would prefer one driver over the other, but I think they would be a lot more reasonable. And when push comes to shove, they'd be a lot more decisive in picking a driver to back. I think when that comes down to it, if there's a preference for who they want to win the title, I mean, I guess it depends on who you ask in Ferrari. I don't think Lewis is everyone's fan in Ferrari, but I think the senior management would definitely like Hamilton to win it over Charles, purely because of how much money they've spent on Hamilton, how much money they would earn off of Hamilton winning the 8th. I think there's very few news stories in F1, or very few scenarios in F1, if any, other than this one that would make, which would make front page news, that would go around the world and break out of the bubble that is F1 onto people's radars that haven't that don't follow the sport, and that is Lewis winning a world championship with Ferrari. I don't think there's any other. I don't think Max winning his 5th as he's about to start a flying lap here. I don't think Lando winning one, Charles winning a title. I don't think any of that would be on front page news and be reported by at the start of news program shows that evening. It's Lewis Hamilton, because of how famous he is, And because it's with Ferrari and because it would be history making, for all those reasons, that's why I think Ferrari would prefer Hamilton to win it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Leclerc is going to be ahead of Hamilton, so no need for team orders. Maybe. Right. Yeah. So here goes. Speaking of, I thought it was Charles. Oh, another purple first sector from Max Verstappen. Here we go, ladies and gents. Max Verstappen, a 29.543 in the first sector. Come on, Max, keep it together. Keep it together. Provide us a 32. Provide us a 32. Here we go. He needs around a 40.5. That's what he needs in this middle sector, or a 40.6. 40.5 or a 40.6 would be tremendous right now. 303 kilometers an hour approaching turn 11. Here we go. People struggle with turn 11. He seems to have navigated it quite well. Here we go. Round turn 12. What is he on? 14243. So he's harvesting that battery. It's a 40.9. It's green. It's not great, but it's green. So deploy, Max. Here we go. 304 kilometers, 305 kilometers an hour into turn 14. Round turn 15 he comes. Keep that rear of that Red Bull in check. Across the line. It's a 33.6. What the hell? 3 attempts in that last sector alone. Oh my goodness. Middle sector was not the best. Damn. I thought he'd do more there. They're still holding back, aren't they? They're still holding back. Lando's going for another push lap, by the way. Lando's is pretty good. Lando's going to improve here. He's on the same pace as Max. So what's his last sector like? 303 into the last corner. And what does he do? Over the line he comes. And Lando goes second. 133.3 on a second push lap on the same set of tyres. Interesting. Are those DRS zones on the circuit map? No, they're not DRS zones. So what they actually are is they are the active aero zones where straight mode can be activated. So that's where they can activate the aero. In effect, it's another form of DRS, a drag reduction system. So that's where they can use it. Dusko, take a look how differently on the straight line Leclerc hits over 320. Sometimes he hits that speed just after he crosses the finish line. Sometimes further down. Weird. Yeah, it's to do with the deployment, how they're deploying the battery, implementing boost mode, and also how they're mapping the engine as well. So there are no DRS zones, and no, DRS is effectively not a thing anymore. It's this active aero, straight mode. So DRS, yeah, there's no such thing as DRS anymore. Everyone has access to straight mode in these designated zones every single lap, regardless of whether they are a second behind or 10 seconds behind or running on their own. So, oh, Charles is on a brand new set again, as is George Russell. Here we go, boys. Here we go, providing us some performance laps here in the closing stages, although still not full performance laps, but kind of half-hearted push laps, aren't they? Let's be real. Harmon, do I think Lewis will win if they have the best car? I personally believe Charles is still more likely. I mean, he can, for sure. I think it will be a very, very good battle. I think Leclerc will beat Hamilton in qualifying. I think that's just natural. I think Charles is very good over a single lap. Lewis, I still think that there'll be a bit of a lack of confidence when it comes to qualifying. However, when it comes to the race, I think that's really where Lewis comes to his own, or comes into his own, because of the level of management that's needed and things like that. And we saw that even in the ground effect era over the last 4 years. Lewis would make up positions in a race day because of, one, just his racing know-how, overtakes, and just how good he was on management. But you need to be starting further up the grid. So, yeah, we will see. We will see. But Charles is equally as good as as Lewis, he's had some tremendous management races throughout his time, managing tyres and so forth. It's an element of Charles's driving that I think is underrated, because people focus so much on the single lap pace of Charles, but he's had some tremendous stints over the years on eking out a set of tyres and making up a number of positions, and saving his race result. So yeah, it'll be interesting, a very interesting battle between the two. Right, so let's keep an eye out on George Russell and Charles Leclerc, shall we? Because they should theoretically be on some push laps. George Russell makes his way through turn 2. Charles Leclerc peaks at 3.26, as he has done all day today. They're looking at around a 29.5 in the middle sector to beat Max Verstappen and match the time set by Charles Leclerc for his fastest lap. George Russell, what does he do? He does a 29.9, so he's 4 tenths down in the first sector in that Mercedes. Let's see if he can gather some time or gain some time in the middle sector. How about Charles? Charles has gone off a little bit there, I think. Charles has had to back out of it. Charles has had to back out of it. Turn 4, I know. We've got a Charles fan over there crying. It's okay. He's okay. He's okay. Charles is had to back out of that. He had a moment through turn 4, by the looks of it. Just watching the replay of exactly what occurred as George Russell is making his way through over the crest of turn 12 and the second sector. Charles Leclerc ran. No, Charles just backed out of it. He just backed out of it. I'm not entirely sure what was the cause of that. Maybe he had a moment. 40.8 in the middle sector for George Russell. It's okay. It's a green sector. It's going to be in the 33s for George, but it's not going to be a purple lap. That is for sure. As he comes across the line now, what is George able to set? And he goes into the 33s of 33.795, but not as fast as we know that Mercedes can go, as it set a 32.8 yesterday, almost a second quicker yesterday. Did Charles lock up? I missed the lock up then, if that's the case. He definitely backed out of it like before the corner or after the into the corner, didn't he? He didn't run wide or anything, so. What's wrong with Aston Martin? Everything. I think the more pertinent question is there anything right with Aston Martin at the moment? Yeah, Aston Martin, they don't have enough parts left. Aston Martin came out. Well, Honda came out and said that due to a battery issue, which caused Alonso to stop out on track yesterday, and a lack of spare parts, they will be doing limited running today. But that limited running has been limited to 6 laps, and it's now been reported by Sky Italia that actually they don't have... It's not that they don't have enough spare parts, it's that they've actually broken too many parts. As Charles Leclerc has just gone. I didn't think he was on another push lap, but here we go. He's just done a 29.456 in the first sector. The fastest of anyone today. Sub 29.5. Let's see how he fares. If Arvid Lindblad moves out of the way, please move out of the way, Arvid. Yes, thank you very much. 300 kilometers an hour, just shy of it, into the braking zone of turn 11. How does he fare through this corner? It's causing some problems today. Not too bad. Here we go. He's on the C3 tyre as well. So not the softest compound, but it's a 40.4. Wow. The fastest middle sector by some margin we've seen today. Charles is going for 32. Come on. Get that rear end of that Ferrari stable. Get it settled through turn 14 and turn 15. Here he goes. Can he get into the 32s? Come on, Charles. Foot to the floor. 275 kilometres an hour. And it's a 32.655. The fastest lap we've seen in testing all week, all season thus far out of the 6 days we've had. Ferrari laying down a marker at the end of the day, at the end of the week. Yes, they can go so much quicker, but ooh, Ferrari just saying, watch me now, watch me now. Just a little warning. Just a little warning. Just a bit of an ego boost for the Ferrari and for everyone up and down the paddock. Just to say, we're here. We're here. And I'm not going anywhere. Out of the top 4 teams, who looks the best? Mercedes has the compression ratio. Red Bull has the speed. Ferrari has looked reliable. I think they all equally look as good, to be honest. from what I've seen. But I don't know. I'm the more and more I see the Ferrari, the more and more I am like, I think they're going to start this season off very well. Like just the starts, the race pace, that rear wing as well. I think is going to help them also quite a lot and offset some of the concerns that maybe people have about the Ferrari. Oh, do I go as far as saying that Ferrari are going to be champions this year? I don't know. I feel like it's tricky, man. I feel like it's tricky. And Mercedes still don't have their fuel signed off yet. They still don't have their fuel certified. Their sustainable fuel. So Ferrari ditching last season may have been a blessing. Yeah, look, as disappointing as it was, and as disappointing as it was to see Charles and Lewis struggle last year, you had to keep reminding yourself that it's not about this year. It's about the resource for next year and what they can do in 2026. And seems to be, it started off well. It seems to be a good decision, doesn't it? Because they're at least, they may not be the quickest still. We still don't know. But at least they are going to be in the mix, aren't they, at the start of the season? That's the important thing. They're not going to be like starting miles behind everyone. So, to be fair, wouldn't the rear wing be incredibly easy to copy? Maybe, maybe not. I really don't know. I'm not an aerodynamicist and engineer, so I don't know how easy it is to incorporate. But the thing is that it might not be benefit. The difference is that just because you can copy it doesn't mean it's necessarily beneficial to your car because of the way that your car is designed. The way that the airflow at the front of the car connects to the back of the car. It might not actually be beneficial at all. It may actually be a negative. But for Ferrari, the way that their car has been built, with the smaller turbo, with the airflow and the package that they've got, it's been designed to potentially, I believe, offset some of the issues that, or some of the, what's the right word? Offset the lack of power that maybe the turbo is going to provide them. Although Lando, if he's got anything to say about it, he's going to put in the fastest lap here. He's gone, Charles, you're not having all the fun because he's just done a 29.475 as well. He's only a couple of hundredths separated him and Charles Leclerc. Remember, it was a 40.4 was what Charles Leclerc set in the middle sector for his fastest lap, which is a 32.6. Can Lando match that or beat it? Let's see. Is he around 40.4, 40.5? He did a 40.2. Yes. Oh, he's neck and neck. He's currently around 3/400ths of a second, less than a tenth, behind Charles Leclerc at the moment. It's all about turn 13 and 14 and 15 here. It's turn 14 and 15 for Lando Norris. We're getting some push laps here at the end of testing. Still over an hour to go. Can Lando go to the top of the timing screens? No! It's a 32.871 for Lando Norris. 2 tenths behind, but woo-wee. This is what we want. We wait 4 hours for this, guys. 7 hours for this. All for this couple of laps, eh? Love it. Oh, I'm getting G'd up for qualifying now. It's nice to know the vocal calls for qualifying is for qualifying and the race is still there. Sometimes you feel like, do I still have it? Am I still going to be able to commentate even though I haven't seen a race for 2-3 months? I think we're good. I think we're ready for Australia, guys. I think we're ready for 2 weeks' time, eh? I must remind you all that Charles was on older tyres and he got a lock-up, so it's not Ferrari's best possible lap. That's true as well. It was a very decent lap. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was his... He went out on a brand new set of tyres. He did go out on a brand new set of tyres. I think. Yeah, he did go on a brand new set of tyres. It was prior to that. But it was the 33-1. I think it was. It was the 33-1 that he did a... it was the 33-1 that he did a lap on a flat spot. So... I'm a Lando fan, but just want to see the cars driving close behind other cars, racing throughout the field and overtakes, battling. Don't really care who wins the title, which means you're just a fan of the sport, Elliot, and you want to get a buzz from racing. So do I. Just watching Lando's last corner here. What happened? Oh, Oh, it wasn't the last corner. It was turn 4. He was having to really control the rear end there. A bit of soaring on the steering wheel to keep the rear pointing in the right direction. He slid more through turn 4 than he was moving forward. But that's good. It's good to see from us fans. It's going to make the racing very interesting if the cars are behaving that way. So, but that's time lost by Lando there in turn for the exit of turn 4. So his first sector could have been even quicker if he didn't have that. So he could have gone probably another 10th quicker there if it wasn't for that little movement on the rear. Murray Walker mode for the season starts, yeah. A few meat pies with a side of Vegemite and a Foster's and Stuffeyy will be ready for the Melbourne GP. That's my Australian accent there, by the way, guys. Apologies if you're Australian, if I just offended anyone there. It'll be 4 a.m. for me. I'll be going live at 3 a.m. Because the race starts at 4 a.m. for Melbourne. So, will we see a sub 32? No, I don't think so, Rude. No. I think we'll see probably... will anyone improve again? I think someone will stick on a fresh set towards the end of the session and do maybe a 32-3. But I don't think anyone's going to... And no one's going to do a full quality lap. No one's going to show their full hand. We're not going to get into the 31s, so... Charles' compound was already damaged on the first push lap. He got huge look. No, I know that, but I don't know if he did... I'm still not sure he did that on that lap, though. I think he came in. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But yeah, still, like, it's a good lap regardless. But there's definitely, it's still, even if that is the case, like, it shows there's more potential. There's more potential for these cars out there, for sure. Because like the top speeds, again, if we look at the top speeds, right? I mean, 3.26 is Charles's max. Lando only did has only done 3.22. So they're so far off the top speeds that they can achieve down into turn 1. And that when we do eventually come back here in Bahrain for round 4, they're going to be achieving 340 plus down there. That would be a laugh if we did an Aussie accent for the start. I'd probably no, I won't do that. I don't want to turn. I want to keep viewers. I don't want to turn them away to other live streams. You know. What's my Formula I rating these days, Elliot? I haven't done an iRacing race in ages. And the last race that I did, which I think was the first race I did in about 2 months, I actually jump-started. So I got a black flag instantly. I think it's like, what, 3.5k, 3.6k, something like that. What was the one racing pass that made you take notice of Verstappen or any other driver? For me, Verstappen passed in the rain in Brazil on the dirty side over Ferrari. Interesting. I'll have to have a think about that. Max is on a brand new set of mediums, by the way. Here we go. Let's keep an eye out on Max. I'll have a think. I guess the one round Blanchimont for Max Verstappen when he was in the Toro Rosso. Like, that was just ballsy. Difficult to remember, to be honest with you. I'll have to have a think. Right, here we go. Max Verstappen on a brand new set of mediums. He's on the C3. Let's see what he can do, eh? So, up to 321 kilometers an hour. Not particularly quick from Max Verstappen. We know that is miles off what he can achieve. He did 344 last week in the first week of testing. But here we go. What is his pace? Up into the braking zone of turn 4. Straight line mode activated. Over 302 kilometers an hour through turn 4. Can he keep the car in check here? We saw Lando. Oh, I saw Lando Norris, not you because you don't have access to the TV, the majority of you, but saw Lando Norris have a moment through there where he could have gone even quicker. But his first sector is a 29.578. Interestingly, not the fastest he has set today. But it is just under a 10th slower than that of Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris. He's within a 10th of Lando Norris. So not a lot separating them at the moment. Slightly behind Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris in the first sector. Making his way down into turn 11 again. He will exceed 300 kilometers an hour as that Red Bull does, as it has done in Max's and Isaac Hadjar's hands. Now, through turn 11 and 12. This is where the Red Bull has been losing a little bit of pace up through here. Not deploying as much or turning the engine up as high as possible. And it's a 40.733. So he's 3 temps off now, both Leclerc and Norris, who did 40.4s. So unless he does a mega last sector, which is going to be like a 22.5, this is going to be an improvement, but keep him in 3rd place on the timing screens. Here he goes across the line. Max Verstappen, is it an improvement? It is indeed. And as I just said with the maths there, a 23 flat in the last sector means that he did a 33.3. Closed the gap to Charles and Lando, but it is over 6.5 seconds. 6.5 temps back. So, yeah, they're holding something back in the middle sector. Well, they're holding things back in general, to be honest with you. Right, Ollie Behrman is on an out lap on a brand new set of mediums as well. Carlos Sainz is on a push lap. Should we keep an eye on Carlos Sainz? Or did he just do a lap there? 35.275. No, Sainz just did a 35.275. So, yeah, no one's still pushing yet, but it's still interesting anyway, isn't it? You did that after trying the new bite point. Yeah, my settings reset themselves, Elliot, so... I basically released the clutch. I've got double clutch, so I released one of the clutches, and because it reconfigured itself, it moved off the line. Typical. Charles is on a brand new set again as well. This is interesting. Top 4 still sandbagging, Peter. 100%. Hey, Austin, you're a new sub. First time seeing your channel. Nice commentary. What is the major improvement from last year to this year in Ferrari? Where do we start? Where do we start? Of course, different regulations, so difficult to tell. But just, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's so different. I mean, they changed their concept last year in the last year of regulations, which was a terrible decision. But look, all their focus was on this year, and rightfully so. And they just seem to have made the right decisions, and they've been innovative and forward-thinking, which is not the Ferrari that we generally tend to see in Formula One. So, can Charles improve here in Sector 1? And he can again! Charles Leclerc, stop it! Stop it! Here we go! Down into turn 8, Charles. Come on, keep it going. A 29.421. He's going even quicker. Makes his way up to turn 9. Down into the braking zone here. Braking early just after you go through turn 9. Into turn 10, the off-camber downhill corner. And he seems to have navigated it quite well. Let's keep an eye out on the top speed there as he makes his way down into turn 11. Only 299, 300. Just got to the 300 kilometers an hour. Right, speed, top speed through this crest here. No, he's backed out of it again. Oh, Charles, he's struggling. He's struggling with that turn 11 today. It's been his nemesis. He's had a number of moments today through turn 11. I'm watching the replay now to see exactly, well, the live coverage was a little bit behind now. Let's see what he did. The cars have been understeering quite a bit through turn 11 today, and they've been catching the curb on the outside, and it really does give them trouble. Oh, no. Oh! My goodness. My goodness. Charles nearly just lost the car. Charles nearly just lost the car. Apologies about the ads, by the way. I have tried to turn them off. I don't know why. Like, it's difficult. I apologise. It'll be sorted for the next stream. My goodness, Charles Leclerc nearly lost control of that Ferrari. It nearly went into a 360. Oof, Jesus, he is pushing it. He is pushing it with the power modes that he has been given. But whoa, I thought he was gone. He had his hand off the steering wheel afterwards as well. He was super frustrated with himself, Charles. But it's exciting. Is Max going to go again? I think Max is going to go for a second push lap on this same set of tyres. Let's see what he does. So hopefully he's not in the pits. No, he's not. So keep an eye on Max. Up to 320 odd kilometers an hour. 319 is what he peaked at there. So not particularly quick for Max. You'd take Hamilton on consistency for the World Championship versus Charles. I think it'd be a very interesting championship battle. It'd be a spicy one. Very spicy one. The Ferrari seems special. I mean, I don't think I've seen Charles this confident in a Ferrari before. Let's put it that way. And they're using the wrong spec rear wing as well. They're using the rear wing that I don't think we're going to see in Melbourne. I think we're going to see the rear wing that is the upside down one. So yeah, no, I can. There's a setting with the ads on YouTube that I've forgotten to turn off when I started the stream, and I haven't been able to turn it off. I've been able to reduce them to low, so hopefully, yeah, you won't get many. So apologies. But yeah, Austin, going back to your question about what have Ferrari done this well. I mean, they've just got off to a good start. It's difficult to say because it's different regulations, but they've just clearly spent a lot of time and resource in it. Lewis has had an input from the start as well, so he hasn't inherited a car. And who knows, maybe it is generally Lewis's input that has helped build a car in a certain direction that has benefited himself and Charles. But I think also they've been very forward-thinking with their design choices, with like the turbo, overcoming that solution, with the race starts, coming up with a solution of the rear wing, coming up with a solution of the rear exhaust diffuser as well, diffuser, flap, whatever you want to call it, wing that utilizes the hot air that gets exhumed from the exhaust, and they're utilizing that to gain extra points of downfalls. Like, it's just, these are things that you don't normally expect from Ferrari. You'd expect it from Red Bull, you'd expect it from Mercedes. Those are teams that are normally more innovative and forward thinking, but it's great to see, and it seems to be paying off for them at the moment. So YouTube has had a few issues on the app, keeps freezing at times, been keeping it up to date, but only happens very occasionally. Has anyone had this? I personally haven't when I've been watching YouTube and stuff, but sometimes YouTube can do that. Still not getting excited until Q3 down under. I know, me too, Peter. I'm trying. It's so difficult not to, though. So difficult not to. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in, by the way. If everyone has, if you're new here, welcome, welcome. Back in a couple of weeks' time, as I said before, I'm going to do a predictions video, a breakdown predictions video that will be out over the course of this weekend. We will obviously then have a run-up to... We're looking forward to Melbourne. I'm sure there'll be more news that pops out over the next week or so from Melbourne, also in the run-up to Melbourne and stuff. And then I'll be doing my preview of the preview and predictions of the first race. And there'll be lots to break down, of course, with the zones and things like that, like active aero and things, the weather. I don't know what the weather's looking like in Melbourne at the moment, whether it's been good or bad. We've talked all about this, of course, in the dry and had this testing all in the dry. But what about when it comes to wet races? What is that going to be like with these cars? That's going to be interesting with them having less downfalls as well. So going to be super intriguing. I'm looking forward to the start of the season, and hopefully it's a banger. That's what we want. I'm trying to stay positive as well with all these regulations and the concerns the drivers have. Yes, you have to take them into consideration, and I think they are correct in their assessments. And it's right to have your expectations be reserved with your expectations and have your concerns. But I'm also a fan of F1, and I like to stay positive and hope for the best. Would there be a practice start at the end? Oh, yes, there will be. Yes, there will be. Charles wasn't a part of the afternoon practice start, which was a shame. We only got to see 3 drivers out on the grid, which was Ocon, Piastri and Hadjar in that order as well. So we saw Ocon make a good launch. Didn't get to see him maybe drive past Hadjar or Piastri by being starting from behind them. So that was a bit of a shame. But yeah, I imagine everyone will be out there for the practice start in. So look at Melbourne last year, rain. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the weather report has looked like in Melbourne recently. So I think that's it for push laps at the moment, unless someone does have another set of tyres available to use. I don't know if they've used them all up for this week yet. But at the moment, it is Charles Leclerc, fastest with a 32.655. Norris with a 32.87. Verstappen with a 33.324. Russell with a 33.7. Antonelli with a 33.9. Behrman in 6th with a 33.9. Gasly with a 34.3. 100 laps for him today. Good mileage on the board for Alpine. Piastri did a 34.3 in the morning session. Lindblad has done 148 laps as it stands, with 55 minutes remaining on his own today. That is a whole heap of laps for Arvid Lindblad, the 18-year-old, the only rookie on the grid for this season. Ocon, 10th, 82 laps for him, a 134.4. Isaac Hadjar did the morning session, 34.5 for him. Sainz out there all day today as well, 122 laps for him on his Jack Joan. That's good for Williams. They've just focused on long-run pace today. Hulkenberg, 64 laps for him in the Audi. Bortoletto in the Audi as well, 14 in 14th. Bottas and Perez. Perez hasn't been back out, but Bottas hasn't really done a lot of running this afternoon, only 21 laps. And their fastest lap isn't great, although they haven't gone for any push laps. So, and then Stroll, Aston Martin, eh? Stroll and Aston Martin, oh dearie me. Oh, terrible day for them. 6 laps overall. My take, Austin, on Red Bull's new in-house PU. Very, very good. Exceeding expectations. There were lots of rumours on the initial partnership between Ford and Red Bull, and it was not looking good. However, they have done so much mileage. It looks powerful. And, yeah, if you're Red Bull, you'll be very, very happy. And Ford as well. And I think if you're a Max Verstappen fan, I would be very positive heading into this season, with him potentially having a shot at a 5th world title. Are Aston Martin and Williams the 2 biggest disappointments? No. Disappointments. Aston Martin is the biggest disappointment. Who is the next biggest disappointment? It's tricky, you know. It's tricky to say who would be the next biggest disappointment, because I don't think Williams have had a good testing session. I think maybe Audi. Cadillac, I expect Cadillac to be where they are, so I don't think it's disappointing. I mean, it could be better, because they could obviously have better reliability and do more, but I expected them to struggle, to have a tough start. But yeah, I don't know who is the next biggest disappointment. I'm not sure. Williams, a lot. Expected a ton. Yeah, but I never expected... I mean, maybe because your expectations were a bit too high. Maybe you expected them to be closer to the top 4. I'd never expected them to make that leap into the top 4. But I think, considering they missed the first shakedown, I think they've been very good. I think when they have put a performance lap in, they've been towards the top of the midfield, which is where I expect them to be. So, yeah, I don't know. It's so Ferrari's year. Right, 2 seconds. Oh, did Russell lap today? Yeah, he has lapped. It's not a busy circuit at the moment. It's not a busy track at all. Am I confident? I am getting more and more confident in Ferrari as the time goes on. So much so that I am reassessing my predictions. Like, I really am. Oh, I don't know. I mean, so put it this way, guys. I'm releasing a predictions video this weekend. And I was saying I think Lando will be world champion this year. I think people have massively... And it's not like because it's... Like I'm trying to be different. I just think people are massively under racing McLaren. I think they've got that Mercedes unit in the back of their car. And I think that people may think they're full fastest or whatever. But I think the Mercedes power units are still hiding some of their power. I think everyone is. And I think McLaren are a very well-oiled and drilled team that can develop a car throughout the season. So even if they don't start off as the fastest, I'm also confident that they can develop, catch up, and become the fastest, as they have experience doing that over the last few seasons. So they've been able to overcome that adversity, and some other teams haven't. But now, there is part of me that is thinking with the stop with Ferrari, what I've seen from Ferrari, that just in race scenarios and stuff, and also as well with this compression ratio. Like, if something does happen with this compression ratio, and the Mercedes team's Mercedes-powered units are hampered for the second half of the season, surely Red Bull and Ferrari are going to be able to capitalise on that and benefit from that. So if they're able, even if Mercedes and McLaren are quick, and the quickest too, and they're able to stay within touching distance, then you'd expect Red Bull and Ferrari to be able to catch them and overtake them. So there's so many variables that are going through in my head at the moment in relation to my predictions, and I don't know. I mean, I'm close to putting Max as my World Drivers Champion because of what I've seen from the Red Bull and him, and how he's performed in testing, and he's been that car's been very well balanced, and the Red Bull powertrain is a lot better and more reliable than anyone expected, including myself. And then Ferrari, the starts, the rear wing, the turbo, the confidence and air of confidence and happiness that Charles, Lewis and the team have. Like, I just don't know. I really don't know. And I think... Oh, I just don't know. I really don't. Matt, good to see you, mates. What is my feeling on Aston Martin? Looks like a right mess. Yeah, that's exactly that. It's a right mess at the moment. It's a right mess. Yeah, Max is with a new set. We'll keep an eye on him in a second. Personally, kind of disappointed that Cadillac didn't start with their own PU because they're going to have to struggle anyway. Yeah, I think it was because... So I think they've made a conscious decision there, Harmon. I don't think there was enough time for them to join on the grid when they wanted to. The timescales didn't work out for them with the negotiations that Cadillac were having with Andretti and so forth, and the team with F1. There wasn't enough time to create a power unit in that timescale. And also, they were initially aiming to join the grid in 2028 with their own power unit. Now it's pushed back to 2029, which is a bit of an indication that supposedly the power unit regulations will change for 2029. Max is still on a slow lap, by the way. He's not going quick. Don't fall for it, Lily. It's a different Ferrari. Oh, Bottas has got ahead of Bortoletto. Go on, Bottas, with a 36.9. Oh, Sainz is on a set of softs. Verstappen has shown that he can overcome weaknesses in his car. Coming from the pit to a podium is just one example. He's a strong contender, even if he has a slower car. Agreed. And I've got a feeling as well that it's just... It'd be typical, wouldn't it, that he slates the cars, says he doesn't enjoy driving the cars, and ends up winning the championship. That'd be very funny. Well, not very funny, but typical. So. Who will Ferrari let win the first championship, for Charles or 8 for Lewis? I think if push came to shove, they'd prefer Lewis. Oh, Lindblad up into P7. He's just finally putting a good lap on a push lap. Behrman's on a push lap as well. Should we keep an eye? Oh, Russell's on a push lap on a fresh set of testing tyres. So we don't know what they are. Maybe Max is starting his lap now as well. Let's see what Max does. Let's see how he goes. He's done a second out lap on this set of tyres. So let's see if this works for him. George Russell on a set of testing tyres. We don't know what level of compound of tyre those are. They're super duper secret by Pirelli. So Max Verstappen making his way up into turn 4. George Russell is going to make his way through the second sector any second now. And it is a 40.545. That's very quick from George Russell. Very quick. 29.735 in the first sector. He's about 4 tenths off of Charles's time, though. He's lost 3 tenths in the first sector and a tenth in the second as he makes his way around the last corner. Max Verstappen a 29.678 in the first sector, so not too bad, but he's going a bit slowly, I think, maybe through turn 8. I think he's going at a bit of a canter right now, Max Verstappen, but we'll keep an eye out on him. I don't think he's proper booting it. But George there, a 33.197, half a second, just over half a second off of that of Charles Leclerc's time. So that was on the testing tyre. Max Verstappen, is he going quick or not? No, Max has backed out of his lap already. So not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe he had a moment through turn 4 or a little wobble, little wiggle through turn 5 and 6, which we have seen today as well. Thanks, Arvik. Behrman is a future champion. Maybe. Maybe. He's just gone faster than Antonelli's time. He's just done a 33.5. Of course, the track is much quicker now. By the way, guys, it is much quicker. So, just saying that. But, has Red Bull got asymmetric braking? No. That's outlawed now. Russell only going 300 kilometers an hour on the main straight. Yeah, that's slow, isn't it? 300 kph, that's for sure. Do I really think Norris got more chances than Russell? It depends on I think it depends on the car. And I think the difference is as well is that Norris has been there and done it. I know, obviously, I expect Russell. I do really rate Russell. But you've got to remember when sometimes like that, going for that first ever World Championship title, something you've never got before. It's not to say the next championship is going to be easy. They all come with their own challenges. But mentally, I feel like, can any championship be harder to what Norris went through last year and what he overcame? I think that's only going to benefit Norris. That's why. I think he's massive. I think we saw a massive growth in him last year. Like mentally and just as a driver, and I think he'd be able to cope with another close championship battle if that was to be the case again this year. This is going to be the worst F1 era ever. I hope not. I hope not. Do you think George is so close to his top form? Yeah, no, I agree. I think he is. But it's a very different kettle of fish when you're in the thick of it fighting for a title. Something that these guys have wanted for their whole life. We saw Max deal with those very high pressure moments, and if the stewards were a little bit more proper, he maybe have got some more penalties in 2021. Charles Leclerc, 29.360. Just because obviously some incidents that he got involved in with Lewis and stuff. So, like, I'm just saying that those pressure moments, these drivers do things that they normally wouldn't do when they're not under that sort of pressure. So, here we go. Here we go. So, Charles Leclerc is pushing again. He's going to go quicker. Is he going to go sub 31? Is he going to go sub 30? Sorry, sub 32 and get into the 31s? He's kept the car pointing forward through turn 11 this time. That's been his nemesis this week. 250 kilometers an hour through turn 12. Oh, he's just done a 40.0 in the middle sector. That's 4 tenths quicker in the middle sector than he was previously. He's going for a 31. He's going... Surely not, Charles. Surely not. He's going for a 31. He's going for a 31. Oh, so close. He had a slow last sector. Dang. Charles. 32.297. I think a 31 was on the cards there. I know. I think a 31 was on the cards there. Oh, interesting from Charles. 3.5 tenths quicker than the previous lap. He's loving that car. He's liking that car. That's good. That's interesting here at the end of testing. 40 minutes remaining of this day 3 testing. The last testing day of the season. We're going to be heading to Melbourne in 2 weeks' time for practice. Lindblad's got a brand new set of tyres on. Is George Russell going to come back in? Nope, he's got to stay out there on the testing tyre. Max Verstappen is in the pit lane at the moment. I wonder if they'll allow him to turn the engine up a little bit or not. But what was his top speed there down the start-finish straight? Let's have a look. Still only 326 kilometers an hour, by the way. Only 326 kilometers an hour in that speed trap. That's the fastest he has gone, so still a lot more pace to be had. Leclerc and Max turning into driving when under pressure. Well, and that's my question about Charles. Like, we've seen him move under braking numerous times last year. Very lucky not to cause airplane crashes. Like, making very, very big moves left and right when he was defending against Lewis last year. Like, I just think if Charles is in a championship battle this year, there's going to be a big crash at some point involving Charles. Oh, Bottas up into P13. Still 3 seconds off the pace, though. But it is still just testing. It is still just testing. No one's shown their full hand still. That's not even Ferrari's full deck of cards. That's not their hand. That's just giving a little bit of an insight to the teams. That's just showing their confidence. That's what they're doing right now. They're just going, you see that? Watch out. Just, yeah. We are arriving at Melbourne, like, happy. Could be. I feel like Max's aggressiveness is always looked at way critical because of the way he used to drive. I think he has become a far cleaner driver in the last few seasons. I disagree. I think Max is still Max. I think when Max gets put under pressure, I think he reverts to type. Personally. I think we've seen that numerous times over the last few seasons. I mean, let's be real. We should have been disqualified for his move on George last year. So, if Max is put under pressure, that's the way to beat Max. Is if he comes under pressure, you can entice him into doing something. I think, and I think George Russell. That's why I think a great championship battle. If there's two drivers you want to go at it, Max and George Russell championship battle, I think would be. That would be very, very good viewing. Anyone have the C4? Oh, by the way, that was the C4 tyre by Charles Leclerc, so that's why it was so much quicker. So that was the C4. So that's why he was low 32s there. Norris did his on the C3. So the C4 is a tyre that doesn't even... It's a compounded tyre that isn't even used at Bahrain. We always use the C1, C2 and C3 at Bahrain on the harder end of the compound scale because it's a high abrasive circuit here at Bahrain. So, yeah, that would make sense why he went a lot quicker. But still cool to see, right? Still cool for him to push it. And no one's gone that quick this week. Or, yeah, no one's gone that quick this week or last week. So... Yeah, of course they get aggressive, but there's a line in being aggressive, though, isn't there? There's a line, and I think Max has crossed that line a few times when put under pressure. You could see Mexico with what happened with Lando. Then you see what happened with him in Spain with Russell. So Lindblad is Rookie of the Year with 100% change. Yeah, get your bets in. Who's Rookie of the Year? Season hasn't even started yet, and he's Rookie of the Year. He's got it in the bag. I think Ferrari forgot that this is still tested. Well, it is still testing. As I said, I still think that these cars can go... I think these cars can get down to the 31. There's still another second in pace here for these guys. I think. On the C3, on the compounder tyres that you'd normally expect. Like low 31s. Alonso Rookie of the Year. Well, that depends if he's able to start the season. Who knows with what's going on at the moment with Deme. I can't believe Aston have only done 6 laps today. That's absolutely shocking. So much hopium. Believe. I think it's time to believe, you know. GP2 Rookie of the Year. GP2 engine. So, Max is out on a brand new testing tyre, so maybe he'll be able to get something out of that. We don't know what level of compound that is, of course. Is Behrman going for another push lap here? I think Behrman's going for a push lap. Let's keep... Oh, no, he's just did one, sorry. 33.487. So that was an improvement for Behrman. A 22.797. That's good. Oh, Lando just went a bit deep into turn 10. 19 years since the World Drivers' Championship for Ferrari, and it's the year of the horse. Yeah. Kimi Räikkönen was the last time they won the World Drivers' Championship, which was 2007. Year of the horse. Could it be? Does everything just is aligning, isn't it? Everything is aligning. Red Bull is sandbagging this whole time. Max will show true pace in the last half an hour. I mean, they're all sandbagging. They really are. They're all holding pace. They don't want to show their full hand still. We still don't know how powerful that Mercedes engine truly is. Ferrari have taken their special rear wing off of the car and only used it for 5 laps. That's definitely going to be on the car for Melbourne, 100%. Yeah, Max. We've seen Max do 344 kilometers an hour down the start-finish straight last week. And this week, he's only done the highest. He's only done 230. Sorry, 230. 312 he's only done today. So, I'm here. Two sets, guys. Come on, sit down. Oof. Hello. Oh, no. Max going green. Oh, he regains 3rd place. What's going on with my TV? Sorry, guys, just trying to keep little one happy. There we go. All good. Why McLaren slow? They're not particularly slow. Charles is on another set of mediums. Is he going for it again? Hey, Alex, good to see you, mate. Very well, thank you. Very well. Thanks for rejoining, buddy. Is Charles going for it again? Let's see if he can beat his first sector time. Is he going to put... He's just done it. What's he doing? What's he doing? Charles, behave. Charles, stop it. Stop it. Is he going to go sub 40 seconds in the middle sector? Is he going to go sub 40 seconds in the middle sector? May. He's like, sod it. I'm going for it. Here we go. Making his way through the second sector now. What is it? Is it a sub 40? Is it sub 40? Oh my God, it's sub 40. It's sub 40. Has he got enough though in the last sector? Has he got enough? Has he got enough? Is it our first 31? Here we go. Is it our first 31? Oh, it is. What a legend. What a legend. Ferrari. Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it. What the hell? Glory run, whatever. That's laying down a marker right at the end of the test. That is sending a message to everyone up and down the grid. That's exactly what that is right there. That is sending a message. Watch out. It's the year of the horse. Wow. That's harassment. Charles, stop it. Obviously, peak track conditions, 26.9, but still, it's the fastest lap we have seen all testing. And doesn't even have the good super duper flip flap rear wing on. C4 tyre, so it is the softest range. No, it isn't. Sorry, the C5 is the softest range, which is what Gasly and Sainz have used, the soft. What tyre? They are... So he was C4. C3. Yeah, that's Daddy's mic. Verstappen feels insulted and says a set's a 31. Sub 31, yeah. Great lap time, though. All right, 26 minutes remaining. I think the next thing to look forward to is the practice starts. Charles is just going to absolutely, like, rocket shit past everyone. And Ferrari going to be like, see you in Melbourne. Blah, blah, blah. Don't show your cards before the hand is over. No, of course not. And they're not showing their cards, but they're just sending a message, aren't they? My mic's dead. Oh, God, hang on. Hang on. Is it dead? No, it's not. Still working. Melbourne recharging is harder. Yeah, the Melbourne recharging. The deployment is going to be the deployment strategy is going to be massive. It's going to be massively effective for this season, and that's why we may see such a chopping and changing season from race to race. We may see one car dominant there, one car dominant another circuit because of the level of recovery that is available to them. You're hoping Ferrari is still sandbagging? Probably, yeah. Mercedes have definitely done sandbagging, 100%. They have done throughout. Looking forward to Cadillac with their number 2 drivers, excellent drivers, but never had their chance to be number 1. Yeah, we just hope, obviously, that they're not a complete back marker. That's what I hope. I hope that they can at least have some battles in the midfield. I mean, it's a long season. The development's going to be key, of course. So maybe they'll probably start at the back. That's fine. I mean, at least they've got Honda to fight with. At least they've got a battle. Just saw Aston has not even completed a race sim. Most they did was 27. Oof. Yeah, it's been a terrible week for them. Absolutely terrible. And they've done 6 laps today. They said they were only doing short stints. Short stints. They went out and did 2 laps apiece. Like 3 times, you can see there. Like, ridiculous. Thoughts on how much faster they're going to be with a Macarena tail? That's difficult to say. I mean, because we don't know the overall pace of these cars. That's difficult to say. I think it will give them more pace, I think, and I think it will overall give them more stability. I think that's what that rear wing does. I mean, how can it not give them more pace? Because the slot gap in that rear wing is so much larger than the one that we've got here. I mean, I'll just show it to you guys. I think I've still got it open, yeah. So this is the slot gap for Ferrari with the rear wing that Charles is using at the moment, and Lewis has been. But that's the slot gap and the rear wing that Lewis and Charles are using, right? This is the one that Lewis had on his car yesterday. I mean, look at the size. That's going to give you so much more top speed. There's no actuator in the middle for one. The slot gap is larger, and then obviously with it flipping when it engages and disengages, that's going to give you some rear stability when it's engaged and disengaged and stuff. So allowing for more, like, yeah, we'll see. But I think I am of the mindset that the reason they took that off the car for 5 laps after 5 laps yesterday is because they know they've got something really good, and they wanted to pack it back up and put it away. Obviously, all the data that they had correlated. Charles is on another set of mediums, guys. He's doing this for fun right now. He's on mediums right now. Again, C4s. Again, Charles. He's like, I want a 31.5. I want a 31.5. Gasly, get out of the way. Stay where you are. Right, here we go. Charles Leclerc, he's going again. He's got another set of brand new mediums available to him. 20 minutes remaining of this session. The last session of the Bahrain testing. Here he goes. Charles Leclerc, only 327. Still only 327. He peaks at there. So much more available in these cars, power unit wise, from what we have seen. Top speeds from Max Verstappen, 344 last week and 341 yesterday from the Audi of Nico Hülkenberg. But here he goes all the way up into turn 4, just shy of 295 kilometers an hour through turn 4 now. Is it going to be purple again? He's on a brand new set of C4s. Is it purple again? No, it's just shy of it. Not quite as good. Just over a tenth back from his best time of 29.255. Can he go sub 40 again in this middle sector with those brand new tyres? He's going to be leaning on them, of course, down into the off-cambered downhill corner of turn 10. Caused drivers numerous issues this week, locking up front rights, front lefts, everything. But here he goes. Cheeky little toe from Gasly, no doubt one of his good friends off the racetrack. Down into turn 11 here. Does he get it through turn 11? It's his nemesis here today. And yes, he does. 253 kilometers an hour through turn 12. That is a good sign. But it's a 40.2. Not going to be able to beat his best lap time, but this is definitely going to be a low 32 for sure. Here he goes around the last corner. Let's see what he does. Unless it's an unbelievable last sector and it's like a 22.5. Don't even know if that's possible. Oh, he nearly did. A 22.692. Wow. 32.2. Damn. Top 3 times this week belong to Charles Leclerc. Am I going to play Fantasy F1 for 2026? I'll probably set it up again, and yeah, but if I stay on top of it or not, I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, where's your hair going? Yeah, where's it going? Let's go that way. It has some cons though because it spins that split second when there's no gap. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I think that rear wing is something that Ferrari are very happy about, and they put away for the remainder of the test for a reason. Can't wait for the crash down. Psych, we only up. Look, it's good for the sport. Whether you like Ferrari or dislike them, even if you dislike them, they make good villains, don't they? They make good baddies. So. Yeah, Mama's over there. Visible cloak activated. Yeah? You like, alright. Sorry. Charles, sorry if I was a bit loud. Charles was doing a 31. The only team I dislike the most are McLaren. Everyone has to have a villain, don't they? Even if you're neutral and there's a fight, there's a championship fight going on, you always pick one or the other. You always put your horse in one stable or the other, don't you? V10 hybrids will come next year. Not next year, but maybe in the future. Depends how these set of regs goes, how they work in racing and so forth. We'll see. But yeah, I wouldn't rule out V10s, V8 hybrid, something like that maybe. A lot of eyebrows raised at that 131 from Ferrari. I agree. I mean, I wouldn't say eyebrows raised. I think the teams know, they all know internally what they can theoretically achieve as their best lap time from all the data they've gathered. But I think that's just mentally, that's just laying down a marker. That's just sending a little bit of a message. They know, the teams know, if they do something like that, it will give their fans some excitement. It will give other fans some worry. And it will be, Ferrari will now be a buzz over social media now, just like they were all last night when it came to Lewis Hamilton's race start. Like, saw that go over social media. I know. We saw that go all over social media. Yeah, where you going? So, yeah. Is it a glory run? I mean, you could call it a glory run, but I think it's sending a message, really, more than anything. I remember 2019 Australia, so I'm not drinking hopium. If you know, you know. Look, there's nothing wrong with trying to breed some positivity. That's the thing. I want to get back up. You're so clingy at the moment, aren't you, Missy? Not gonna lie, I never understood trying to make the cars green sustainable. If they make the transportation more green or optimize the planning, cut down. Yeah, we had this discussion earlier. I don't understand trying to make F1 road relevant. Like, no, I don't think fans have ever once cared about road relevance or like stuff being like the sport being carbon neutral and things like that. Like, it's, I've never once, put it this way, I've never once come across a fan who's gone, I'm glad F1 is carbon neutral. I'm glad that they're trying to achieve this goal. Like, I've never once come across someone where that's come up in a topic of conversation either. So it's always been just about the cars and the racing. So nap time for both of us. Nearly, it's nap time for her, you can see. Right, Charles is doing it again. Sod it. Why not? Go on, Charles. New set for Charles. Here we go. Come on, Charles. Max out on the new set. Oh, no, he's out on the testing tyre. Damn it. Right, come on, Charles. 326 he got up to there. You can do it. 15 minutes remaining of this session. Not long to go until the practice start procedure starts to get underway. Here he goes, Charles. He's going to have Max in front of him. Max is going to get in his way. Max is going to be like, no, I'm not giving you that 31.5. Oh, it's a 29.323. Less than a tenth. 700ths of a second slower than his best time through the first sector. Let's see how he fares through the middle sector. Did Max's dirty air affect him slightly? We will see. Or did Max get out of the way? Through turn 10. Does he get up to over 300 kilometers an hour down into turn 11? Let's see. 280, 290, 299, 299 into turn 11. Not quite got over 300. I know, Mills, I know. Right, through turn 12, 254 he got up to. But it's only a 40. Oh, I tell you what, I'd say he's about a tenth. He's about a tenth off right now, just over a tenth. If he has the last sector that he had last time around, it's going to be quicker. If he does a 22.692, if he matches his time from last time around in the sector 3, here we go. Across the line. Oh, no. 2 tenths off in the last sector. So, yeah, overall, 3 tenths difference again. Not able to make a difference, unfortunately, there. Nearly. He's getting there. He's getting there. Pushing it. That's another 32.2 in a row. She's excited for Charles. She is. I swear, Ferrari flexing their muscles while McLaren and RB actually trying to get data. Yeah, different run plans though. Ferrari, look, Ferrari have done more than enough laps really throughout this whole shakedown and they've done more than enough laps through this whole like shakedown testing 3 weeks that we've had. So yeah. Julian Palmer's just made an interesting note. He said, too many teams, he goes, when I was a driver, he goes, too many teams make this emphasis of putting too much fuel in the car, trying to gather data. He goes, as a driver, I just want them to take the fuel out and just see how quick I can go. Build up some confidence in the car as I'm on the limit. And that's, he said, well, not saying Charles is fully at full capacity here in the car, but it's definitely something that you want as a driver to build that confidence. And I couldn't agree more. No one, all these drivers, they probably find testing boring. Yes, they're driving an F1 car, but they're not able to really push the limits of the car, are they? They're not going as fast as they possibly can go. Because the teams are like, no, we can't show our hand here. We can't show fully how quick we are. Which, to a certain extent, I mean, what does it matter if you show your full hand right now at the end of testing? Makes people worried over the next 2 weeks as they head into Melbourne. Starting sequence still yet to come. Not long away, though. They'll be throwing the red flag very shortly. And we will have the start procedure where they come into the pit lane, one formation lap, line up on the grid, another formation lap, and then they do the practice start. So, which I'm sure Charles will be a part of this time because he wasn't a part of it in the afternoon, was he? He's going for another push lap on this same set of tyres, but he's half a second down in the first sector. So Ferrari needs the quali sims data because Lewis ran plan problems yesterday. Exactly. I mean, you also need that, don't you? You need to try and push the car to a little bit of a limit. Plus, you also want to stress test the engine, surely. Surely you want to see how that engine can cope and all those parts can cope going 100%. I know you can do that in parts, but how do they cope over a single lap? How does the battery cope being pushed over a single lap and so forth? So, with low fuel on board. So, some engines perform better with high fuel. Some cars perform better with high fuel than they do low fuel and things. So, how is formation decided? I don't know actually how they do the formation, to be honest with you, when they do these practice starts. So, we'll see. It may be just how they are out on track. So, oh, Russell's out. You up? Can't drink out that one. That one. Can you imagine, Luco, the Red Bull operation now? A shiny drawer with a label on it. Max wants and feedback. Then next to it, a bin with a sticker on it. Hajar wish list and feedback. Look, they're still going to prioritise Max over Hajar, and I'm sure Hajar is completely aware of that. You'd be silly not to, right? But I just want to say, guys, thank you for everyone for tuning in for these 3 days. I've really enjoyed it. It's going to be really, really good to keep an eye. It's really going to be really interesting. These next 2 weeks, I feel like I'm going to go so slow. I'm really looking forward to Melbourne. Really looking forward to this season. I hope you guys are too. Thank you for joining me. We are in the closing stages here of this day 3 testing, the last day of testing. And I think, look, while there's been obviously massive concerns about the regulations and whether they're going to translate to good racing or not, we won't actually know until we do go racing. So, yeah, I'm positive. I'm still hyped. Look how hyped I was earlier about just Charles Leclerc sitting at 31.992. Regardless, it's still enjoyable, and I'm hoping for the best. So, yeah, glad you could join me. Hit the like and subscribe button. I'm going to put my predictions video out over the course of this weekend. And then, yeah, there'll be some things to discuss, of course, no doubt, next week with the power unit manufacturer votes. And I'm sure things will be heating up as we fast approach the first race weekend in Melbourne. There we go. Red flag. Race suspended. I'm not sure why that's not showing up as a red flag, though. That's interesting. It should show as a red flag. I wonder if it's just mine or not. No, it's not mine. It's something else. Which is interesting. So, yeah. So this is where now they'll do the practice start procedure. So we'll see who will actually be doing it and who won't. But they all come into the pit lane and then they'll end up going back out again for a formation lap. But yeah, you just missed Charles really pushing a bit more of the limits of the car when it came to the Ferrari, setting the fastest lap all week of 31.992, the fastest lap we've seen in testing at all. And yeah, pushing a bit more on that car, so feeling comfortable for sure. Yeah, thanks guys, thanks for bearing with. Of course, that's what we are, we're a family affair here. She's growing up quick. Yeah, look, to be honest, I've enjoyed these 3 days. I don't regret taking these 3 days off as leave. As I said, it came at a nice time. Work's been the day job has been very busy, and it's been nice to have a respite from that and just spend 3 full days talking about the sport that I love and getting hyped up for the sport that I love. Mila, you can't get up there. What are you doing? Slowest 2 weeks of the year coming up, yeah. I will be counting down the days, that's for sure. Do they do race sims? They did do, some of them did do race sims, yeah. McLaren won't be that fast. It's, by the way, Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes for top 3. I don't know. I think they will be pretty close, but I think some circuits are gonna. I think it's gonna. Personally, my opinion is I think it's gonna fluctuate from race to race, depending on the race circuit, depending on the energy recovery, and some teams are going to be better at low recovery circuits like energy management circuits. Some are going to be good at ones that have higher recovery circuits. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And how important will track position be if overtaking is going to be difficult? Those race starts from Ferrari. Look, there's just so. I just feel like there's just so many variables at the moment that I'm excited about this season. And I still think these guys, they're still going to go racing. They're still motorsport drivers, racing drivers. They are going to want to go for overtakes if the opportunity presents itself. So yeah. Thanks, Joey. No, my pleasure, guys. My pleasure. Thanks for, obviously, all the new subscribers, all the new followers, and those of you who have tuned up every single day. I know not everyone has been able to. I know, obviously, the race and live streams will be, the watch-alongs will be a lot busier. And, yeah, you guys, it's just been nice to chat to you, see some regular faces day in, day out. So, yeah. This is one hell of a test of neck muscles. I know, right? I mean, let's just have a run through there. Lindblad's done 165 laps today. I think that's the most out of anyone all week, like a single session, or over the 2 testing weeks. Charles did 132 on his own as well. So yeah, really good. So they've still got a bit of time until they go and do the... So they're doing the formation lap. Yes, Charles is out there. Charles is out there. We're going to see the Ferrari start. That's what we want. Lindblad getting in some work. He is a rookie, and it's good to see him spend time with the car. Yeah, definitely. Ferrari position at 4 or 5 would be interesting to see. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping he's not at the front. Can you imagine the neck muscles after the map karting event next Friday? Very similar, yeah. I bet Charles going to get anti-stall. We'll see. We'll see. I've got the TV coverage. It's a little bit behind, but yeah, I'm waiting to see how it actually is. So it seems like George is going to be first. I mean, there's still going to be a comparison of Mercedes, who people are regarding to be the fastest car and still the favourites for the title, with Charles starting alongside him. So that's a potential front row for Melbourne, you know. Charles up front, George up front. So we'll see. They're going to do another formation lap, so they will all line up, and then there'll be another formation lap. Right, so they'll be doing an extra formation lap now. The engine issues are there, and Mercedes, Oscar yesterday, and Kimi today. Oh, Charles is actually deciding... By the way, just watching it, Charles is actually deciding to line up directly behind George. He's not lining up in second place. That's interesting. No, he's not even in third place. He's in 5th place. Charles is line up in 5th. He wants to line up in 5th. He just wants to... Charles just wants to show the launch, doesn't he? It is just an extra formation lap. It's not an actual practice start yet. So, extra formation lap. Do they get to say which positions to start? I think they just start in whatever position they want to be honest with you. Right, here we go. This is now going to be the standing start procedure. So they just had the formation. That was like extra formation lap. So they're just moving away. So they're going to make their way around again, and then there'll be the standing start. I'm sure Max wishes he was a Mercedes driver this year. I'm not so sure. I think the Red Bull looks very good. How has practice starts decided in who lines up where? I think it's just as you are, really. So... Oh, God. It's been a long day, everyone. It's been a long day. But we're here. We're at the ends. One last thing in front of us here for the practice sessions. Pre-season testing day 3 timer has officially counted down. We are at 0 seconds. This is the last action of the tests. And then it is full steam ahead. 2 weeks today until we head to Melbourne for practice 1 and practice 2, where all cards are on the table. Let's have a line-up of your grid, shall we? We have George Russell leading the pack here with Charles Leclerc lining up in, I don't know what position, but he's going to line up behind George Russell. With Carlos Sainz there in the Williams in the other Mercedes-powered engine. There's another Mercedes-powered engine there in Pierre Gasly. Bortoletto in the Audi power unit. Max Verstappen in the Red Bull Ford powertrain. We have Arvid Lindblad there, who has done 165 laps today. I'm not entirely sure how his neck is holding up right now. He is lining up at the back of the grid there with Lando Norris. And we have Ollie Behrman at the back in the Haas. It might be more prevalent to watch, more prudent to watch, actually, Ollie Behrman in the Ferrari power unit. Let's see how he gets on here. But Charles Leclerc. So they are all there. They are all lined up. I really need to work out how to get those timed lights correctly. That's going to be difficult for the start of this season, is tying up those lights. Look how early I was with timing those lights. Here we go. Away they go. And Charles Leclerc, is he going to be able to get ahead of George Russell down into turn 1? Oh, I'm not sure if I don't know. It's all absolutely skew-if. I'm watching the TV coverage. I think George massively backed up. Let's have a look. I'm actually watching the TV coverage here to see how the start went for the Ferrari. Here we go. Lights, 3, 4, 5 lights on. And how was the race start? Oh, I tell you, mate, Charles is already up beside George. Bearing in mind he started in 5th. Yes, he doesn't have any cars in front of him, but... Mate. What about Ollie Behrman? Mate, Ollie Behrman ended up ahead of Max Verstappen at the back. And Arvid Lindblad. And Pierre Gasly. Like, don't get me wrong, this stopped kind of racing down towards the first corner. But Ollie Behrman in that Haas, in the Ferrari power unit, launched. Charles started 5th, bearing in mind on the 3rd row. On the 3rd row, and Russell started on the front row, pole position, and he was pressuring George into turn 1. What? Mate, the Ferrari, that's what I mean, the Ferrari starts in P2 on the front row. Good night. Good luck getting into P1 in the first corner. Even if they start on the 2nd row. If they start on the 2 front rows, Charles is gone. Charles and Lewis are leading into the first corner. It was a much better start. It was a much better start for George Russell. But it's just a launch that they get, Ferrari. I mean, Charles is literally lining up George down into the first corner. So close. Not what you expect from someone starting in 5th. Like, just you see the initial closing speed of the first launch, the first phase. Like where, oh my goodness. And as well, Ferrari, they feel, Charles and Lewis definitely feel so confident on the brakes. They really do feel confident deep on the brakes into the corner. Very good. Very, very good. Arvid Lindblad had a bit of wheel spin. saw the McLaren come past him, saw Ollie Bearman just rocket ship past him. Mate, Ollie Bearman was alongside Lando Norris in the McLaren, who started way ahead of him. Oh, no, he started alongside him, sorry, but a position ahead. Yeah, McLaren actually look very good with their starts in relation to the rest of the field. Definitely the Ferrari power units are top, and then McLaren are probably next best. Red Bull still work to be had, and Mercedes as well. There we go, guys. There we go. Wow, that is the end of testing. That is the end of testing there. Thank you everyone for tuning in for 3 days of testing. Absolutely loved it. Absolutely enjoyed it. She agrees. The little one agrees. And yeah, full steam ahead to Melbourne, in 2 weeks' time. Thank you for tuning in. Hit that like and subscribe button, guys. It'd be much appreciated. I am going to put out a predictions video over the course of this weekend, most likely Sunday. That will be posted, and then we have the run-up to Melbourne. I will be doing my predictions video. Sorry, not just predictions for the race. Would I do predictions? I will do a prediction. But it's going to be very difficult to tell, of course, with it being the first race of the year. And then, of course, a look ahead at the actual race itself. Obviously, the breakdown of the track, where those straight line modes are, what the weather is going to be, tyres as well. Remember, tyres are going to be an influential part of the season. It's all talk about the strategy of the battery deployment and recovery, but you still need to keep those tyres in a good condition. Don't forget about those. With these cars that have less aerodynamic downfalls and they slide around a bit more, you want to limit that as best as possible to look after those tyres. So, yeah, really going to be interesting. I'll be live for every single session in Melbourne, of course. If you can't catch any of the coverage before then, we will see you in 2 weeks' time in Melbourne at silly o'clock in the morning for myself here in the UK. But I love it. I love this game. So, yeah, thank you, everyone. Have a lovely weekend. And, well, Charles Leclerc topped the timing screens there with a 31.992 at the end. Ferrari sending out a message at the end of testing. We're feeling positive. Watch out for us come Melbourne. Will they be able to do it? Were Mercedes sandbagging too much? I think they were all sandbagging. But the sandbags will be fully taken out come Melbourne in FP1 and FP2 in 2 weeks' time. We'll see you then. Thanks, guys. Bye.